and we're
Mhm.
using these countries to. I mean, look what happened to Gaddafi. He tried switching his currency or some shit, and then we funded all these rebels to destroy his country. And we're doing the same thing
R-
to Assad, and
r-
this is Israel's whole
right.
game
And
plan.
in
Israel
mhm,
doesn't have to
in any of my
sacrifice.
criticism of Israel has nothing to do with the defense of that entire country.
Yeah, they
Do
can
I want
defend
to
it
see it go to
themselves.
ruin? Hell
Like fuck
no. I think
Hamas.
there's
Like
like
Hamas can go to hell.
brilliance of people there. Yeah. This is ridiculous that any criticism of the government, the party that seems like is gonna be maybe on the boot, but who knows with the political shams and all that. Uh, movings and shakings are not as always sudden as they seem. I just want to briefly say that whatever happens with Israel, I don't think it's going to be a thing where Iranian human beings straight out of the capital are just going to bomb the hell out of everyone and everyone's just going to kill each other. It's not going to happen. And
Okay.
all right, man.
Yeah, well, I think we should also go back and clarify that, we talk about these terrorist organizations like ISIS and Hamas and things like that. I don't know how many people have looked into these groups and who's funded them and where they've come from, but Israel Mossad intelligence and the CIA, it's well documented. We're training, supporting, financing everything about these groups. And these boogeyman terrorist groups are what give these nation states the clout and the financial backing that they say that they exist to create this war on terror for a bigger
Right, and many
agenda.
of us have been looking for a long time for a string holder or holders of the marionette going on, and
Yeah.
but you've got documented
And
evidence of so much of this going on. Go
It,
yep,
it's
yep.
it's the perfect deception too, because like if you want to control the entire planet, you get the three main religions in one group. You get America,
Dave.
NATO, which is Christianity. You get Saudi Arabia, which is Islam. You get Israel, which is Judaism. Those are like the three main religions, and they're all like working together to destroy countries who go against them. I don't know how
Like
anyone
I
can't see
really,
how
really
like evil
wished
that is.
Albert Pike wasn't right, but was that motherfucker
Hey,
right? Damn
Like
it!
Saudi
I,
Arabia has
Fuck.
all the
I,
Muslim countries under their finger. Of course, America
I'm.
has all the Christian countries under their finger. And
I just
Israel,
wanted to.
all the Jews support Israel, of course.
I
It's
just wanted to
so
be
obvious
honest
what's
about
going
something.
on.
So
So
it
it's like
makes
a
a nice
three-headed
playbook for
dragon.
religious wars. But I thought Saudi Arabia was not so much a Muslim nation state, that they had a different system with their princes and their
They're
um
like Wahhabis,
Right?
man. They're like
and
What?
monarchist
I thought the
Wahhabis.
rest of the
I don't.
Middle East was more Muslim.
They claim to be the center of Islam because Mecca, and Muhammad was
I
Arab,
was
and
just about to
all
say
the
that.
holy cities is in Saudi Arabia. So they take hella clout for that. Israel, has hella clout for Jews. Like all the Jews around the world, of course, support Israel. Why wouldn't they? All the Muslims should
Mhm.
support Saudi Arabia technically because, that's where Mecca is. And of course, America and NATO, they're real good Christians, right?
Am I
But it's kind of
suppressed?
crazy that we're over there
No, no.
invading. Well, we go over and invade Iraq and Afghanistan, etc. Saudi Arabia has no problem with it.
Well, I don't know, man. I think it's pretty obvious. Like, I mean, look up Iranian-backed groups. Pretty much just like Hezbollah and like a few other ones. They mostly attack Israel, and they have a long list of doing that, but they've never attacked America or sent planes to the towers or done anything like that. Most of the time, when Americans are fighting like terrorists overseas, we're fighting Sunnis financed by Saudi Arabia, and I think
Hmm.
that's kind of suspicious. Where are all these Shia groups that
Absolutely.
we're fighting? They don't exist.
I think this is sort of common knowledge, but I'll say it: the nation of Persia and its extended, warping political boundaries, geography, and all that, has not waged a war in a very, very
Facts.
long time for like way more than our,
Yeah, Iran got
18 time
invaded
backs
by.
granddaddies could remember. Yep.
Yeah, no, Iran hasn't invaded the country in a while.
Now, I don't,
Well, I
I
mean, they
don't,
have
I don't know
proxies.
what that means ultimately, because we're dealing with different weapons, different warfare, all sorts of different things that
I
you can
mean,
fly a plane
that's
now,
kind of a
and
lie,
obviously
though.
you couldn't then. All right, yeah, all right.
Yeah, like nowadays there's proxies and shit. Like, I mean, Hezbollah is not technically the Iranian military, but they have militias in, like, Iraq and shit like that, and Syria. So they're not invading countries, but they're sending troops, as you can, same way America would send its influence somewhere else through proxies and other groups. So it's not exactly true to say Iran hasn't invaded a country, but the Iranian military hasn't been deployed to another country either. So you're right about that. I
I
don't
don't
think the
think the
Iranian
United
military is
States of
deployed.
America sucks, though. I really don't think it does. I had nothing to do with all the
I
goings
think
on. I
democracy
don't
is
pay
way
any
better than a
taxes,
dictatorship.
so yeah.
No, yeah, no democracy, or what is a republic? I don't remember. I think Greeks were democratic, and the problem with democracy is that all the city states are fighting each other, like Athenians and Spartans and shit. But under a republic, there's supposed to be some type of common law. Anything, though, or communism, in my opinion.
There is one argument towards monarchy that I've considered and I spoke with my father, and I'm not saying it's like ultimately
Mm.
good or anything, but the one thing and people within a kingdom can do when the king is going bad, you can go ahead and walk up behind him or say it to his face and slice him off, and then you get a new king. In our system of these, I'm just speaking for Americans here, but 380 million people, whatever the numbers are. I'm not sure if I even trust that, by the way. Population numbers across the earth may be way off. Just to wrinkle your noodle on that one, but in this, what can you do? What are you gonna do?
That's
We're
like
gonna have an
every four
impeachment
years,
hearing
though.
for 9 months, and
Every 4 years
You
there's a
can
new
you can
deal.
do that. You can do that in America if you want. It's a matter of power. And when people cut the king off and take over, that's a revolution. You could do that here.
Or
You
that's
just better have a lot of
impeaching
guns and a
too.
lot of men.
Impeaching's that too, non-violently.
There's
many
nothing stopping us
changings
from.
of kings, I suspect, were just throes of revolution, as you say. I can't prove it though, but yeah, I get your point, dude.
It happens, and it's happened before. Kings have died by their cousins and like just random people who
Oh
put
yeah,
bullshit on
power
them.
struggles, dude. Imagine how like bitchy people get. Imagine it like without
A lot
TV and
of them were
everything. People
inbred
are like
too.
so angry to get at one another. All these corruptible fuckers with like wanting of another turkey leg and some other maiden's booty and all that. Oh my god. Ugh.
It's a special kind of hell. Well, I mean,
And
the reason monarchies don't work is because a good king does not always have a good son.
there you
He
go.
can be the greatest
Yeah,
king in the
obvious
world, and
problem.
his son can be a spoiled brat.
I mean,
Especially
we
if they're
saw that in
inbreeding.
we even saw that in Game of Thrones with Joffrey, didn't we?
Hmm.
There you go. That's enough evidence for me.
Yeah,
Well, that
I
was a
just
real
like
problem.
hereditary
The
things are
incest,
dumb
this,
because
yeah, exactly. The incestuous inbreeding that happens among the royals does actually cause problems like that. There's more than one account of
even if you don't inbreed, it's just like power shouldn't be
yes,
based
it's,
on blood or semen. That's stupid. It should be based on ability. Not strength, but I guess. But it shouldn't be based on like, oh, I'm your father, I'm your son.
yeah. It should be like in America where we have only hold on,
It
more
shouldn't
than
be
two
based on
names that have
money
been in
though.
power for
America's, but you have to be
it
rich.
should. I'm making a
You need
point though. The
money.
point I'm making is that in America we don't have a monarchy unless yeah, we do. It's called the Bush Clinton monarchy. If you notice, we actually have the same.
Not really. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's not true.
No,
It's
but
not a
Like
true
U.S.
monarchy. But the point. The
establishment.
point is that there's hereditary value and power that does get distributed, and whether we like it or not, it still happens.
Yeah,
do you
it's
know that
fucking
there's
weird.
blood relations between all the presidents going back? It's more
Yeah.
than just
Oh yeah,
a
they're all
coincidence.
related.
Yeah.
Have you
Fucking
looked at
weird.
all genealogy of like many senators and other representatives? There's connections all about. I'm not debunking your point or trying to do so. I'm just saying that it might not be as webbed as meets the eye.
Well, it's just weird because if you were to test like most random people, like say in a high school, you wouldn't find that many connections. But when
Right.
it comes to presidents, they're all very much more connected than say normal strangers. But I know what you mean.
Yeah.
We all share. But what was I gonna get at? You know, it's trippy. You guys heard how in World War I, all the monarchs of World War I, they were all related. Like the Tsar of Russia looked exactly like the King of Britain, and they were cousins. And when Kaiser Wilhelm was a kid, he stayed nights at Queen Elizabeth's house. You can look this shit up.
Mm-hmm.
All the monarchs were related, yet they waged war on each other, like savagely.
Well,
Just
it's
like
just
organized crime.
Crazy.
it's like today. You don't think the Clintons and the Trumps of the world don't eat sandwiches at the same clubhouse while they're
Oh,
golfing? Of course they.
yeah,
Absolutely.
but they're in the same country at least. Kaiser Wilhelm was the king of Germany, yet
That,
he spent
that's
nights at King Elizabeth's
that's
house.
never stopped happening. I mean, the Bilderberger Conference is
Yeah.
world leaders from all over the globe orchestrating their next war for profit.
And don't forget, they go to war sometimes, but they're also allies sometimes, and they have common interests.
Yeah.
And there's a long history between countries like that.
Depends
People
on
like
the cost benefit analysis.
Will
I
it
think
happen
solutions is
again?
we gotta
Will the
legalize
banks
weed.
cause another world war? Is that even possible with the level of knowledge we have?
Yes, 100% possible.
We gotta legalize
How?
cannabis.
What would
The
do
same
it?
way they've always done it. How are we going to stop it?
I'm asking you, how would it start?
It's already starting. Just look at the news. They're already building up
What
for a
is it?
massive economic collapse.
Well, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And for
they're
some
working
reason,
towards it.
people think that wars stimulate the economy, which is insane. But they've already been talking about those oil tankers that got blown up and blaming it on Iran.
They didn't get blown up. It's a little cat and mouse game. They're basically trying to build up sound bites for the news feed so that they can rally the fucking troops from whichever direction the troops happen to be looking.
Ben Shapiro says we need to sacrifice 1 million Americans. Let's do it. Ben Shapiro's right.
Well, I mean, if you just wiped out all the Walmarts simultaneously, that's 1 million right there, and I don't think anybody would miss it.
Jesus.
I sure as fuck would, man. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's messed up, man.
There's other stores to shop at.
No, I ain't talking about the store, and you know what I mean.
I'm sorry.
How would the war start? Oh, I know it's late on the night. I was just fucking with you and trying to be real at the same time.
The war starts the same way all the other wars started. You just go back and read the fucking diagram. Like, they don't change their play. It's always been about pitting the poor people against the upper class and then pitting the poor people against each other. So they're too fucking confused to really revolt.
Confusion. Good point.
Machiavelli fucking wrote the manual.
Power outage, internet outage will confuse the fuck out of so many of us, more than 1 million, bro, by bounds.
Distracting us with celebrity
Shut down the city bus system in any major metropolis for a day and watch pandemonium fucking ensue.
It's my worst fear, indeed.
Could be anything. I mean, I remember I was in California
not long ago, and I cracked the shits and almost punched about 30 people in the head. I got fucking road rage walking behind people.
Fuck yeah. Dude, I remember I was in California. The whole West Coast went dark. It was fucking nuts. And as night was starting to fall, people started to get cagey. It was fucking scary. Like, people were boarding up fucking shops.
Oh, that sounds
supposedly the whole thing. Yeah,
this
supposedly it was a grid failure due to power lines in Oregon sagging into fucking trees. But when you go back and watch the footage, the power outages went up into Canada and down into fucking Mexico. They're not even on the same grid.
Wait a minute. You talking about like 2000? Or when was?
No, it was like 96 maybe. Yeah. I'd have to fucking look.
Same thing, I think. But that's when Enron was fucking with that shit, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, my greatest shutdown fear is not because of like my particular situation or my immediate family or even mostly connected. It's for all of humanity seeing the chaos that would ensue, even just the bus thing you mentioned, and let alone a power outage of more than 4 or 5 days. We're fucked, but we're ready for the zombie thing. We got the video games training us, right?
Hell yeah.
let's not be selfish here, because every time something bad happens to America, we think, oh no, that's the apocalypse. What about all those other countries are already on fire? How do you think
Well,
they
that's
feel?
America's fault
What about
most of the
Iraq?
time.
Dude, we can be pirates again if apocalypse
I
happens.
think we're gonna be fine.
It's not a good thing.
No, but
Hey,
he's
So if you guys are gonna go poor, but
how about this? The fact, so we're going forward with this agenda with the smart grid and the Internet of Things and the 5G. And would you really think that they're going to let this whole system crash when it's the whole thing about track and trace and surveillance and
martial
everything in the
law,
digital
of course.
realm?
You know,
Yeah,
I might
but
be in a bit of cog
Martial law all
dis
the
with
way.
this
Let's
whole
avoid it.
fucking 5G thing, but it's not actually that fucking bad.
What?
Well,
5G isn't that bad.
It's over exaggerated, and half the time.
Just
Are you in England?
the next Carrington event. That's it.
No, I'm in Australia. The 5G rollout has already started. It's here. Oh, I'm
yeah,
gonna keep
5G
an
is
eye
not
on the
bad.
statistics, and as soon as I see the statistics spike in the regions where 5G has been installed for cases like cancer or forms of radiation exposure or burns or anything like that, they're on a level that obviously the medical world will have a look at. As soon as I see the statistics rising, cool. Also,
I'm not too sure
Well,
about that whole thing. The military has other weapons to subdue us, though. We don't
why
need.
they have
use
guns.
5G? I don't understand. Why not just use?
it's a
Do you
closed
know how
system.
powerful? Do you know
5G
how
is not
powerful the
gonna
4G can run? The 4G already that's pre-existing can run pretty fucking well and much stronger than it's already running. When you look
Sure,
at
but it's the
4G
size of the
towers,
waves.
no, listen. When these look, the waves, cool, different size, different measure. They have a different range. That's cool. They have a different speed as well. However,
Same
there have
speed.
been similar frequencies before that haven't caused major issues in populated areas. Let me find those for you. I haven't got the name off the top of my head, but I know of them. They're in a similar range. Now let me get them.
There was a
Yep.
5G concert that just happened in England, and people went to medical with nosebleeds, stinging in the eyes, and ringing pain in the head, and it was all symptoms of radiation poisoning. And this is
How
not.
many people?
That doesn't sound right though.
That doesn't sound right to me
How
either. We didn't
many
happen.
people?
Yeah,
They
they
got
just
light
rolled it out
poison?
like 3 days ago. So where did you read that?
Was it like thousands of people, or was it like 3 people?
Sonar weapons aren't really strong enough to even do that. I mean, they
Yeah,
exist.
I'd love to look at it, Goddess, if you have it.
If y'all want some shit to be afraid of the Earth, because any day now it's going to crack off a global changing catastrophe that's going to fuck us all back into the Stone Age.
Well, that's unpredictable.
Humans are
But what is
super
predictable when
adaptable.
somebody can send you a microwave beam? I'm not sure where you've been
I'm
coming
doing
from
it
with saying
to
that's
you.
not actual.
I
What do you
I'm doing
mean?
it to you
No, of
right
course
now.
it's
Here's a
actual.
question as well. No, here's a question, right? Those
Humans have adapted.
those people, that concert, yeah? Was it a concert or a music festival?
What?
This concert, whatever, or this
Yeah,
thing with the 5G.
5G gave everybody cancer?
No, there were people that were affected from being exposed to the 5G. It was a 5G event. It was a musical event. I don't know if it was a concert or music festival, but they had experiences of people needing medical attention, and they said it was symptoms of radiation poisoning.
I know, but when you say that, you say people. How many? Was it 2 or 3 people, or was it like half the crowd was like, "Oh shit, I'm radiated"?
Half the crowd, but no, I think it was probably at least a few dozen people that were complaining about being affected by it
Well,
from
I
one
think there's
day event.
if the size of a concert or a music event that I'm thinking of, where there's more than like or around about 1,000 people,
I
then
definitely want to see some proof of radiation sickness.
there's so many more examples of what this could have been. It could have been a drug. I mean, we've had pills killing people at music festivals and concerts.
What about the fact that the 5G is the same millimeter wave as the LRAD, the long range acoustical device, which is used in Iraq on the MRAPs for crowd control?
Well, that's not going to make it a very marketable new technology.
Wait, hold on.
These are to them, right?
Wait, you said it was just like which wave? The LRAD?
The long
kind
range
of
acoustic device.
Yeah, the acoustic device. That's what I thought. That because that's an acoustic device. So I think that's going to be vastly different than like a light wave or microwave.
That's what I saw them demonstrating it with the it's the big shield up on top of the MRAP that they use
Sonic.
for the and signal.
Yeah,
waves.
I've seen those. I've seen those in person.
So it's
The
the
riot
same one,
vehicles.
right?
The acoustic waves are going to be a lot bigger than microwaves.
Yeah, and then in different type of wave entirely, right?
I don't
Well,
know who here is
obviously-
old enough to remember the inception of the internet, but like I remember back in the mid 90s, my first encounter with the internet going, oh my God, in 20 years, we're all going to be fucking geniuses. Nope.
Well, I mean,
You've
in a
got
way we are.
mail.
It's had the opposite. It's basically destroyed
disagree.
knowledge.
I disagree. The amount of information available quickly nowadays, it's mind-boggling to me.
Oh, of course, but you got to cross-reference that shit, Scott. I mean, nobody's going to put it. Nobody. Yeah, it is easy, but nobody's putting in the due diligence. How many emails you get a week from some estranged relatives like, "Oh my God, they're going to murder people who have miscarried babies," and you're like, "No, they're not. That's not happening. Calm the fuck down."
But that always exists.
What?
I think there's always going to be people like that. But you know, I don't know how to measure this exactly, but it does seem like the amount of knowledge that is available to me does feel much bigger.
Yes, of course it is. Of course it is. But on a planetary scale, on a societal scale, having access to all that unfettered information where you can just as easily put in whatever. I mean, look at Wikipedia. Anybody can go in and edit that shit, and people are constantly like, well, Wikipedia article. I'm like, yeah, you're literally reading somebody's fucking diary.
Yeah, like who constantly edits Wikipedia entries? Yep.
A lot of people. It's crazy.
But D20, I challenge you to find something wrong in Wikipedia these days. It's very difficult. It's because the system that Wikipedia uses is very robust and it solves problems.
You will absolutely find problems. You will find problems. But it's amazing. It is amazing, and I'm not saying I don't utilize Wikipedia, but I never just go to a Wikipedia page, go, that's what Wikipedia said, now it's fact. I always double check that shit. But 99% of the fucking population isn't going to do that. 99% of the population is going to get an alarmist email from a fucking distant aunt that says they're cutting everybody's heads off tomorrow, and they're going to go, oh shit, I better forward that.
Well, that's a flaw, though. That's a flaw. Like you saw a naked homeless guy in the street, and he told you some.
That's a user error,
and you believed him. Then that's a flaw in your, who you trust.
Of course.
If you were to search something, and if you didn't need it to be, like if you weren't betting money on it, you could trust something like Wikipedia and the wealth of knowledge that you can just type something in.
Right, but I mean, literally anything you get off the internet, you have to cross-reference it at least like 5 point. Like you can't ever. I mean, unless I can find it re-verified from other mediums, I don't necessarily run with an idea. Well, and I mean, maybe you got some good sources, and maybe you got some shit you can rely on. I don't really trust anything verbatim in a single fucking informative instance. Like, just because I see a news article, I want to double check that. If I go to Wikipedia and I go, oh, this is what it says, I want to double check that shit too.
Well, and like so many things, Steve 20, it depends very much on what kind of information it is, what exactly you're learning, where exactly it's coming from.
I'm not triple checking meatloaf recipes or anything. I'm obviously not like,
or vice versa. You're probably not triple checking, say, mathematical equations or formulas.
Fuck no, I'm not even looking them up. They're not relevant.
So there's relevant to me, but there's a rough spot there where it's like maybe breaking news that seems hard to believe. That might be an area where it's like hard to know whether to trust or not trust. But that'll be true no matter what the source is, whether it's from TV or from the internet or from wherever.
Even if you're utilizing the internet for historical facts, you have to fucking cross-reference that shit 100 times because everybody can write their own account of a historical event. You
That's
pick
always
a thing, you got, of course.
Yeah, but look at what.
But now it's it's on their. Now it's in the palm of their hand.
You're using the
same.
The cross-reference. Yeah, you're using the same thing to cross-reference it. Like, if you need to cross-reference something on the internet, you just use the internet and find 5 other sources or whatever you need to do.
All right, well, let's cross-reference it.
It makes it that much more powerful.
All right.
Well, ideologically, I would assume you'd try and find something to rebut it, and then you would cross-reference that also. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that most people have this compendium of human knowledge in the palm of their hand, and they're going right off the fucking top of the list and going, well, that's a fact. Well, that's a fact. I know some shit now. I'm smart. I got it all down. And it doesn't matter where they're getting the information from. Maybe they prefer Breitbart. Maybe they prefer CNN. Maybe they prefer some blogger who they think is a fucking genius, and they're walking around going facts, facts, facts. But what we're doing is we're just inundating the system with fucking nonsense. And that's the downside to having this massive amount of information readily available to a huge amount of fucking people. So what happens is it ends up fucking blending into a pudding of fucking bullshit and
I don't think that's
false.
true.
I know.
I get your story. You're telling a story and the narrative. I get the narrative you're trying to tell, and you might be right, but I don't think that you're appreciating how much valuable information there is. Yeah, sure, you can tell a story about how dumb people are, or how
no,
much they get
Scott.
wrong. Hold on, D20, hold on. But I think that you're underestimating how many times the internet is used to save lives by getting information quickly. How many times this information is used to learn something accurately too. It really is full of valid information, mostly. Now,
I 100% agree with you. It is one of the most amazing tools ever put to mankind in the history of our species. But at the same time,
what do you mean of what?
Of the globe Earth? Is that? I mean, we're here for these kind of conclusions, right? I'm sorry for interjecting, and I will. If you guys are talking about something else, I apologize. I just thought that that's what some of you individuals were here to talk about. So,
so what are you saying?
Curious or not, there.
What are you saying? I'm not sure.
I'm asking, do you have? You guys were in the middle of a conversation. Oh yeah, because that's what I'm going for. You know, it's now. I like how you do that. It's kind of cute. Not really though. The thing is, where is the globe Earth or modality that you come from? Like, what's the state?
What do you mean? What, say again?
Are you gonna? Why is it globe?
I'd go back to cross.
Why is it a globe? Is that what you're asking?
Scott Veach, keep asking me. Why is it globe?
Why is it a globe? Because the evidence supports that it's a globe.
What evidence?
Can you tell us, please,
like pictures and videos from space?
Can you show us them? We've seen them, but let's go.
Well, you really want me to go out and find these pictures and videos that you've seen?
Sure, you're here. Why are you here if you don't want to talk about it?
I do want to talk about it. That's fine. Let's talk about it. But I'm asking you, is that really what you're asking, or do you know the pictures I'm talking about? We can just
sure. Yeah. Whatever you want to do, man. Look, I'm not trying to be the asshole on this one.
I'm just asking what
I want to know from people.
Let me see them. Do you want me to go look for them or not? Really, I'm saying, is that a literal request, or are you just saying? What are you saying about them? Are you saying?
Well, since we all know
I don't know you,
pictures,
Scott. So
exactly.
That's what I'm asking. What is it going to do? I'll go find one picture for you. We can start with the discussion with this picture. Okay?
It better not be no Richard Simmons fucking.
Dude, did you guys know that Richard Simmons has never worn a headband or armbands? Like, show me a picture of Richard Simmons in that, costumey, characterism, and I'll give you a beak. So,
I've seen him in that outfit, but yeah, I don't think he wears a headband because he's got that like big juice.
Lots of people remember him with the headband. People wear costumes and everything. Yeah. I'm sorry for being a dick. It is like, what is it? Oh my God, it's almost dawn.
so there's a picture for you, Hoosier.
Thank you.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Scott.
So, what do you think?
Now, I'm looking at this image. It's not, obviously of like a modern quality and all those things. Do you know the particular snapshot?
That's not modern quality. That picture from the space station is not modern quality, Scott.
Well, it's from the shuttle. It was taken with a Nikon point and click type, not a point and click, but
it looks like somebody drew it with a crayon. That's a crayon drawing.
And it was shot at 50mm lens. I know that. What else can I tell you? It was processed at a Walgreens. I can tell you that.
by a nice, woman at the booth named Denise. She was lovely.
I don't remember what her name was, but there was a person at Walmart that processed it. I did drop it off personally.
Now, what does that show to us, though? Like, we can look at these pixels, and is that like how would that, if I don't know, just imagine your boot in the other shoe or mind in the other ear hole, and like, what would that image mean to you? Would it just mean it looks like a goofy? What is yeah?
It looks to me like a image of a planet that is at least circular shaped, from about 250, 300 miles up.
Circular shaped.
Well, you can't tell from this whether it's a disc or a sphere, but I mean, I think there's other evidence that tells it's a sphere.
What's with the red shit on that window?
It's paint.
It's the inside of the shuttle.
Hey, just quickly. I'll send $100 to whoever bans Real Flat Earther.
Why?
No. I'll double that if you keep them.
I'll
Hey
triple
man,
it.
I'll do it for free. I'll do it for free if you think
Oh
Is
damn!
he in here? No. Okay.
What's his problem? He's not even in the chat. He's just typing. Just don't read it.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
So he's only texting. Like,
Dave,
just
hey Dave.
hey, what's up,
I've
Becky?
been here, mate. I've been here for probably, I don't know, maybe 10 hours, and I've had to deal with him for the last 10 hours. So don't tell me to just ignore him. He's an annoying troll. He's a fake flat earther. He's been harassing and demanding roles all day, and I'm getting pretty tired of it.
Well,
I think you should kick him in the taco, Becky.
Well, Becky,
I'm just ignoring him now.
Let me.
Yeah, ignore him. That's a good call.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Becky,
but if you ignore somebody, you got to make them go away so that we can't see them no more. Put them in the taco. Let's create like a silent taco thing.
Dave.
Becky,
Yeah,
I have a
buddy.
slightly different.
Have you got
solution.
yourself a job yet?
Fuck no. I'm an urban survivalist, man. I live off the fat of the land.
Alrighty,
I'm
before
gonna go
Dave
the
takes the
fifth
floor
try.
again, what were you going to say, Kosho?
No, just about Real Flat Earther. Just because I understand that his pestilence is getting annoying to especially moderators, but I think he's a good lad. He just wants to. He's just trying to keep things fair. So I think if you reach like a middle ground, just make him aware that it's
reached a
annoying
middle
everybody.
ground. He's a real fake flat earther, so I gave him the flat curious role. That's middle ground for me.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with that.
Actually, I mean that's honest. I mean that's actually pretty cool. If you ask me, Real Flat Earther, I mean I don't have that, and I asked for it.
Oh,
Hey,
you
Kosho.
have it.
curious, are you, Kosho?
I am
he's not
serious.
Kosho, he's not in the VC.
Oh,
He
fair
can.
enough.
Kosho can have the globe earther and the
Hey,
flat curious.
can he talk? I'd be happy to take him down another channel and have a little powwow.
Oh, you should take him down to another channel and powwow with him.
Can he talk? Can he? Is he got? Or is he muted right now?
He talks, and I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, you'll love it, D.2. So who's you want to switch to Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm trying to type your name into the chat right now. What the hell is your name? Scott or M? Oh, that's why I fucked up. My bad. Okay. I've been at this a long time, mate. All right. So now, are you asking an answer of my picture? I thought I described my opinion of Denise and Walgreens. Our descriptions, varied wildly. What are you asking?
Well, you said, what's the evidence for knowing it's a globe? And I said pictures and video from space.
Sure,
and you
sure.
said what pictures? And I showed you a picture, and then that's
Sure.
where we're at.
Okay, and many other people went on to talk about this picture at length, and we can continue to talk about it. It looks like a weird, dude with a Pinocchio nose. Yep.
What do you? No one said anything about the paper. And
I'll be in Flat Earth Lounge.
No one said anything about the picture. I didn't hear anything said.
You didn't hear any of that? People were talking about it for a couple of minutes.
No, that's not true. Who said? What did they say? Name one thing said.
Maybe you were muted. You did not hear anything about the picture of talking about how it was at Walgreens and then
Well, yeah, that's what I presented. I was telling you that that's the thing I knew about it, and then but I still was waiting for
the
you to say what
fakeness of the clouds were talked about.
they
I
were.
don't remember the nature of it. I will since this is in dispute, I will clear the air here. We're going to
Okay.
be fine human beings. Now, when I look at this, I don't know what it is. I zoom it in. I look at all these little cloudy creatures. It does look circular, and we did talk about that after the Denise thing, or whatever you called her. See, we had discrepancy upon the woman working at Walgreens. The point
I
is
know.
here, what you're talking about is the circular Earth, what seems circular Earth. Now, there is no evidence of that picture. I asked you to send me one picture, you did, and so that is my response. Is there anything else that I can do further to help this thing along so we can move?
Call me dumb, but I don't actually, I didn't actually understand what your response is. Your response is that you think the picture's fake. Is that what you're saying?
I don't see any evidence within this picture. The image that you provided me, the pixels, the pixels on my screen, you described it as being evident of being something circular, but not spherical. Now, we can move on. Yep.
Well, so this is a picture of the Earth taken from space. That's the claim. Are you saying that's not true?
I don't see any evidence in that picture that is like definite proof of the Earth being a spherical object. Hell no, bro. Are you kidding me?
So if it's curved like that, let's say but you're not disputing the accuracy of the picture, right? You're saying,
well,
okay,
I don't know what that picture is. It's a very low quality picture, bro. It's not really good. I can't tell what the fuck that is. It looks like it's got some weird gray ass paper mache Pinocchio nose on it, and I can't see what the fuck it is.
I'm not seeing any paper mache poking.
What do you mean by
Pinocchio
nose? Are we looking at the same thing? What do you mean by Pinocchio?
Hold up. Give me about 30 seconds here. Let me make sure we're on the same picture zone. My Discord screen is doing weird things, scrolling up and down.
Is it showing
Maybe
you
I'm
paper
not on the
mache
right one,
Pinocchios? Because that'd be fucking weird.
That would be weird. I have Pinocchio memes if people want to see them. It's got to be the same picture though. This is the one you were talking about, dude.
What do you mean by Pinocchio nose?
Hold up.
More scotch.
But like I said, please give me half a minute here to where I can find this picture, scroll up through all this lobbiness.
Or you can just tell me what you mean by Pinocchio nose.
Here it is. All right. Now maybe it's just my inner Rorschach, whatever that's called, Rorschach. Yeah, there you go. Now, look, that kind of looks like a paper mache Pinocchio nose on like top of a globy Earth man with like a helmet.
Are you talking about the stone in the front?
I don't know what that is, bro. Like I'm telling you, this is my space Rorschach.
Okay, I think you must mean the stone that's floating in the foreshot. The stone, for what it's worth, the stone was mined. Why is it there? Because the stone was mined from Hawaii. You can only find that stone in Hawaii. Forget what it's made of, but it has a special name. And it's part of an old ancient tool Hawaiians used to use. My dad was from Hawaii. My dad is the one that took the picture, and if you can tell, he's actually taking a picture of Hawaii. So he's in space with an ancient Hawaiian tool that can only be found that was mined from that land, floating in front and taking a picture of Hawaii itself in the background. That's the idea of the picture.
Wait, your dad took that picture?
I don't really get it, dude. But that's pretty cool. I love they have that. I don't get it at all, though.
It's like the land is now in space. It's like the idea is the chain of technology is bringing us forward, and it's a reminder of where we've come from. Back when we used to do stone tools like that.
So where was he when he snapped this photograph?
On the shuttle.
What mission?
52 or 39. I don't know which one this was, but either 52 or 39.
Yeah, 52 or 39, yeah.
What altitude do you think he was at when he was there?
I think he's at 3. I said one of the times he was at 370, which is high, and then the other time I think he was like at 300. I don't know which one this is.
Was your dad born in the 13th?
No, I don't think so. No.
I don't mean to ask your dad's shoe size, dude. I'm just asking for like clarity for my personal opinion, because I could be wrong about this, man. I just I'm just really trying to dig. Certain people are convinced by certain evidences, and I just haven't been so far. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So is the idea though that you're saying that this does not look like a legitimate picture of Earth, or you're saying that this picture of Earth does not tell us that it's spherical?
Basically, I can't tell from that image quality. It doesn't look like anything other than blue and white and a sparkle of green and blue a bit, kind of mixed in. I can't really tell from that. If you were to show like a medieval king this, the Earth is a globe, like should he believe it? Well, no. I mean. So that's where I'm at, but I'm not here to like declaim your father's honor or anything like that.
I don't think personally. I'm just trying to understand what your position is. So it sounds like your position is you can't tell that that's a picture of Earth even when you're told it's a picture of Earth. Is that the position you're saying?
Absolutely, that is not evident of a spherical moving oblate spheroid Earth with
it's a picture, so it won't be moving.
Right, of course. But it's not evident. Okay, well, let's clarify. That's not evident of a ball Earth.
Okay, so do you know how many pictures do you think of the Earth do you think we have? Would you guess?
Ooh, to guesstimate, I'd say well, whose pictures? Like what do you're going to have to specify in order for me to give you?
I guess if you respond, I guess I was sort of saying that okay, so you said what's the evidence of the globe, and I said, well, we have all these pictures and video from space, and you said show me one, so I do, and now you're saying, well, I can't tell what that is, but you're not going to do that for every 10 million pictures that we have, right? We're not going to go through them all and have you just go. So on some level, you know what these pictures of space exist, right? You know that they're out there. You probably have seen ones that you probably think maybe are better or more are the ones I should have found first. Whatever one you think is the right one to talk about, what is it, and then what do you want to say about
it?
So here's another one.
I mean to answer your. Please continue.
Here's another one. I'll just try showing you another one. This is another picture of Earth from space.
I like pictures of Earth from space. Not as much as I like Scotch.
Like Earth to you?
Oh, am I in the wrong channel? Why am I not seeing your pictures? What the fuck? Oh, lobby. Gotcha.
There's only one channel here. Oh, there's the welcome channel, yeah.
I feel sort of vaguely unfamiliar with that picture you just Scott, can I call you Scott? Is that the right name to call you?
Yes,
okay, oh yeah. That one looks weird. Like it's got these like kind of angry nose clouds up towards the top. What do you know the source of that image? I can do a Google on it, but yeah.
This is
I can see Becky.
This is on the Epic Discovery satellite.
Oh, okay.
I can see Becky.
Yeah, Australia's right down there. You can see
Hi,
right
Sydney.
Yeah, no shit. Here's Becky. She's tanning.
That's Australia.
No, that's a still from that Epic. I used to do these as a kid. What's it called? Where you do the freeze frame thing. It's not called a timograph. What the hell is it?
Stop motion.
There you go. Jeez, I got it so wrong. Yeah.
Well, it's actually it's the most recent picture. The satellite takes up 12 pictures a day. It just happens to be the one that's on the front page. It's the most recent one.
That's
it's weird.
amazing.
It's got Australia there.
Yeah, but that's not that weird. I mean, it would have been a different country. Like it could have been Texas, where I am, or I forget where you're in Washington State, right? D.2.
Texas is not a country.
It was.
Yet.
I know Texas thinks it's a country, but it's not yet.
It was.
Yeah, you're right. If it takes 12 pictures a day, it could have been anywhere. It just so happens that Australia is right there. And I thought that was cool because I know Becky and she's in Australia. And I was like, oh, hi, Becky.
So what do you think, Husha?
Alrighty, so looking at this image of Epic, is it outside? My thoughts on this are the following, and I don't mean to ever answer your question with another question, so I'm going to try to lead it up a little bit. are these images that we see of the globe? Shit, I did a question.
Okay, you can
In
ask a
my
question.
view,
You can ask a question.
okay, thank you. So when I'm gonna do it first, not even to spite you. When I see these things, I have a feeling of that it's comprised. Now, at certain times, there have been the what is it called? It's not the hootenanny, it's the hootenari or something like that.
Oh yeah, I know the MORE.
Thank you, sir. Is it possible that these images are taken from real Earth happenings and immediately digitally composed upon a globe system? That's well within the possibility of digital rendering and possibility for just like a college group team doing their high school basketball hoops, dynamite, boom, there it is, and all that stuff.
But you'd
I
have to
don't know if
ask.
that's what's happening, but there has been some revealing evidence of maybe
Hey,
some of the answers.
You'd have to
who's
ask
your
where the data came from then.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can you explain to me what brought you to the flat Earth ideology and why you hold to it?
Would you like the initial story or?
I just want to know why do you
Uh,
believe the Earth is flat?
okay, well, belief is a hell of a word. I've looked
Why do
at.
you know the Earth is flat? What brought you to the knowledge of a flat Earth that you're standing on?
We can see too far, and
I've been listening to that
equally,
argument for
water
a while.
makes
It's a
its
matter of
machinations.
opinion.
Yep.
I've
Well, we
heard
can
the
see too
water
far.
argument. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
based on
Yep.
what? What do you base that assumption on that we can see too far? How far should we be able to see?
Well, this one's going to be something in your wheelhouse, so I don't mean to repeat it to the good people. I'll abbreviate it as much as I can. Here it is. Obviously, we know the spherical trigonometry equations upon a uh, sphere of these dimensions. Now, that doesn't work out. People were seeing lighthouses long ago. Now, I can see things from the eastern shore of Lake Michigan. If I had the gumption of my guy, um, my guy saw Milwaukee from, dude, way too far. You shouldn't even be able to see the tips, and they're gone. So what does that mean? Does it
But
mean a mirage?
why do you believe that? Why do you believe that's too far to see? I mean, I can stand on the top of the
is the
San
Earth
Jacinto Mountain.
larger than what has been provided? I've
I
opened
don't.
up to that.
No, I don't
using
think
the
the Earth
regular
is.
equations.
I don't think the Earth is larger than the equation has been provided. I think that human perception is not exactly capable of really understanding how big that really fucking
Then
is.
why do people describe it that way? I know what you're saying. Like why is it said that way? Why are we asunder in these falsifications if it's not that way?
So of all the time I've spent carrying, on conversations in the flat Earth community on multiple different uh, sites and channels or what have you, I keep coming back to the real issue seems to be a lack of trust in what we've been told, and not just about the shape of the planet, but about a great many things. And that I absolutely jive with. I get why we inherently want to question shit and why
Sure.
we
Do
don't
you
trust
distrust many things?
Oh, of course I do. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I distrust
All
most
right.
things.
Yeah.
So, and I've always been, I've always taken the stance of a fence sitter. Like I had a hard time. I don't bother trying to argue a globe Earth. It's what I was raised to understand, and I feel like I have a lot of evidence that supports that. But it all comes from when you come down to this trust issue of where'd those come from? Who gave you those pictures? Who, NASA? Oh, they're all populated by Nazis. Or you go into the conspiratorial nature of the fucking species and the fact that they lie about fucking everything, even when they don't have to. there's made up bullshit about every fucking thing in the history of the world, and we're left to try and shovel through this pile of information and discern what's accurate and what's not. But to try and explain to somebody over an internet conversation, even if you're using pictures, because the easy argument is, well, that's a fake picture. That's a fake picture. That's fake math. That's, I mean, when somebody adheres to an ideology, they generally cling to it pretty dearly because they vested themselves in that. So I'm more interested in why you think the earth is flat. I mean, one of the things, my buddy who's a mean skeptic and kind of an asshole and usually just laughs at people. I was like, I started talking to these flat earthers. And I was like, yeah, it's nonsense. And he's like, well, they believe it for a fucking reason. You ought to look into that. And I went, oh, good point. Maybe I should do that.
I'd like to answer your question fully, and also Scott's. This is a long conversation, right? Thank you, D. So I came to the awareness that other people were questioning why we can see lighthouses, why our elder grandparents could see things, and they documented. They wrote it down in books. They were like, "Hey, I can see the Longshire lighthouse from this many metrics and all that." I don't know if that's how English people speak, but whatever.
This many metrics.
Shit. So anyways, back to the point of, I thought to myself, well, hell, I've never thought of that. And I went and I tried to prove it to myself with amateur optometry and, specularity. I don't know if oculometry is a thing, but, I was just trying it out with like simple man's equipment. I'm not a wealthy man. So anyways, the event that occurred later is that I heard others communicating about this, like, hey, I've got this real nice scope and I saw from 4 times longer than you did, dude, and I could see the same thing on the other side of this lake. So what's that mean? Well, I don't know. Let's look into it. And as time has gone on, people have drawn back their scopes back and back and back and back, and it's like non-curve. That's my simplest answer without running on forever.
Fair enough.
I'll tell you what. I just had a scare then. So my family doesn't know about my flat Earth beliefs and conceptions. And I just realized my sister's been seeing, because my sister's been using my iPad recently because she broke her phone, and she's been seeing all my Discord notifications coming there. So anytime someone's messaged me, my sister's seen it. So, hooray to that.
I try to approach everything with an open mind. I mean, when I came in, the very first time I came into the Flat Earth Discord server, whatever it was, live stream, and tried to make my argument. I'm like, I'll just educate all these fucking clowns. Oh, so the Earth is round, of course, because that's common knowledge. But one of the things about common knowledge is it's really reliant on commonality. There's a lot of things that we've abandoned over the centuries that were common knowledge at one point. I mean, actually, flat Earth has come full circle. It was once common knowledge. Well, it's clearly a flat. And then all kinds of shit happened.
Window, bro.
Yeah, of course. And that was a very base observational fucking assumption. Now, literally the spherical Earth goes back like, fucking 6th century BC or some shit. And over all of these centuries, it slowly became a commonality that it was clearly round. And now, all of a sudden, overnight, boom, oh no, it's flat. One of the arguments I always had is the amount of legitimate information somebody has to abandon to go, oh no, we're going back to the 6th century BC. This is flat.
Nah, it ain't that kind of dusty cupboard for me, man.
No, I know, but if you look out into space, but then the argument I get from the flat Earth community is, well, there is no space. I'm like, well, I've observed space. No, you think you did. You saw some things, but you can't prove what they are. I'm like, yeah, but at a certain point, you're not just making it up. I'm not looking at a sheet with holes punched in it and a fucking light behind it. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think instead of observing space or sharing pictures of observing space, I think honestly, if everyone understood the definition of space and what it is, I feel like, and this is just me, and I'm naive by nature, but I feel like if there's a way in which it's an intuitive property of reality, because space is all around you. Space is everything around you. Everything occupies some place in space.
Right.
And when they say outer space, they're only talking about a place that's basically devoid of what's all around you. Like all around you, we have air, we have tables, we have ground, we have
I have
stuff.
not seen any tables in space. That's true.
Well,
But
yeah,
the
there's
point
just nothing
being,
out there. It's not like
well,
a magical
there's
thing. It's
actually
just
a ton
empty.
of shit out there. There's a tons and tons of shit out there.
Yeah, there's tons of shit out there. I'm talking about the emptiness of space, though.
I know, and I'm
Okay.
talking about the fullness of it, the fact that there's so much shit floating around in it, and that I have personally put my eyeball to a telescope. I'm not looking at a picture on the internet from NASA. I'm looking through an optical device that brings imagery closer to my fucking eye, and I see spherical planetary bodies out in space. I see Jupiter with the Galilean moons passing in front of it and casting shadows on its surface. I look at the moon and I can see the curvature of it. I look at, at least the near observable planetary bodies. And
I've done similar and seen the same. Now I'm wondering, how does that relate to like where we're at? This is the thing that Becky's always talking about.
I
Over here.
see, well, I see a uniform image. I see round spherical planetary bodies all around us, and then I'm supposed to accept that I happen to be standing on the only golf, disc
How
shaped
can
fucking.
you know that it's any different? Isn't Earth special? You're born here. Human beings are here.
Why is that? Doesn't make it special just because
Well,
human
I'm not
beings are
saying
here.
it does. I'm asking questions.
If I can track crabs and there's crabs on my pubes, it doesn't make my dick special.
No, it really doesn't.
That's a
That's
real
true.
dirty
It
reference.
really,
Of
really,
course
really
it
I
is,
won't
doesn't.
be quoting that one.
but the idea that just because we exist and have consciousness and
You know what?
sentience
You know
that
what?
we're
I'm
now
gonna
special.
no, Dave. I'm gonna pull you up. Please don't talk so filthy in this room, okay?
Oh, my bad. I'll step out. I'm sorry. There was never a problem. I guess I forgot you guys changed to a new format. My bad.
New
It
format? No, no,
wasn't an
no. There's
issue
no
with
new
that.
format. I just don't need to hear you talking about crabs on your penis. It's disgusting.
I
In
wanted to.
comparison to all of reality that we're observing with our beautiful eyes created for,
All right.
it
Well,
was
I
a
wanted to
weird
give you.
disturbance.
they are
I
a
wanted to give you.
microbial species that does exist. I'm sorry.
Okay, okay. Well, enough about
Okay,
the
I'm just
joking
Yeah,
stuff.
you
asking
went
you
on
to.
about it.
All
No,
right. All
yeah.
right.
Can I just
Jesus
say?
Christ.
Can I just say I'm sorry, but I don't mean to.
Shit.
But I really don't feel that I'm sitting in the back shed right now with the blokes. I'd like to have a great conversation without you having to bring
Becky.
it down to that kind of level, Dave. Come on.
Becky, absolute apologies. I've never had
Thank you,
an
darling.
issue. I never had an issue in the past, and I didn't realize it was an issue now. You
Okay.
know I'm prone to vulgarity.
I want to
Just let me
make sure
explain. This
people.
is like a middle ground, okay? You're not on Gem server now. You're not on the 24/7. You're in the middle. So try and keep it to a moderate level of disgustingness.
Duly
Thanks.
I'm really
noted.
trying to talk to the flat earther dude who was talking before. I forget what his name is.
Who's
Hoosier. Yeah, right. I was just, and now I'm forgetting now what we were talking about.
Oh,
But
gosh.
oh, right.
I know we go
I
on
was
and
gonna
on.
ask. No. I was gonna ask a simple, because it's not. I'm not trying to get like a gotcha or something like that. I'm trying to reach like a common ground. And so when he was saying like looking at the sky and seeing spheres and stuff, I wouldn't use that to say, okay, well, those are spheres, so that means we're a sphere too. It's a little bit deeper than that. And the question I was going to ask is, what do you think causes, like,
Oh, thanks.
obviously, a majority of the things you see out there are spheres. So, do you think that there's possibly a natural mechanism in which that's a likeliness for a spherical shape in certain things?
I comprehended the end portion of your question, saying that are things of spherical shape. Now, what was the middle portion of that? I'm sorry to have to.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying, like, people say if you look up the sky, you see spheres, so that means we're on a sphere. So instead of thinking of it that way, um, like, ask yourself, like, why are those things like spheres, or why are anything in nature that are spheres or tend to be spherical shapes. What causes that? What causes that to happen? Is that likeliness?
Oh
Is that
boy,
possible?
you got me by the goof nannies on that one, bro. I couldn't answer that. Even if I gave you the perfect answer for you right now, would I just be some sort of harletan convincer? And I'd be a liar to 10 million at the same time or more, and vice versa. If I said something you hated, I have no idea. I can say that. Look, the moons of Jupiter, some of them are like potato-y shaped and all that. I make fun of them all the time. Do they have mini moons? Mini moon is like a hilarious concept. Now, what Becky says, and hate to keep bringing her up, or I don't hate it, but I'm just saying one of the venues of conversation for the most recent times is talking about, well, why would it be like in your universal view, why would it be that everything that you see around you has to be where you're at? Does that equal so? Look, it seems like it certainly could be, yeah, because there's similarity abound. Yes, yes. But is it? And when we measure such, it doesn't seem to be that way. And so that's where I'm at, this daring conclusion of being, one of these guys out here. I don't, I've been all abound with this one, and I want to answer your question in the most concise, direct, and full way that I can. But I'm always going to be a little bit zany. Um, y-
No, dude,
if
that was honest.
that's about it, then, isn't it? Yep, yep.
No, like I said, I wasn't trying to get a gotcha, and I wasn't gonna like say, "Oh, ha, like you got it wrong" or something. I was honestly just curious because I think that once we all can agree on things like this, it becomes easier to look at things down the line. And so I'm actually not the best person at explaining stuff like that. But if
You'll get
somebody
better with
else
time, bro. I promise. Keep
like
doing it.
fucking stuff flying around in here. No, but yeah. So just naturally, like if you think about blowing a bubble, I always use that as an example, and it's probably a poor one. But if you think about it, it's kind of the same concept where you have something emanating from a source and moving outwards in every direction. If you were to do this with anything, like an explosion most likely would appear to make like a what do you call that? Like a
Extravagant
vacuum.
destruction of things.
Yeah, yeah, but it would kind of look like a sphere, especially if there was nothing else kind of acting on it, because it would start from one point and go everywhere in all directions about the same
Ooh,
speed,
yeah. Oh,
same
those are
distance.
the big boy questions, aren't they? Of what this is that even happened. Oh, yeah.
But that's why you said that with the moons on Jupiter, the smaller ones and the smaller asteroids and stuff, they almost look spherical, but they're not. But I think it's once you get to something bigger, where I'm not going to say the force that pulls it all together, whatever that is, um, it kind of is reaching in all directions the same distance. And so once you get to a big enough size, it'll coalesce into something that's basically a sphere. Like the Earth's not even a sphere, but it's basically a sphere. In our model.
One of the big questions Karen B was asking earlier this evening, many hours ago, was, yesterday, how do gases coalesce into a sphere when they're like supposedly expanding? What is the formulaic activity? Yeah, we've had a lot of questions tonight, and I threw one out there too.
No, go ahead, Scott.
So when you say how do the gases coalesce into a sphere, you mean in the primordial beginnings of the universe? Is that what you're thinking about?
Yeah, and the hypothetical, theoretical model given that is the Big Bang and this timeline. Now we're in the 6th generation of the universe. These things have not been proven, and they cannot be, Scott.
Well, so
Go with the nebulous.
interesting.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Coach.
No, I was going to say to you, I was going to say you should consider the Big Bang. You should go with like a nebula and the life cycle of a nebula and a star.
So,
Well,
so you
Coach,
know
I do
how
have a question though. I mean, how can you even say that everything in the universe, everything in the sky, are spheres?
Well, that's what he asked the question already.
Well, we don't know for certain. No one knows for certain unless you walk on those places.
Yeah, and I really feel bad for cutting Scott off because I was only trying to help him with his point, but I feel
Yeah,
like
sorry.
now it's been lost. So I'm just.
No big deal. No big deal. We can move on, or I can answer it if you still want to.
No. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying, please continue.
On now,
Oh,
though.
I was just going to throw this one thing out there, which is that the weird thing about gases do expand, right? And but the reason they expand is because of intermolecular forces. Like when you push the molecules together, they hit each other and they ricochet off each other, right? And now they're going opposite directions, and that happens a lot. It causes it to start to expand out. But the weird thing about that is that it's proportional. It happens when they're closer together, right? The more closer together, the more it wants to expand out. And so, in a weird way, gravity creates the urge of it to expand out, because by pulling things together, and they are mass, and so if all the mass attracts, it sort of starts to clump. It really only starts to do the thing that we call the expansion. It only starts to do that as gravity starts to work, and it finds an equilibrium there where the pull on gravity is balanced roughly by the push on the bouncing of the molecules off of each other. And once it finds that equilibrium, that's when it sort of stops. And it just so happens it might have been the equilibrium was 8,000 light years, right? Just so happens it's about planet size is sort of where it starts finding a balance.
Do you have like any sort of things you can show us about any of that?
I was gonna say the thing I was gonna suggest to him before to talk is because the nebulas are things that you can see, so you can actually witness all the different life cycles of the stars if you look at enough stars. And a nebula is when it's coalescing into that sphere. So
Look, if I'm a science denier, Scott, then all right. But what you're talking about is hypothetical in my language that I know of English. Like what is it? Like I don't. Can you? Can I see a form that's not beyond of your thought? I can see the brilliance of thought that this could be, but what is it, man?
Well, so what part are you skeptical about, or what part do you feel like needs?
All of it. Why did it? Like, what is the talking of creation in general? Like, why are you thinking that these gases did these things primordially at one instant, and then hyper expanded? The balloon theory guy on Science Channel 10 years ago. All of this is contrived on university people. And sorry, I won't rail off yet.
Well, each one of these little topics is very complicated, right? And we can pick one of them. We can try to dig down into what the actual evidence for believing X, Y, or Z is. Trying to do them all at once will be pretty impossible, I think. I could be wrong, but I think it sounds impossible to me. I don't know them that well, but we could research them together and we could find out, well, is there really good evidence for believing X, Y, or Z? Is there one in particular?
Hyper expansion was the word I was looking for. Yes, sir. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So is that the one that which part is the one that you're like, they must have just made that up, because there's no way they could know that? Or
like I previously said, all of it. I'm not certain that any human being knows any of it unless it came to them via the divine within our.
Well, don't forget, they'll tell you, every scientist will tell you that they're not sure, right? They'll tell you, the evidence points this way.
Feynman was one of the better ones. Yeah.
Well, they all will. Every single scientist on the planet will tell you that. None of them are absolutely
really?
certain they know.
Even Cox, Kreinbach. Sorry to rip him. I'm sorry to even
all of them.
All of them will tell you that.
It doesn't matter who you name. Yeah. It's a fundamental tenet of science that they're not going to be absolutely certain about any of it.
Yeah, Pairboy does do that. You're right. Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter who you pick. It's science, really, is what I mean when I say any of them. That's a paradigm of science that it's never sure, but it sort of can accumulate evidence in favor of. And I don't know all the evidence off the top of my head, but like, for example, I know that in terms of the Big Bang, in terms of the expansion, the biggest or best evidence we have for that, I think, is the background cosmic radiation. And by looking at what the sort of general heat level of the universe is, we can deduce things about what it used to be. And when then we start sort of working that together, it ends up fitting this idea very, very well. And I think my understanding is it's facts about the background cosmic radiation that we measure today is what gives us our best evidence that it's been expanding since, a certain amount of time.
And I blame no one for their pursuit of, I shouldn't even say blame, the pursuit of all of those things is something I've been like most interested in. I walk away from everybody and I'm trying to figure out what is really going on here. What are people looking at? One of them guys, and it came to my conclusion that they're not lying, but they're off track with what's actually going on. The background cosmic radiation is an example of how Earth is at the center of reality. And so that's where I'm at, man.
God, I hope Earth is not the center of reality.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Turn on the news. If this is the center of reality, the universe is doomed.
Why do you have such a grim view?
I pay attention.
Don't you just play it neutral though? The good and the bad, take it.
Yeah, fucking course. As long as I can pick up a bottle of scotch on the daily, I'm all right.
Ugh,
I'm
God.
here
You can afford the
temporarily.
scotch, you can drink the scotch.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Leave soon.
Leave soon. Leave
Well, I
the
hope we're
earth.
not. I hope
Look-
we're not the. I hope we're not the only ones. You know, I hope we're not the center of it all because it'd be unexciting. It's rather boring
Yeah,
to find out there's
boring
nothing
as
else
fuck.
to find.
Why?
Well,
Why
don't
wouldn't
you
it
think
be
it would be
boring?
interesting to find out that there's people to meet and new things to learn?
Yeah, I'm
That's-
already fucking bored out of my mind. That's why I'm in here.
Right. No shit.
What?
No, it's very possible that we are forefront, though.
Look, I wasn't
It's
bored
also
when I saw that
possible we're a
meerkat meme.
simulation.
Yeah.
Hey, I'd like to direct everyone's attention to the meerkats in
I
lobby.
fucking love them so much. I fucking love those meerkats so much. I want to put
You guys remember
googly eyes
watching-
on every living thing. I think if everybody had googly eyes, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. We'd just be looking at each other going, that's fucking hilarious.
On
Jen,
Earth.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not.
Jen, you
maybe.
like those meerkats, do you? I heard you laughing. Alright, disappear then.
I'm here.
Googly eyes.
I'm trying to reconcile the amount of scotch I've had with my inner vulgarity and
Okay,
how
yeah,
I-
that's cool, dude. I'm sorry, D. Yeah, I should probably be the same way. Sorry for being a dick. That was
No, you're not being a
No.
dick at all. Actually,
Yeah.
you're helping to steer the conversation back into its proper.
Right.
proper
Yeah.
place.
I don't think anybody's accusing you of being a dick. And
Oh
if they
no,
are,
that was my
fuck 'em,
own
they're-
self-accusation. Yep.
Be nicer to yourself. You're a good dude.
Oh, thanks.
And you ask genuine questions, and it seems with genuine
Hi guys, I know you guys
like
want
strive for the truth. So this is
Yeah, I thought you and Scott were having a pretty fucking dope conversation.
Yeah.
My sister put a fork in the microwave and turned the fucking microwave on, and the thing blew up and flew across the room.
Oh shit, hell no.
wait, what happened?
I don't
Together,
know
I
the
hit the fucking
microwave.
microwave.
I'm not cooking my food with radiation. That's fucking creepy.
Not
You
really.
use 5G, supposedly. You can
Oh,
use 5G.
I did a science project in middle school where I microwaved water to water plants with, and they all fucking died.
Oh,
That's a
Oh,
bit
hell.
bizarre,
because
but
you burnt them.
No,
that's
no, I
probably-
mean, no, the water was
That's
just
true.
microwaved, put back to room temperature. I set room temperature tap water. I used distilled water. All the plants that had pretty much any kind of water that wasn't radiated did fine. The rest of them just like fucking croak.
Are you supposed to use distilled water to water plants?
You can. I mean, there's not a lot of fucking minerals and shit in it, but it works. They still stay alive. You know what doesn't keep them alive? Microwave water kills them real fucking fast.
I was
Oh, maybe
figuring
I
that
should
they
drink
probably
some
had
microwave
That's telling.
water.
Yeah.
I'm like, if plants don't like microwave food, I probably should avoid microwave food because they're way less cellularly complex than I.
Yeah, but radiating food it doesn't necessarily. It's not going to.
Right, the absolute instant directed action within a microwave oven is to excite the H2O molecules, within that stuff to get it going on. It's all bubbling and going crazy. Sometimes I put turkey bacon in there and it goes nuts after like 3 seconds. It's fucked up.
Dude, you
I
know what I
shouldn't do
found
that
out?
anymore.
Just
Hey, you know what happens when you
cooking
put,
shit
you know what happens when
regular
you put a meerkat in the microwave?
gets googly eyes. Is that how you made all those fucking meerkats? Are those microwave meerkats you're putting up? That's fucking sick, dude. PETA's gonna be pissed.
You ever heard of people like frying eggs on the sidewalk or some shit like that?
Yeah, I grew up in California.
I've
Okay, so
heard of
that's
them
different.
frying.
That's
I've
Go ahead, Dick,
heard
I'm
of them
sorry.
frying eggs on the bonnet of a hot car.
yeah, sure,
Okay.
yes, same idea. And actually, it's not really. It's gonna take away from what I was gonna say because you're not really heating it with the sun. You're heating it with
I
the
just did.
metal
I
bar.
assumed
But-
if you try to cook eggs outside in Australia, the spiders ate them.
Okay.
Yeah, you assume wrong because you're an ass.
Hey, look,
Okay.
the spiders.
Sorry.
Go on, Josh. Go on.
Becky,
Yeah, I'm
Becky,
just saying real quick.
That
It's not
hurt,
the
just
same.
Becky.
yesterday we were talking about how much we love Dave. All right, don't fucking.
Well, we can
bully
talk about it
Dave.
again tomorrow too.
Coach,
Sorry,
finish your
I
thing.
couldn't
Finish
help
your thing.
myself. I was only joking, Dave.
All right, cool. I'm not sad anymore. I'm better.
No, don't be sad. We do love you very much. I'm just stirring you up.
Oh, that's not hard to do.
What are you
Just
saying to me, Coach?
ask Scott. Like the first time I stepped into Jim Panda's server, we got to do it over fucking 9/11. He's like, "How about you bring some
Oh,
facts?" I'm
yeah.
like, "How about you just take my opinions verbatim?" And he's like, nah, I don't think.
Hey, Coach, were you trying to say something before?
Yeah, I really was. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I was just saying. I noticed you posted something, but I was just saying about the radiation and shit. It's not as crazy as you would think. And I was using that car as an example, like heating eggs on a car. Although when you're doing that, you're really heating it off the metal of the car. But if you were heating it with the direct sunlight, which you wouldn't do, but if you did do that, it'd be the same
Somebody
idea.
might do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
right. 'Cause
similar idea, but
well, no,
just like
it's really the same idea.
Radiation.
It's radiative heat. Of
right.
course, if you were using the convection of the car or the air, then that'd be different. But you could technically, if you isolated it, you could technically do it with just the radiation of the sun. For what?
Sure.
course you
But I
can.
mean, I
People
was
do it all the
talking
time.
about an actual science experiment that I did where all the plants I watered with microwaved water died, even though they were in a controlled environment and they all had everything else that the rest of the plants had. Those plants, every one of them fucking died.
Well,
So
you
that
should
seemed
read
odd to me.
Yeah, but think about it, D20. There's all microwaves do is heat it up, and when it's heated up, there's nothing fundamentally changing about the water. It's just hot water now. There's no way for microwaves to stick around or something. They just excited the molecules to heat,
Right.
and now
But
it's
in the
they're jiggling faster. That's all there is to
yes,
it.
I
And when you
understand
pull it
that.
out, if it calms down, there's gonna be no way to know how it was heated before. There's not like it sticks.
That
I
makes
posted an
sense.
article. I posted an article for you if you want to look at. I guess evidently a lot of kids must have done this experiment because there's evidently a meme that goes around about the same thing about a science fair experiment that a kid did, and the article talks about how people tried to reproduce it, they weren't able to reproduce it, and ultimately it must be some sort of bias that happened in either you or the.
That's entirely possible. It's not like I recreated the experiment multiple times after that. It scared the shit out of me as a kid, and I just quit eating shit out of the microwave after that. And I found out, you know what? It just doesn't take that much longer to cook it on the fucking stove.
Oh, you don't know what you're missing, my friend.
Yeah, I do. I'm missing rubbery fucking hard bread and fucking
How would
blistered
you know?
hot
You
dogs.
don't ever use it. You don't cook with it. For
Well,
all
I
you know, it
did.
tastes awesome.
Prior to that, I cooked with it, and I was never super impressed. Shit tastes better cooked over fire.
Yeah, but we
Fire.
got 30 years of culinary science now that have improved the taste of
Dude,
microwave food.
culinary science. I'm gonna go to a fucking Michelin star restaurant. They're gonna microwave my dinner. I doubt that shit.
They might microwave some of it.
Microwave's just fucking. It's lazy. It's fucking lazy, and it's fucking microwave radiation. We already know it absolutely. If you were to get yourself in a microwave, how much cancer do you think you're gonna get? A little bit.
Well, you're gonna burn is what's gonna happen, right? You're
Yeah.
you're gonna die from being heated up.
You'd be lucky if you just got cancer.
Right. Yeah, point being, I mean, I'm not saying, hey, throw your fucking microwaves out. I'm just saying I did a science experiment as a kid. I threw out my fucking microwave. I didn't fucking use one again. I don't own a microwave right now, and I still eat food, and it doesn't take that much longer to fucking cook it on a stove.
Remember that song, Red Hot Chili Peppers? Throw away your television. Microwave. Insert that.
Right. Throw away your microwave. Well, I don't give a fuck if you throw away your microwave. I mean, if microwaves are killing everybody, I recommend everybody get 3 of them and just leave them door open, run them all day.
I left mine on the porch in Houston, and I let the people who come to rummage my abandoned apartment have at it. You know, they can have at it.
What part of Houston?
I had a buddy in college who had a microwave with all the glass broken out of it. He was still nuking burritos and that shit. And I'm like, you're killing us right now. What are you doing?
Yikes.
It still works. No glass, just fucking the middle mesh, the little metal.
No,
mesh.
wait, there was no boundary, and the dude was still using it.
Yeah, he's just using his microwave to make top ramen and shit every day with no glass in the window.
The metal mesh.
Man, that sounds messed up. The part of Houston that I was in Cypress, Northwest,
Cypress.
Methodist, the Willowbrook Mall. You know where that's at?
Yeah.
Northwest Houston.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I lived there about 3 or 4 years ago.
Do you know Clear Lake? Do you know where that is?
Sounds familiar, but I never went
Yeah.
there.
It's in the south. It's where NASA is, but in the southeast.
Yeah, hot as fuck. You're dealing with the. It was funny as hell to me. A brief tander here to get away from this like microwave death. The weather all day in Houston was funny as fuck for me, a Hoosier, Indiana guy moving to Houston. Every single day from like May to August or whatever, it was simply somewhat like a high of 102 and a low of 97. Just repeat and rinse. The weather people were so useless. It was so stupid that they even had them on the air. I would just kind of sit and wonder if I were the man I was today. I would have like stormed down to the station and said, "What are you doing? You know, Tom Coombs does better Mirage shit than you." And you know, I probably would have gotten arrested or something. Anyways, yeah, Houston's a good place for people, but it's a smoker.
Yeah, I thought it.
It's a good place for people. Come on, I don't know about that.
Well, there's a combination of all kinds of human beings, is what I mean. I met Asians, of people from every considerable nation, other than China, I guess. But in that hospital, there were Norwegians, maybe Slovenians. I'm not really sure. I just kind of categorize them as Eastern Europeans. There's like a lot of Balkans going on. Anyways, I don't know the details, but there was a good grouping of human beings. That's the only reason I said that.
No, you know, I have a bias towards Houston, so I'm only joking when I say that halfway. But same with the Netherlands. I just joke around. I don't really hate Houston. But what was I gonna say? Oh, right. Have you guys ever been to that museum that's there, the Science Museum in Houston? I don't know if
I
you or
have been
Scott
to
have
the.
been there.
Are you talking about? Wait, Science NASA? Is that what you
No,
mean,
no, not
Johnson?
NASA. NASA too. There's a great museum there, but no, there's a specifically in the city. There's a science museum. I forget what the name is, but they got some
Oh,
interesting shit.
they've got dinosaurs and shit. They got Pluto
Museum of
etched
Science and
into
Industry.
yes, I have been there. Right after they denouted Pluto as a planet. Yeah, I was there.
And they got like huge ass Foucault's pendulum. So it's pretty
I
cool.
did see that.
Yeah.
They start that thing up by giving it a push or by battery.
Of course, you have to. But I was actually last year when I was gonna do a bunch of tests with a bunch of flat earthers and globe earthers, whatever. And actually, I was planning to go up to that museum and ask them if I could start it, like if I could, just like at the beginning of the day, if I could get it
Oh,
running.
good.
But to have it perpetually going, that's a necessity. Like they have to do that. Like the swinging is not part of the phenomena. The swinging is something that has to be initiated. So.
Sir. Yeah, well said.
Oh, on a flat Earth note, that's a weird thing. I mean, I don't know shit about what I'm about to bring up, but at the Griffith Observatory in LA, in the main entryway, there's a huge pendulum that just swings constantly. It's like 3 stories tall, and supposedly, based on the plaque in front of it, it continues its never-ending swaying due to the rotation of the planet. So that'd be
Are there
something to look
little
into.
pegs like all
Yeah,
along
it'll
the
knock
circle?
it down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing in Houston. What he was describing, yes.
Oh, okay, shit. That's what triggered it. I wasn't even
Foucault's fault is what I call it.
subconscious attention span. Excellent.
But it doesn't. D20. It doesn't keep swinging though. It doesn't. It won't keep swinging. It'll eventually come to a rest.
Oh, well, that's not what they said. But
I think you must have
didn't.
misread it. Actually.
Oh, that's entirely possible. I was high as a fucking kite. It was a school field trip.
Because it won't. Because that's not what it does. It doesn't swing indefinitely. It's not a perpetual motion machine.
Yeah, there is no
And so
perpetual
what is your
motion
opinion,
machine.
Scott, on why it needs to be perpetuated and also why it won't keep swinging if the situation is true in your view?
Well, it's the swinging.
Is that the right question? Or am
Yeah, no, actually,
has nothing.
I think I'm on the territory here, though.
The swinging, the actual energy that's introduced into cause the swinging, has the rotation doesn't add energy like that. What the rotation does is change the direction of the swing.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it said.
Pendulum
Makes better sense.
perpetually swings due to the spinning ball Earth modality, notion.
No, and think that for some reason, but that's not the case.
And Scott immediately pointed out there are no perpetual motion
I'm kind of
machines.
leaning back like Uncle Eddie here. I'm like, I don't know, but like, but if you have to start it up, you know, I was gonna bring up
Yeah.
Mick Jagger. I'm not gonna do
Dude,
this,
I
but
love that the whole flat Earth
start
movement
me
is
up,
based in
and then you gotta,
skepticism.
put your paying on it. Well, then, why is the Earth
What?
spinning, man?
Well,
It
it's
seems
because
like there has to
once it
be
starts, right? Once it's swinging
character
back and forth,
adjustments to the show,
if
like to keep
once
it,
it's swinging,
you know,
once it's swinging back and forth,
keep
right? Once it's swinging back
Louise
and
and
forth,
Eddie
the
on the
rotation.
stage with their dancing routine, like do 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 do
Um,
do do.
so once it's swinging back and forth, it's going to swing back
I
and
just
forth,
don't
and
get
then the
how
rotation.
Foucault's pendulum
Am I
proves
not?
the
Am I muted or something?
movingness of.
No, it's just
Yeah, Hersey, can you hear Scott
I don't get
talking,
it, man.
darling? Because you keep talking over him.
I can
I'd like
hear
to
you,
see
Scott.
earthquake fluctuations too. I should really look into that.
Or maybe
I
I'm
don't think I
muted
can
too.
fucking hear anything. What the fuck? Who's here?
Hoosier, you're not.
Just talking
do you
over
not-
everyone now.
But there'll be
Hoosier?
like some sort of size.
I'm just gonna disconnect him, and then he
Hey,
realized
what's
that
going on? Who's here?
he'll come back.
I don't think you can hear anyone.
So I
That
think
happens
that's
to me
right.
sometimes.
I was
I
like,
love you,
oh, my
Hoosier.
bad. You're not done yet. Okay. My bad. Okay. No, okay. Continue. Oh, my bad again. Okay.
You got a lot of patience, Scott.
Sorry, Scott, continue.
well, it's fine. I was just saying that, yeah, that's the thing I think is compelling about Foucault's pendulum is the fact that the latitude that you're at predicts exactly how it rotates. And so if by just starting off a Foucault's pendulum and paying attention to how it's rotating, you could then say, okay, based on this, we must be at latitude, blah, blah, blah. And that works. And that to me is the thing that's most like hard to explain in any other model except for it being a rotating Earth. Personally, that's what I think is so compelling about it.
I totally brought that up, and yes, I did instantly think, oh, it just goes on like this forever. But obviously, there are no perpetual motion machines; they don't exist. We haven't made one yet.
Of course.
So,
But that's a totally different concept, though.
but
It's a
the
different
principle
concept.
of that pendulum at the observatory is that the shift in the pendulum swing has to do with the rotation of the planet. Correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's what
Yes, sir.
that's what I think now. Thank you.
And Scott, just because the claim you made, I'm not understanding if I disagree with you or not because I'm not sure what you meant. But you said that the ones that are at those museums, they're not set up to,
No,
to have
no.
power to run
You can make
perpetually.
them swing forever. You can make them swing by using, by feeding power into them.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But unassisted, it wouldn't go on forever. It would eventually
That's right.
lose momentum,
Yeah.
friction, blah, blah, blah. But point being that they can literally set pins in a grid and it will shift in its degree of swing to match the rotation of the planet.
If you set it up correctly. I set one of these up and measured it in a crude way, and it at the very least, it precessed in the correct direction every time. I got more precise with the angle of precession, but the direction was the same every time, which was interesting. So.
Interesting question. On a flat Earth model, why do the toilets flush in the opposite direction in Australia?
Oh my.
The toilets and sinks
They
and
don't,
Is
shovels
that
flush.
true? Is that a myth?
Yeah,
I watched
well, I'm trying to
Crocodile
tell you
Dundee
the
when I was a
answer.
kid.
Yeah, so the real reason why those will they're more influenced by the shape of the funnel than they are of the subtle spin of the Earth.
So
But
if
it
I
can
brought a
happen like
U.S. toilet to Australia, it would flush in the normal way, right?
no, it really just
Probably.
depends on the
Yeah, it
contours
would.
of the or it's more influenced by that.
It's
No,
more
it depends
influenced by
on
the shape of the toilet.
the water and the shape
By
of
the
the actual.
subtle,
So I
you
guess the
know,
question would be: any Australians, Becky? Are there toilets that flush? What is it? Counterclockwise in Australia,
Hello.
supposedly.
How can I help you, David?
Yeah, when you flush your toilet, what way does the water go down?
And I went and
Is
checked
this too
one
crude?
night. I
I'm
went and
trying not
no,
to be
this
crude.
is not too crude. I went and checked one night, and my toilet just flushes straight down. It doesn't swirl like you would think that it does in one direction or another.
Are you on an airplane?
No, I'm on a legitimate toilet in a
I'm
house
gonna go
right
check
now.
my toilet. I'll be
Our
right back.
toilets are
and a
different.
backyard.
Our toilets are different in Australia. They're not filled up with water. There's only a little bit of water down the bottom.
Yeah, and they're
Do they
outside,
fill
When
right?
you
theirs up with
flush it,
water to the top?
it doesn't show a swill.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, thinking about it too,
Guys are
like my
gross.
toilet, I don't think it swirls either. I think it does just go like more or less straight down.
You're better
All
off
right.
filling up the bathtub and checking it out.
I just went and
Something like
checked.
that.
I checked out
Yeah,
the toilet. I'll fill up the
What a
bathtub
waste
in a
of
minute.
water. What are you doing using so much water in your toilet bowls, you freaks?
My
don't
toilet,
flush your toilet over and over.
the water
We-
in
we
my
have-
toilet circles counterclockwise.
But you could address hurricanes instead.
Yeah.
They spin into opposite
Exactly.
directions, do they not?
Hurricanes, because they're big enough, or if you had a pool, like a kiddie pool that you let set in, for like 3 days or something.
I wanted to use toilets. Why do you got to bring it into like your meteorology and make it all
Because this
like
one actually works. This
I
works.
know. God damn it. All right, fine. I was trying to be like crude, but not crude. Toilet humor, but not toilet humor. Get it? Huh?
How about a hurricane with a
Hey,
big two
hey,
engine? Will that be better?
on that topic, I need to be right back because I need to go to the toilet and do a wee.
All right, cool. Check which way the water spirals when you flush it.
I'm gonna double check. I'll BRB.
I'll bet yours goes clockwise. You crazy
Double check
Australians.
and double flush. Not enough people double flush, man.
All right.
I'm going to say it again. I wish this kind of passion existed for things that were super important. Like, because the shape of the planet at the end of the day isn't changing anybody's life. But, like, there's a lot of shit that could, if everybody was hyper about it.
There's a lot of shit involved with figuring that kind of stuff out, though, which definitely does.
Let's say
change
you
your
guys,
life.
let's say you have a scientific breakthrough. It's absolutely indisputable. World's flat. What next? Should we stop destroying it? Should we cut down on war and poverty?
But it's not about the final answer. It's more about the
exactly.
process that you go about getting the answer.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's a lot involved with having done that. Like you said it so simply, but if you'd done that, you'd probably have had to encompass like many fields in different fields in science and shit like that. You would have discovered many things in those different fields and also understood them.
In order to what? In order to prove that the Earth is flat.
If you were to overturn the understanding of the shape of the Earth, you'd have to kind of confront a lot of different.
It literally took 10 seconds for somebody to overturn my idea of the shape of the Earth. I honestly can't prove it. I assume that it's round based on information I've been handed, but if I was to be put up on the stand in a court of law, I couldn't prove that shit to anybody. I've already failed at it 100 times.
Well, the thing that comes after becoming a flat earther is most likely where did we come from and how did we get created and stuff, and that brings up whole new questions and whole new
That's a conversation I'd love to get into because nobody knows for sure. So I like all the ideas. I hate when we're having a conversation about some shit people think they know for fucking certain, but they can't absolutely prove. I was the first one who brought up the dogma of science. I mean, Scott, you believe that there's dogma in modern mainstream science that certain people will just perpetuate an erroneous ideology based on fucking funding or pride or whatever, and that bad science gets perpetuated into the system?
Sure. Yeah, it happens. It's always happened. It'll happen forever. There's always bad science. Bad.
Of course. So science is prone to its own dogmatic ideology in certain sects and in certain instances.
It's vulnerable to it, to say that. I don't know if it's prone, but
not prone.
It's a system that's designed to sort of weed that out, but it's not 100% successful.
Right. But when you think about the time it takes to weed it out, sometimes it's several generations. Sometimes an erroneous scientific theory will fucking sit on the table for, like, my great grandkids will finally see it get wiped out. But in my lifetime, it was considered fact.
Well, if that happens, it's probably because of the lack of evidence, right? It's usually a lot of times it'll take a long time before we finally have the technology, the tools to get the real evidence to finally close the case.
True, but I mean, but it as a science-minded person, as somebody who's, I don't know, I mean, you strike me as a secular agnostic or whatever. Like, you're not looking for mystical rationale for things. But for somebody who's solidly anchored in fact, do you find sometimes you're like, shit, I'm like, do you ever find yourself looking at an up and coming or fringe scientific theory that's challenging an established norm and getting no headway, but you kind of see, I think this motherfucker's onto something? But then
I don't personally see that because these days it's so like for example, there is something like that right now. It's just Verlinde, this guy in like Sweden, has a alternative theory to gravity. His theory would replace
I
Einstein.
read about
replace
that.
relativity.
Yes.
It's entropic gravity, I think is what he calls it. And it's really complicated. I don't understand it enough to be like, oh, it's right. I just know that people who do understand it, people who have the credentials to understand it, they say it might be right. And they're fighting a battle for it to get taken seriously. So I'm aware of this battle, but I can't say I know the answer.
No, me neither, of course. But isn't that intriguing? Like when you're watching an established scientific theorem get usurped.
That's good. That's science working. That's
Yes.
not dogma. That's not, yeah.
No, that's not dogma. But then, in essence, I mean, I go back to archaeology, which is kind of my mainstay. It's where I've done most of my research. Is in
Okay,
ancient
quick question for you
megalithic
then.
sites.
Do you know who's credited as the first archaeologist?
No, I don't.
Me.
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson is credited as the first archaeologist?
Yeah.
What, dude?
Oh, okay.
Well, what about like those Greek kings that used to like insist
I
on
think-
digging up old civilizations?
I'm pretty sure there was a couple of people before Thomas Jefferson who
I don't think so, man.
dug up
Because
some
think-
shit. You don't think
Anyway,
so?
I don't
Okay.
mean to.
Okay.
I don't mean to. Yeah, so you continue. I thought that was interesting, but nobody was really fucking
What
doing
about
that shit
Indiana
before.
Jones?
Well, here's this right here. I mean, there's a lot of
Indiana
fucking
Jones.
amazing.
Exactly what I was doing.
There's a lot of amazing artists out there that are fucking fantastic at singing, but guess what? No one knows who they are.
No,
Shit like
absolutely.
that.
True that.
And shit like that. There's probably a handful of people out there that were the first archaeologists besides Thomas
I
Jefferson.
can't hear over
Right.
the guitar. Whoever's
Yeah, it's a
doing
little
that.
loud. Thank you.
Sorry.
Maybe one of the most publicly well-known instances of an entrenched idea being attempting to be usurped by a fringe ideology within the science community is the age of the pyramids and the Sphinx in Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt's a big one. Are they tombs or what? You know, what's
Sure.
the timeline here, bro?
But not even that, but like just go back to straight science. I mean, a geologist looked at the Sphinx, looked at the encasement that it's in, and said, "Well, this is erosion from rainwater." That's some shit he learned first year.
Yeah,
He's like, I'm looking at rainwater erosion, which means that this shit had to be here when this was a tropical zone and it rained every other fucking day at least. And that, in order for that to be true, that means this structure had to be here 12, 15,000 years ago. And mainstream Egyptologists are like, no, we know right when that shit was built, even though they don't actually have a lot of substantial evidence to prove that theory.
There's scientists out there that are pulling up rocks out of like the earth that are way down fucking deep in the earth, like many layers worth of dirt. And they are pulling fingerprints off of rocks that date back to fucking pharaohs in Egypt and shit.
Well, that's the thing about history and archaeology and science in general, but those sciences specifically is it's a very fluid science, which is cool because that means that as long as we continue to work together, we're going to continue to collect information and get it more accurate.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we may have understandings today.
Hopefully all
that are not
science
correct.
should be fluid. We
Yeah,
should
yeah, it
promote
all is.
fluidity in science always, because just like I mean, look at the evolution of religious beliefs over the course, just even Christianity. If you take a modern day 2019 Christian and transport them back to the heyday of Christianity, like 100 years or 200 years past Christ, they're not going to have a lot to agree on. You can be like, oh, you really stoning that motherfucker to death because he rode his brother's donkey or some shit? Like, how many things?
Yeehaw! That's the second time I said this tonight, right? Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, I was talking to a mathematician on a podcast I used to do, and my friends who are hardcore atheistic science heads, like they literally worship science. Like whatever the current scientific theory is, that's absolutely true. And he brought up, I was bringing up some shit, and he said, hey, you might want to listen to him, because if you crack open a science textbook from 50 years ago, it would read like nonsense, because we've already moved past most of that shit. Mm-hmm. Things that were being taught in schools 50 years ago are now out the fucking window. And religions do seem to have that same fluidity, that things change as they move on. I mean, now you're looking at the modern age where a lot of religious sects are accepting gay people into their congregations, which is insane to some people, but to the gay people, they're probably like, hoorah, I get to go to heaven. But you're watching a transitional period take place in front of your eyes where
you're not wrong.
No, I'm not wrong, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who don't fucking like it, but you know that it's happening, and you know that 50 years down the road there'll be gay priests, and nobody will think of anything of it, and no big deal. It's not a fucking issue anymore.
Well, gay priests, that's gonna happen. Like,
Well, it kind of already
hopefully
has.
That's gonna be 2020.
No, that's
Yeah, well,
2015, dude. That's 2013. That's been happening for years.
that's 1953. That's altar boys getting butt fucked by Catholic fucking priests all over the place.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
that was crude.
Uh,
Oh, Becky's gone.
Jesus Christ, each money. Come on.
Well, it's true. It happens. I mean, it's in the news.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
but it's
still
not-
here, Dave. I haven't gone anywhere. What's up?
That was nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing's up.
Hey Scott, just to bring it back full circle. I know I asked you about your dad's birthday, what day he was born on. The only reason I asked that was because
I know.
you said that the missions were 39 and 52, and those are both multiples of 13. So,
Oh, sorry. Okay. I see.
yeah, that my grandpa and my dad were both born on Friday the 13th.
Gotta
Cool.
say, favorite part of the day, smoking a joint, listening to all you motherfuckers bullshit with each other. It's the best.
Well, they're bullshitting. I speak the truth.
Thanks for reminding me to roll a joint, by the way.
Oh, you're this weed smoker. Everyone in here, like, that's an avid viewer of this live stream knows I smoke a lot of weed.
Hell yeah. Well, I live in Oregon. This shit's legal. I can just go up. I got like 5
It's
dispensers.
some kind of a star field firmament about 6,000 miles above us. And it appears to be a cymatic light field, electromagnetic energy, not gravity at all. Gravity is a deception. The sun and the moon are these transcendental cymatic luminaries.
That was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, drinking wine. You
Seems
should
good.
definitely chime in more often.
Yeah, bro. Never change your avatar to other than the default thing. That's always like a joke with certain people.
Oh, that's why I put my picture up. Everybody gave me a bunch of shit. Like, what's up, Anonymous? What's up, Agent? What's up, Lurker? I was like, all right, fine. Here's a picture. Here's my big fat bearded head. You happy now? And they're like, no, we still hate you. I was like, ah, fuck.
Well, just send them like 1,000 invites, and then you can be in the Becky Club, and they'll email you, and you can feel
Dude,
special.
I am the fucking president of the Becky fan club, and she sometimes loves me and sometimes hates me, but
I mostly love
she is
Dave.
the tit.
You know what women are like.
I do.
I have a fucking
They're fucking awesome.
I have a fucking $20 lifetime subscription for an auto clicker, and I can set it up where it can do fucking Control V, so I can just copy and paste links.
That's bitches.
It's fucking hilarious. I do it to like groups that are fucking just annoying as fuck. Like I'll go in there, they'll be completely toxic. I'll just make an alt account and fucking invite them to like.
But why do you gotta fuck with them like that? Shouldn't it be best to just leave it alone? When you said auto clicker, I thought of a manual one, like the ones like plastic and that little piece of metal. Like
That wouldn't be auto. That'd be a manual clicker.
It is a manual clicker. I misingenuated it. But why do you gotta fuck with people like that, dude? Like,
because when say if I was to come in here and you guys just all fucked with me when I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't say a word, you know, what would you want to do? You would want to fuck with them, right?
No, absolutely not. Walk away.
If you went to school, your first day at school, you had your peanut butter jelly sandwich and your fucking potato chips, okay, and you went into lunch and someone walked up and took your food, what are you gonna do? I'd
stab them. Well, if I'm stuck in the same environment with them, we're coming to brawls, but you're not.
Oh
no! If somebody took my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I'd be like, "Dude, you like to eat that shit? That's disgusting." Because peanut butter and jelly is fucking gross.
That's a good angle too, man.
I'd go home and stab my mom for packing a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh,
You're
don't
lucky
do that.
somebody else
That's
ate
way
that
off.
shit.
No.
I couldn't stab my mom. She'd kill me. She's a fucking monster. She's like 5'3".
Yeah, she'd hack your head off before you could even like get a.
Dude,
little
she'd
slice,
Harukin my shit. She'd just throw energy from her hands and blast me into fucking.
You guys want to know the one thing I hate the most about 2019? Okay.
Yeah.
There are kids nowadays with their Instagram accounts, and they're like, "Oh my god, I didn't get enough likes. I'm gonna go kill myself." What the
They should.
fuck?
They should absolutely. That's Darwinism. Thin the herd.
Like,
if not getting enough likes is enough to end your fucking life, you should get right to it. My best friend killed himself. You know why? Because his dog died. His old ass dog, who he was telling me for 6 fucking months, he's like, dude, my dog's going to die. I don't know how I'm going to handle that. And I didn't really fucking get how fucking dramatic an experience that was going to be for him, since he had 3 fucking dogs and only one of them was going to die of old age. It's not like he got run over by a car or hit by a
D20.
fucking
D20. He may very that was a token excuse.
Oh, absolutely.
Really, yeah.
Yeah, I know. But
I mean,
he literally left a fucking suicide note lamenting the death of his old ass dog. And I was like, dude, you could have been more honest. Just be like, I don't want to fucking be here anymore. It's not the dog's fault. Don't blame the fucking dog. She lived a good life. Now it's her fault. You're dead. Everybody hates
dude,
that dog.
my dog fucking died of cancer. You know what I did? I fucking got my dog high as fuck and took him on a one-way hunting trip, you know?
Fuck yeah. Give him a steak.
Yeah, man. Fuck. Treat your dog good if you're gonna put it down, and at least
I
get
got
it quick
some.
and not fucking putting poison.
I got a
in the
lot
dog
of
like
friends.
doggies
I
do.
got a lot of friends who killed themselves, and I still don't get it. Like, my life is garbage. I'm on the verge of being evicted. I got 2 kids I'm supposed to be taking care of. I have 0 money. We're literally living, and I'm recycling fucking cans and shit. Life's a bitch. Blah blah blah. I don't live in fucking Somalia. Nobody's bombing my village, so I can't cry about it too much. And I would never consider fucking killing myself. But if I did, if I really got that fucking depressed that my life didn't matter to me anymore, I wouldn't just fucking selfishly sacrifice myself to my own ego. I would go clear minefields or so. I'd go do something that I knew would kill me, but had some sort of like, I'd go out a hero. I'm gonna go clear minefields in fucking Uzbekistan, and when I get blown up, I'm dead. I win.
Once you put it in context, D, it does make much more sense to me. Thank you for saying so. Yep.
If I wanted to fucking kill myself, I'd go try assassinating Trump. Okay.
Right.
That's a good
Like,
way to die.
All you got to do is bring him a
something
box of
productive.
donuts. He'll eat them all.
And you
He'll
get
die of a heart
put in the
attack.
prison. You get put
Hey,
in the
Britain's
prison.
just got their own Trump. I thought that was awesome. Like, we're not the only laughing stock. Now you got a Trump in the fucking UK now. He's like, oh, my name is Boris Dickweed. My hair's messed up. Everybody likes my idea.
Like for real, just go do like 6 lines of coke and go fucking shoot fucking Trump in the head.
No, I'm telling you, if you want to kill yourself, go do something heroic and die doing it, and then nobody's sad you died. They're like, oh, we're putting up fucking plaques about you on the wall over the fireplace because he was an amazing dude. They didn't know you were depressed.
Of the Earth and all life is really like this after everything you've known. This is really it
You're
is.
gonna be in the same room.
Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean? What is it really?
Do you think? Do you think this is it? Like you're just gone? Like you nothing? Bye. See you.
No.
Oh, when you die? Fuck no, I don't believe that.
Then why is it a waste?
Why is it a waste to just kill yourself?
Or just die like
hold
like,
on. You do know that
sorry.
You do know hold on.
Wow,
You do know
guys.
that half the people that kill themselves believe in like fuck, I'm forgetting the word. When you die and then your soul goes into a new body and you start over.
Reincarnation.
Reincarnation, thank you. Half the people that kill themselves believe in reincarnation. That's the main reason why they.
That's a tight gamble.
50-50 is the main reason. Okay.
I kind of believe in reincarnation too, but I'm not just going to off myself arbitrarily because I think I might get a better run next time.
I'll tell you what though, if I'm ever fucking gonna go kill myself, I'm gonna go get a nice ass fucking okay, and I'm gonna drive it off the
detail
fucking
it.
Grand Canyon. No, I'm gonna drive it off the fucking Grand Canyon. That's how I'm gonna kill myself. Okay.
Bye, Patty and Louise. See ya.
I'm just saying. I'm saying if
Death and suicide and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's so depressing.
Personal death fantasies are boring.
All
right, sorry.
Hello.
I'm crying about it in here.
Just don't do any
Anyway.
dumb
You're gonna be in a
things.
straitjacket. You better quit saying that shit.
And I'd
The
be
fucking
careful. Yeah, I'd
feds
be
are gonna
careful
come
saying that
get you.
stuff out loud.
They're gonna take you in to the fucking Fed place, and you're gonna be with Lord Stephen Christ, and you guys are gonna be in straitjackets.
Ah!
Hey, you want to know what's fucking weird? I can get out of a straitjacket.
D20.
What?
You want to know something funny? I've already been in multiple fucking mental hospitals, and I'm perfectly fine. I never tried killing myself or nothing. It's because other people think I'm crazy. And
I like crowns.
Honestly, bro,
Don't
like,
eat them.
What color's your favorite?
Smart people often sound like crazy people to stupid people.
Yeah,
Rainbow.
Elon Musk.
That's what I say a lot.
My favorite
Elon
color
Musk
is
a
rainbow.
fucking retard. Yeah, he is a retard.
Let's play a
all
game
the colors
where
at once.
Smart he is.
somebody who talks and then they finish their
The whole
point,
packet, Scott.
and then other people.
Yeah, that's true. I like that too.
I cannot possibly take my own life as long as there's still scotch on the planet for me to drink.
I'm out of here, guys. Can we?
D20. Okay,
switch
you're
the
right.
topic,
We're gonna switch the topic. So can we just move off suicide? It's not an appropriate topic for everyone. Not my Discord. I'm just throwing it out there. Like,
Fair enough, Scott. Let's
So,
talk about
sounds good.
something else.
Stop
Let's
killing
talk
your
How about that
fucking
flat
pork
earther?
chops.
Well said, Scotty.
Hello,
It's been
mate.
so long.
That did take too long. We were on the topic of suicide for a long ass time.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah,
Hello,
maybe I want to
mate.
kill myself
Hey,
or something.
hey, do that.
G'day, mate.
Good on
G'day,
G'day.
mate. Oh,
Becky,
g'day.
you just tell me to do that.
I was
Becky, can
talking to Demek. I wanted Demek to do his Australian impersonation for us.
Becky, I'm sure you've heard this
He
1,000
sounds like
times.
a
I
Kiwi.
might
You
have
say
a good one
crikey.
if I practice for 10 minutes.
Crikey.
Crikey. I fucking
Crikey,
love that.
mate. You fucking think I sound like a Kiwi?
Hey, one of my
Thanks,
I'm
Demek.
gonna out Aussie you, Demont.
My
in 10
fucking
minutes.
Merlin impression.
one of my
I want to change
teachers
my
at school.
Discord name to Satanic Rituals. What are you guys' thoughts?
Well,
What?
I would
Wait,
burn
please
you
repeat
and
that.
set
What did you
fire
say?
to
Can,
your
you,
friends.
So-
hang on, can we get L Eclipse to repeat the question? Eclipse, what was that?
No,
Alright,
don't
alright,
repeat the
alright.
question. Do not repeat the question.
Can
Please,
I,
Finch,
Do
can you let
not
him speak?
repeat the question.
Please repeat the question.
I have a feeling Becky is a very religious person, so I'm
Yeah,
not-
she is. Respect that
No,
shit.
no. I'm not religious.
Okay. Wait, is that a trick question?
She's
Okay,
spiritual.
what were you saying, Eclipse? What was your comment
This-
about the
this is-
satanic ritual abuse?
All right, I'm just gonna put this out here before I say this. In America, we have a freedom of speech. Okay.
Supposedly.
All right. So basically, what I said: should I change my name to Satanic Rituals? What are you guys' thoughts?
Knock
Would
yourself
you wanna
out,
change your
son.
name to
Knock yourself out, Becky.
No,
will.
no. You the F out.
No, you're not going to deal with that? If he changed his name to Satanic Rituals, you're going to boot him?
You can change your fucking name to shitbag. Doesn't matter.
What's wrong with being a Luciferian?
Wait,
Can
if I'm
change
a
his name
flat
to
earther,
shitbag.
if I'm a flat earther and I change my name to Glober, does that make sense?
Sure.
No.
Why would you
Fucking
want
no.
to? Why would you want to? Not? Why would you want to do that? Shouldn't you mean what you say and say what you mean?
Yes. Becky, I'm high and I'm saying dumb shit. Just don't.
Hey, I got to go make my daughter and her friend some popcorn. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, you go do
Wait a
that with
minute.
some popcorn.
In the
I'm
morning.
not making.
what
No,
are
I'm
you
not
doing?
making it in the microwave, motherfuckers. I know what you were thinking.
All right, no,
I'm
go
making it
do
in a
the
pot.
stovetop one. Go on, go do your
What a
Clipsy
fucking
Whipsy
No,
pothead.
No, I was thinking in the morning. Who eats
Oh shit!
Popcorn in a pan.
popcorn in a pan.
It's like
I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna kill you.
I'm gonna eat someone after they're
I'm gonna
dead.
come to your fucking house and
Wait,
clip your
would it be
roses
weird?
off the
Hang on,
roses.
would it be-
I feel like I just heard lemon
So
bird
let
in
me-
here. Did I hear some lemon bird?
Can you
No.
shut up
Let
for a minute
me
and let
get
Demek
this
do his
right.
impersonations? You guys
let
are
me get this
annoying the
right,
shit
yeah?
out of me tonight.
Let me get this right.
All right, I changed my name.
Lemon bird.
You guys
like that,
ruined it
Krista?
because
The
Demek has
Earth
the
is
funniest-
flat.
Shut the fuck up. Because Demek has the funniest Australian impersonations, but you fucking motor mouths just friggin'
I'm like a cold start diesel.
Hey Becky, do me a favor. I'm not saying that you're coming off like bitchy or anything, but smoke a joint, please.
You know what? It's the perfect
Ooh.
time. No, he's seriously right. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to do exactly that.
Fuck yeah, me
Don't
too.
even come back. Just roll here and talk and enjoy. And I want you to
And
smoke.
no, I've got to go
I
down
want
to
you
the
to
other end of
smoke.
the house.
Okay, go to the other side of the house, roll it up, come back, smoke it here.
Righty.
Alrighty.
And then go
Much
out in the
love, Becky.
Mitsubishi and rev the shit out of the fucking thing.
I own a Toyota.
Put it
Nah,
on Libby.
when Becky, okay, so station wagons are a thing in Australia, obviously, and when Becky said she had a station wagon, I thought, oh, it's probably a Holden, which is Chevy, so a Chevy station wagon. I thought, oh, well, that's not typically a good car. They've typically got the LS3s in them. So I thought, oh yeah, I got Becky when she was 3 sheets to the wind to go outside and rev the shit out of her car. She did have it in drive for the first 3 revs.
So she's
But
drunk as fuck and just blew up her motor.
then I found out that she drives a Mitsubishi.
Chitty chitty bang bang.
What's wrong with that?
Basically.
I'll tell you what though, I
Times are
own
changing, Finch.
Well,
She showed you,
I don't
didn't she?
understand. I don't get it, mate.
She
If you
rolled
drive
that
a
to
station wagon,
300,000.
it's got to be it has to be a Commodore.
Okay, the
No, it
next person. I'm not
doesn't
saying
have
A
to
Finch.
be, mate.
Commodore.
Finch, you
Does.
didn't interrupt
No,
me,
you
but the
want
next
the
person to interrupt me,
Holden
I'm
like
going to go on
what's his
top
name's
of
guy?
my
Lionel
and
Richie?
drop my ball sack on your
The good
forehead
one.
if you interrupt me
Fuck said
again.
Lionel
Okay.
Richie.
I think it's rigged.
I'm
No, but
going to
No.
let my ball sack drop
Right,
from my
guys.
Eiffel
Okay,
Tower.
what's the globe? Can you stop right now? We've got a lovely lady that's just entered the room, so let's try and keep our language a little bit more appropriate. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm so high on
Some of you guys are so
Rogaine,
Who's the
quiet.
I
lovely
can't believe
lady?
it's Becky talking.
Who's the lovely lady?
It's Becky, you
Oh, the
fucking
lovely
retard.
lady's already, unfortunately, no, it was Blaze, but she's already beeped out because I was muted. I didn't see her come in, and you guys were talking about your ball sacks.
No, we
Oh,
weren't. We're
I
talking
thought
I
you
about
were talking
wasn't.
about the
Commodores.
next person to
Yeah,
interrupt
I
But
me.
wish
some
my
of
ball
these
sack was a Commodore because it'd have a
people
roaring V8 behind
Jesus
it.
Christ, guys.
Hey, guys,
Jesus,
talking
come on.
over each other. I want to tell you
Well,
about
you
my
know
corn,
what? We'd
man.
really like to try and make this a room where it was kind of a little bit female friendly. I don't know.
Yeah.
I say we should do that.
No, it's important to have some
You
standards.
know what? You know what? I
Becky,
think we should
Yeah.
do that. We should make it like
Finch,
a Uber for women.
hold on, okay?
what?
It's good to have all the
Becky just
opinions.
started a
Becky.
movement.
What
Becky
the
just
heck are
started a
you
movement for
talking
the
about
flat Earth
Uber for
community, okay?
women, Finch?
No, you know
All
what? It's
females
just
should be.
it's a completely dominated male Discord. I've noticed with all the Discords I go to. So it would be really, really nice if just one of them would be like half, like we could keep our minds kind of out of the gutter and not have to, make references to our rabies or our scabies or whatever it is that you guys want to be
Yeah,
discussing
really.
about. Because when women enter the room and they hear you talking about your ball sacks, they leave quickly. They don't want to sit around and listen to your boys crap. So I don't know if you can try to maybe tone it down so we could possibly get some more
I'm
chicks in
sorry,
here.
babe.
Just saying, I don't care because I work with all males. It doesn't bother me so much. But when I see other women enter the room, I kind of want to, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
Maybe,
like
you
when
know.
just to get my point across, so I was just talking about the next person to interrupt me, I was going to drop my ball sack from the Eiffel Tower and smack him in the
Yeah,
forehead
she
with
just
it.
said you
Oh,
weren't
come
supposed to
on,
say that, man.
Fucking God.
God
Like,
damn
why
it!
are you
Shut up!
ruining it for
You're out.
everybody? No,
Oh,
but
sorry.
I was gonna say that when I first joined, it was kind of cool because like the conversations were constructive and they were going like regular conversations. It seems like everyone's like a little tired or whatever right now, but it's like everyone's like mumbling over each other and saying nonsense.
Yeah, everyone's gone into dumb shit mode.
The earth is
Yeah, but
flat.
we don't have to be, We can still have
That's right. If
constructive
you're really tired, guys, and you're in dumb shit mode, mute your mics and let
I'll
someone else
come to
have
your
a turn.
house and read you a good book. Think I won't?
I'm just going to roll me a joint real quick. I got to mellow out, so I'm going to smoke me a joint and enjoy this.
Good.
Who said that ball sack shit right there, man?
That was
I heard
extra
you.
clips. I will admit that. Well, my name is What's a Globe now, but
I'll
No,
come
no,
to
no,
your
no.
house and take
Hang
your
on.
driver's license test for you and fail it.
I just love that.
I'll come
That
to
is
your
so
house then.
PG.
I'll take
How
your
about we
driver's
take a trip
license,
to the
and I'll
server?
pass it, but I'll pass it just barely.
Oh,
You'll never
Scott.
come to my house, Scott.
Scott, you better do that. That'd be good.
I'll come to your house. I'll make you dinner, and it'll be pretty good, but not great.
I'll make
I
you
love it.
dinner, and I'll make sure it's cold before you eat it.
Oh,
Scott,
that's cool.
are you using a voice changer, Scott?
I'm
Scott,
using
you
buy
gotta do
you
it
a
as an
Pro.
Aussie
It's a
steak.
voice change.
I'll buy you a steak. Oh, hang on, I don't need
He's
to do that
using the
'cause I am Australian.
XP5000.
I'll buy you a steak, and it will only be well done.
Only.
I'll ask you how you want me to cook the steak, and I'll cook it just a little bit more than
I'll
that.
come to your house and take a bite out of everything off your plate, mate.
I'll come to your house and eat all your mice.
What?
It's gonna run.
Wait.
That's probably the
Okay.
worst one.
You're invited.
Talking about things,
All right,
not
Hoosier.
different things,
So
in
Let's
different
do it.
directions.
Let's do
Hoosier.
it, Kosha.
So
Hoosier.
Hey,
lasers
what
make
about
the Earth
relative
flat?
density, Kosho? Remember that
Hoosier.
discussion we had on
Yeah.
24/7 about
Yeah,
relative
exactly.
density?
Actually, I
Remember
talked to
that,
somebody
Kosho?
about that. I had a conversation with I don't want to name names, but it was a private conversation, and yeah, I asked him about specifically that, and yeah, I didn't really get to a conclusion because there's no, like I was telling you, there's no distinct definition. So maybe people in here can tell us what the definition is. I don't know, because there's not like an exact rules for it. You know?
Does it sound real? I mean, it sounds kind of.
Well, you tell me.
Relative density as a replacement for gravity.
Oh,
Flat Earth.
as a replacement for gravity. You didn't finish the sentence the first time.
Well, I didn't think I'd need to, but go on.
Well, yeah, I mean, shit. If you want an opinion on something, you should always finish the sentence.
But then, what's your opinion on that sentence?
What's your opinion on relative density?
What's my opinion on it? My opinion doesn't matter, you guys.
Everyone's opinion matters.
There seems to be an excursion between relative density and the the thought form proposition of gravity. I'm saying it kind of like weighted there, aren't I? I shouldn't say so biased. I don't know how else to describe it. Just the way it is to me. I don't know how all things go. I think about space time in the way that we see like a bowling ball placed upon a trampoline, and then like this center of mass is why things like go towards it, and then following these orbits that are taking billions and billions of years. Years is like a human time frame. I get it. Maybe this is just like a quick happening. Ultimately, I sort of see that too, but I don't know if it's really happening, and I can't prove it. I just keep seeing things on their course. So that's a layman's answer to that, but I can get more specific if people want.
Should do what Newton did.
That's yeah, okay, but that's not what the relative density was.
Okay,
saying.
yeah. What is the question? I'm sorry. I didn't know the
relative
exact
density?
question.
Why the word relative? Why not just like density, resistance?
Because it's relative to the medium. It's relative. The density of the item is relative to the medium it's in.
Okay, like water, air.
That's
okay.
the way. That's the way it's been explained to me.
I think the only rule that people usually say is that things fall only because they're not in their equilibrium state, which I guess is a known place. And then they basically try to find where the medium is the same density as they are. Although this is not correct, but this is usually like the basis of that idea.
When okay, they fall because they're relatively denser than the medium they're in, but while they're falling, they're in a state of disequilibrium, and it's until they stop falling that they equalize, i.e., they hit the ground. That's the way I understood it, Kosho.
Yeah, but I told you this when like because that was an ad hoc description that the people we were talking to came up with, and I'm curious if anybody else would agree with that. But
Well, what say you, flat earthers?
Will you say it one more time, Ross?
So
Carry on.
relative density is why things fall, because it's denser than the medium it's in, it falls. Hang on, the dogs are going crazy. I'll just... Right, sorry. They fall because they're relatively denser than the medium they're in, i.e. a rock falling through the atmosphere. But while it's falling, it's in a state of disequilibrium. And it's not until it hits the ground or it stops falling that it's equalized. That's the way I kind of understood it.
Okay, I don't comprehend the distinction between why
How about reacted
when it
upon?
starts to fall, isn't that when it like if something starts to fall, it has to be like at
Dropped?
a place up and then let go either by a
Yeah,
hand
and it builds up
or
potential.
the cliff slide, or something like that. And so what is the distinction for all those areas? I don't get like where the test starts.
Does it start when you
Yeah,
pick the
okay.
object up, or does it start when you already have the object?
I would think it would begin as soon as you let it go. But maybe I'm not thinking on the wavelength you
But
are. Yeah.
after you let it go, right, we're talking about that point after you let it go.
And where are you letting
Why,
it go from?
a
Yeah.
height. We're letting it go from a height.
On Earth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
There is only Earth, is there not?
It's the only place I've ever seen real.
Yeah, so you let it go and it falls. Why does it fall? Because it's denser than the air it's in, right?
Yes, that's what I've heard too. That's the claim.
Sorry?
That's what I've heard too as the claim. That's the argument that like Riley will make or someone like that will make.
Yes, I'm trying to understand the claim because I can't comprehend it properly.
Well, I mean, I think the claim is just that that's the cause. So in the same way that like we can say the cause of gravity is the mass, the distance, and there's a force, right? I think what they're saying is if you change the relative density, that's the cause, quote unquote. It's the cause of falling.
Yes, I get that bit of it. That's not a problem. So then when you have someone in a diving aeroplane, and I'm going to bring it up again, the vomit comet, why do they appear to float in there? They're still denser than the air inside the plane. Doesn't matter that the plane's
Right.
falling. Relative
I mean,
density doesn't account for that. Relative density just
right.
says you fall because you're more dense than the atmosphere you're in.
That's
And
right.
those
That's right.
people are still, regardless of what the plane's doing, those people are still denser than the atmosphere that they are in inside
Of
the
course.
plane.
Yep. That's exactly right. So parabolic flight would be a example, a counter example that this was enough of an
Yeah, but isn't
explanation.
the plane falling at a greater rate than them?
Doesn't matter.
No,
That's
that
not
isn't.
Well,
what relative density
that's the reason
alludes
that they
to.
appear to be floating. Is
I
because they
know it
fall
is.
different.
That's right. That's correct. But relative density doesn't say. You're absolutely right, Demo.
No, I hear you. I hear
But relative density isn't. Because you're right, relative density isn't.
Yeah. Or it's only part of the story is one way to say it too.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
you.
get an
Yeah, I
idea of.
wouldn't.
And then that's when
Yeah.
this disequilibrium thing was brought up. Because the plane's falling, the objects inside it are put into disequilibrium, is what I'm told. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't understand the relationship on a flat Earth, so-called science. That needs to be explored more and explained more properly
Well, a
and more
free fall, I
clearly.
think they're explaining really. A state of disequilibrium would be a free fall. I mean, it's the same thing, right? I mean,
But
you're just
why?
falling.
Why is it? Why is it no longer equalized? What does that mean?
Well, you're in a rate of free fall. I mean, that's the whole point of the thing. That's parabolic, and it's going. That's the whole point of it. The rate of the
Right,
free
and
fall.
the contentions of comparison of free fall are on the dubiously named vomit comet, but it's a airplane with a hollow dot core in which people can do the old dippity dive do, and you can experience it. Old Chuck E.
But
Cheese Stephen
what did you
Hawking did
just
it.
call it though? What'd you just call
So
it? It
then,
was a
how do they
vomit comet
calculate?
Yeah, it's called the vomit comet, Dem. Yeah,
That's
because
just
it
its
makes you
nickname.
vomit, right?
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
nickname.
like people puke sometimes. Yeah.
Because it'll throw your shit from your stomach and makes it feel like it wants to push it out.
Yeah, it's
You're
all
fine.
spinned up inside. Yep.
Oh no, it doesn't push anything out of you. It just plays
Makes
with
you
your
feel
inner
like it.
ear,
Like
No,
and
you
some
just
people can't handle that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster, man. Yeah, that same thing. We know that. Yeah,
So
yeah.
how do
That's a
they?
comparison.
motion sickness. I think that would make you throw up at vomit comet.
So
It is motion sickness.
So can I ask what variables on a flat Earth um, have to be taken into consideration to calculate the angle of the dive, the speed of the dive, and all the other minute calculations, so that the people don't go splat or something like that, or the plane doesn't stall, or all those sorts of things.
I mean, the calculations for whatever would be the same, except the idea of the word gravity, basically, right? That's the one the flat earthers want to throw out. It doesn't really matter to me what the fuck
So
you
you
guys
just
do.
change the
The,
word,
the
but
planet's
the
flat.
numbers are the same, the effect is the same, but you just change the word.
Well, I mean, and if you're asking me, you can only write down what happens in reality, right? So when you see in reality what happens, and you take in accordance, take the calculations, take the measurements, you put them down, they're going to be the same no matter where the fuck you're at. If you ask me what the calculations were, I'd be like, well, in the reality I exist in, right here, these calculations are never going to change. Whether you say it's a flat Earth or round Earth, it's the same calculation, right? You got the same. You're going to get the same thing is going to happen that you just saw happen, right? Or am I missing something?
Well, where do you get those variables? How do you derive those from your observations?
Sounds like you have them.
I don't. I'm not mathematically or scientifically inclined. I'm just curious.
Well, if you care about them, then you try to figure them out, I guess.
That's right. But they've been figured out, and it works on the globe. But has it been figured out on the flat Earth? If you use
Probably very
gravity and figure
carefully.
it out, it works.
Hey. Figuring it out is non-via experience. Now, I'm not an Amazonian who's like, spear pointed towards the sky. Everything that I don't see is, not real. That was a weird, stupid example. The point is that if you can't provide the thing, and I'm not even totally on board with what you guys are talking about here. I just kind of heard the notion, and we were speaking vomit comet, right? Now,
Oh, relative density.
yeah. Back to the point. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, go ahead. It's relative density is what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah. Now, I don't. Yeah, a person had brought up. I think it might have been Denmark who said, "Why is it even relative at all? Why isn't it just density?" Now, Bob Nodell had brought up a point several months ago, and I've been really thinking about this for a long time. For let's say general people looking at why the Earth is how we see it instead of the goofball that roamed the propositioned halls of the patent office somewhere in Germany. I'll just say it like that. Anyways, though, this guy came up with something that was called the gravitational theory, and so obviously he was piggybacking on top of the space-time thing of that's I don't even think that's really what Newton was talking about, by the way. There's a whole delve of inquiry, and we should, in due time discover that. But to the point, relative density. Bob was talking about it like, hey, do all you Flat Earth, maybe these aren't his words. I don't mean to portray him harshly, so I'm just gonna like portray it as I was thinking it. And you know, if he's mad at me, he can talk to me or whatever. I don't think he will. Why do cloud like if everything is buoyancy and density, all you flatties, why do clouds even exist? Because wouldn't such a situation within the um you know black and white confines of the atmosphere that we're talking about have a pattern of bringing it down in the way that you might, you know, drop a bottle or lift up a helium balloon. And so, you know, I don't know if that's exactly what he's talking about, but that's just my Sunday morning. Or what time is it?
Yeah,
It's Monday
that
morning,
makes
isn't it? Oh,
yeah,
geez. Yeah.
that Hoosier, that makes perfect sense. Absolutely, I'm 100% on board.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that, man? I'd love to hear it. Sorry if we
So
got cut off in our conversation earlier. Yep.
what was his explanation for clouds then?
He's done videos upon it. I can't surmise it appropriately, but he's saying there's an electromagnetic static force. If I see it right, don't quote me though. Like I said, this was like a Globebusters show, perchance 2 to
Hold on,
3
are you
months ago,
saying that?
something like that.
Hold on.
I'm not sure
I
exactly
told
what
him
Bob
this.
said. Okay. Yeah.
Well, this is Dim, and I said before that the reason I think that the Rockets can't go where they say they can go is because they meet the same potential like a magnet. Like they build up a charge as they're going there, and as they build up so much that it's like it stops. It builds up the charge, and it stops the fucking
Okay.
actual object from like a barrier,
Oh,
like a
okay.
magnetic barrier.
These are all great theories, but what's being done about turning the theories into something more tangible?
Fuck, I
I
wish I
mean,
could do. I
it's
don't own a
at
rocket.
the moment it's all talk and all
I know.
speculation, but there's nothing really being done. That's what I find very curious. There's so many people in flat Earth talking and talking and
I find
talking.
it curious that Bob was saying
And,
basically the same thing I was saying in a way. That's weird.
Yeah, if you haven't listened to that, Democ, go back to the Globebusters channel. Look, 2-3 months ago, something like that. It was a hootenanny of things going on, and sort of a element of division upon people.
Well, I
Not too
smoked.
severely or anything, but that's just the way it happened. Yeah.
I just smoked a
Yeah,
joint,
just
listened to
the
some
idea
music.
of resistance made me think of that really in a way. Like, really, what is the resistance to everything?
Yeah, Bob's been talking about ferrofluids and magnetic. Years ago, I heard of electricity being described as like the inverse, opposite, negative of magnetism, and I've been trying to figure that out, and I still am, and I think it may be combined in that same old,
Have you ever thought that
way.
everything has a little bit or a potential type of magnetism to it, whether it be negative or positive or just however you describe it, but like a static or whatever, right?
Word up, yeah.
Like the idea of resistance. It can become like in the vacuum. It acts like everything acts kind of like a magnet in a way. It's weird. Temperature.
Lord only knows who the charge is going to be, pointing towards that day. I think that there can be predictions, but like within even the relationship between man and woman, the way that we go in and out, it's a conflux here. We're working it out.
I've asked this question many times in different discords. Does anybody know the name? I know the name, but does anybody know the name of the guy who created electricity? The original founder of electricity?
I don't know if there's a creator. Tom
It
or
wasn't a
Benjamin
creator.
Franklin is credited in America for doing it, but there's probably way more older people than that.
Nicholas Tesla.
Well, he was
No,
later, yeah.
Yeah, he's way later.
You think
yeah, he
nobody
didn't
heard of
discover
Nikola
it.
Tesla?
dude.
Or
You
I
would,
mean,
bro. You would be
are
mind
there any
blown.
records that the Chinese may have even discovered electricity before?
Listen,
Oh,
what about the
I imagine
Egyptians with the
so. I
I
imagine
don't
Baghdad
so.
know.
battery?
Even had electricity.
The
Baghdad
fucking
battery.
the Egyptians had
Exactly. Oh yeah.
electricity
Yeah.
way before us.
Baghdad battery, bro.
I'm not
Even
sure
before
about that
that.
cradle of civilization thing, like in terms of timeology, but let's look. Baghdad Battery. We've got all these buildings, ziggurats, immense things that seem
Taj
to have been
Mahal.
explained all over the place. And
Here in
who are we to say that I'm speaking of Western civilization? Obviously, people speak English to say that we know what the hell was going on here. Who was lost? I wonder about it all the time. Yep.
America's young.
All right.
If what's been said is to be believed, America's young like a baby compared to everything else. Like there's buildings older than America, there's schools older than America. I mean, come on.
So I think the standard answer is that the clearest discoverer is Franklin in like 1790 or something. But then there's references like the Baghdad Battery and other things that are sort of indirect references. They go back like 1,000 years even. So it's
Well,
hard to
yeah.
know exactly who first saw it.
Right. Indeed.
It was
All right.
Lawnmower Man. No, I won't say that anymore.
Well, I'm gonna say my
Yeah,
good
but
night,
it
everyone.
wasn't properly
Correct.
utilized until after
That's right.
Franklin did his bit.
Well, even after Franklin, it was really
Good
Faraday
point.
in the 18th, 19th century that, I mean, Franklin discovered the principle, but he didn't really figure out how to apply it until Michael Faraday did it.
Good God,
Yeah, but
imagining thinking of this and like I don't know if the key story on the kite is true, but something like that maybe have happened and like a notion was passed down. Imagine utilizing that thing
yeah, well
and not getting
that's the
fucking
thing.
dead. I've almost killed myself 1,000 times on the juice.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, records were kept
The Jew.
in a much better, and people could pass their knowledge on more clearly. But if this battery 2,500 years ago was explored more, who knows? We could be in a different place right now.
And all we really know for sure is that we found things that could be used to make a battery near each other. We don't know for sure that it was actually a battery. It just turns out like, oh, so we noticed like, you know what? If you put vinegar in that and do this to it, that's a
They used
battery, which is cool.
was it grape juice and a carbon rod piece of rock or something?
Copper, I think.
Copper, was it? But they didn't know they were getting a charge out of it, did they?
I don't know.
It was just something they did.
Maybe.
Maybe they thought maybe they thought that the copper would make the grape juice taste better, not realizing that it was actually causing fire.
Do we even know though that they actually put it all together? I mean, is that for sure like
Well,
determined, or is
that's
that like
what I
speculation?
mean. That's exactly what I mean, Scott.
Yeah.
Are you saying the
It
copper
could have been a
was the
completely
straw?
different purpose.
That was like a
Grape juice in these
suspiciously
jars.
specific, dude. Are you telling me that I can combine copper electricity with grape juice and I will like feel my heartbeat like I'm pumping V8 through my veins? Like, is that the real deal?
Hey, look, I'm not saying I was there, but I'm not saying I wasn't.
He was there.
Yep, in my heart of hearts, I
Supercharged.
know you were there, indeed.
Now you're drinking the juice. Liquid
My name is.
lightning.
You see, my
Drink
name
the
is
grape.
Was for a reason. Okay.
What's the reason?
I was juicing. Get the hell off the juice, man. We got to build these pyramids. No, it's fine.
When I was 14, I had a web page. The first one I ever created was called The Juice Man, dedicated to that stupid fucking infomercial we saw in America called like the Juice Man Juicer. Jay Cordich, he had these weird like old weird uncle grandpa eyebrows, and that dude was living though. He was pounding them carrots, celery, beets, all the different things you can find in the garden, radishes, everything. It was all in there, and he was on the juice, and electricity was involved. So I think my point is clear. Who the hell was Benjamin Franklin, anyways? Though we've got talks about skulls in the basement, and yep. All these creators of electricity is what I mean, though. The founders of the formant. Formant is a good word, by the way. Look
Sorry,
that up.
Coach, what were you going to say?
Yep.
No, I was just saying he was a cool dude. He did a lot of shit. He was
He's a little
media ballers
womanizer.
dudes. Even TJ did a lot of shit too. Thomas Jefferson. But
Oh, really?
yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just going to go on to say that Benjamin Franklin, creators of the electricity, I just wonder what people think about all the things that came along to lead up to Thomas Edison and the battle between Tesla and Edison. A very marked, period
That
of
wasn't a
time
re-
for people to dissect.
I call it a
It
battle
was
though,
no
but
real battle. That was fake bullshit.
What was it? Yeah.
well, maybe just because it was big business versus the independent
GE.
inventor, basically.
The General Electric Foundation was giving bundles to Edison. Is that the right company? Do I have that right?
Yeah, I mean Edison, he was like a hub, kind of like how now they have those startup hubs where they get a bunch of people to come invent stuff and whatever. That's kind of what he had going. Like he hired a bunch of inventors from all over. Himself, he was an inventor, and so he would dish that stuff out and then make it marketable and sell it and shit like that. So he had a system, and Tesla, he was more into the scientific side of it. So as he's making these breakthroughs, like one of the big controversies is the free energy thing, and
Right.
whether that's real or not real. Obviously, if that were, you could see why that would get shut down
Shut it down.
by the people who are trying to make money.
I think it the most profound thing of our general century. I know we're like a decade beyond that now, approximately. But could you imagine yourself even being like an inventor when your communication was, "Hey, dude, let me write up me a note here and send it to old William, Benjamin Goofa sauce, and then in 3 hours maybe, unless you get like hit by a train or something or a horse, I might hear the answer." There was a approximation to make greatest benefit. Now I don't know how that compares to the relationship between Tesla and Thomas Edison. I can only say that there was an uncertainty that we're not privy to. Like, dude, I'm only 30 something, and if I called somebody, I don't know, 20 years ago or whatever, and they didn't answer the phone, I didn't know where the hell they were at. I was going to have to run my ass over there, and sometimes it might be 10 miles, and I would run my ass over there. And I actually threw stones at the window of my girlfriend. I lived out the Romeo life. God's got a good one going for me. It actually happened. It was so awesome. She's like, "What are you doing?" And then it never worked out like a romance, but we were cool and all that. She's now an optometrist. So anyways, the
Very
whole point is,
nice.
yep, there we go. Yep. I just wonder about how the things go on with our comprehension of the contention between this very, very potent element of electricity in these two men. Yep.
I did that when I was a kid, mate. I threw rocks at a girl's
Me
window
too.
that I liked.
Oh, nice.
Her dad came out and chased me down the bloody street.
Oh, God.
And you married
Lucky I
that
was
woman, Laws.
young and fit. No, that was a different one, mate.
Oh, okay.
The advent of, I'll try not to monologue you, Rig. Sorry to bore you. You silent fucker. Pardon my French
Try
on this
harder.
morning, but all right, yeah, I'm gonna calm down.
Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a giggle here. Well, does anybody else
Yeah.
want to bring up any kind of topics or conversations? If not, we're going to listen to who's here.
Well, honestly,
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Coach.
No, I'm sorry. I just when Moaz had brought up the relative density thing, it didn't seem like anybody really cared to talk about it. But I was curious to hear from the flat earthers and what they think would replace gravity, if not relative density, or what they think about that. Just because it's not a well defined idea. Like, it's kind of, to me, it's always just been a vague concept. It's just 2 words. Nobody really describes what it does exactly. So I'm trying to put it together so that when I'm talking to somebody, I have an idea of what they think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you, Coach.
So if nobody cares to say anything from the flat Earth side, then
Well, wait a second. I tried to say Bob's position. I just got done saying that, and that's a flat Earth position, at least. Take it or leave it. So that's at least one naysaying view in terms of your statement.
Yeah, so you're saying nothing to do with relative density, it's to do with electrostatic fields or something of the sort.
That's an interesting idea, but also I'm really curious about the consensus, or at least the majority of the consensus. Like, I guess there isn't one.
What do you think scientific consensus is? Is that a majority?
I would say so, or the understood.
Do you know that that's actually how it's defined? Look into that. I'm not even going to provide it for you because it's not. Consensus is a myth that is built upon peer-reviewed nonsense between particular people invested in a field, and so that's where I'm going to leave it. Take a look at it, man.
Well, I don't think there's no formalization of consensus. When we say consensus, we just mean topics that generally mainstream science agrees on or is confident about. It's not like it's a technical term.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't even use it, because I think you can use it in any realm. It doesn't just have to be science, right? And I wasn't even using it. I was using it in the realm of flat earthers, and kind of what you guys. Everyone thinks something different, but I'm just wondering what's the most common. Or
I don't think we have any real. I don't think anyone's really here right now. It's mostly just. Oh, Yuri's here.
I can't. Yeah, I can't really see. So
Yuri and Demok.
yeah, never mind then. Yuri's not a flat earther, but yeah, never mind.
He is. He's a flat earther.
Okay.
Unless you know something I don't.
I do.
We all know things that the other cannot know, but it has nothing to do with the creation of the Big Bang hypothesis. That's my, hot take. Yeah. Sorry to edge that one in there. Yeah.
Earlier, you'd said that too. You were asking about how spheres were formed, and you brought up the Big Bang. I know a lot of people do that. Like, they talk about the Earth forming in the heliocentric model, but then they bring up the Big Bang, and I don't think that's necessary. It's like, you don't have to believe in the Big Bang, and you can still think everything in space works the way it does.
Then why is that taught to my children when they enter 5th grade?
Because it is an understood theory. Like, it is part of
it's
a
taught
theory,
to
but it
them as
contains.
fact. It's not taught as theory. Look at the book.
Well, it is taught as theory. It is taught as theory. And theory does mean well-established truth. It doesn't mean
by what means, man?
Scientific. The word scientific theory, the phrase means something that we believe to be true with the highest amount of confidence. It's been evidenced and supported.
By who? A consensus?
Yeah, by mainstream science, by the world. So, like, for example, like when we say something like the theory of relativity, we mean to say this has been tested, it's been evidenced, and we hold it to be true with highest possible confidence. We don't mean to say, when we say theory of relativity, that doesn't mean we're guessing about.
So you're kind of tippy-toeing, diddly-dancing on the thing of saying, yes, it's absolutely true, and everything that is not saying it is false. So are there any other possibilities to you?
Well, we never ever.
Who is we? Who is we? The consensus?
Mainstream science.
What is that? What does that mean? People who work at observatories?
The Association
yes,
of
there
American
are other
Scientists,
possibilities.
Hold on, Watts. But the one thing that's very important to understand is that the paradigm of science in modern world does not include or does not allow the opportunity for absolute certainty. So science will never make a claim that something is absolutely true and cannot be false, or could not be false tomorrow. They'll always say they believe things with probabilistic evidence. Like the evidence suggests with this kind of confidence level. They'll never say we're certain about this is 100% fact and that's the end of the story. because that's sort of fundamentally against the ethos of science.
Yeah, I get that.
You see what he's saying there? There are other possibilities.
There definitely are.
Just the
But that's also
probabilities of those possibilities.
So if somebody brings up possibilities that are outside your realm of what you thought,
you
why is
test
it
it.
so hard for you guys to pick?
That's it. The testing is the next part. Coming up with an idea is one thing, but
Becky,
you gotta
you
test
need
it,
to
and
let
then
off
it's held. But I was gonna say, science, the method in general, is a fluid method. It's not made to settle anything for sure. It's always left open. It always has the ability to be left open and be tested again.
All right, and that's what's going on. And
D.2,
then
you know
I'm
that
put into a little shoebox of the 0.001% who think it's stupid from the scientific continuum consensus. I'm out of breath with this stuff, man. I'll keep on speaking. I just don't mean to ramble to everybody. Jeez, man, what happened to Scott? Wasn't he the dude I was just talking to?
I'm here.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. But look, where's it at though? Like, where do we lay it on the line, man? That might be not the greatest question.
Hot mic there.
Where were we at in our convey? The
Dude,
the questions. Yeah.
dude, can I ask what you're struggling with?
I don't remember where we were at with the conversation, bro. I just don't. I've had this conversation so many times that like it gets lost in the myriad castle temple of the mind and the heart and all that. Everything's out there. Look, the point was I was in the middle of a sentence and then the other person responding to me, Scott, was gone. So
I wasn't gone right here.
merit of the thing is there on him if he remembers, not on me. Booyah.
Hey, Hoosier, can you hear me?
Yes, 33, sir.
Oh, okay. So I never left. I was here the whole time.
Sorry, guys,
You
I've been laughing
disappeared.
lately,
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry for that too. What did
Hey.
you have to say?
I just need some help with the decision, real quick. There's two things I need to watch. Right, and I don't know which one to watch first.
What are
Do
they?
I watch Meerkat Manor? Or do I watch
Gummy,
on YouTube?
Gummy Bear, I just fixed you up, so you should be able to talk now.
Yeah, thank you. Works now, yeah.
Batman, let me unmute you, mate. How you doing? Another Aussie in the server. Lovely to see you.
I can't believe I'm watching Meerkat Manor.
We need more flat earthers in here right now because we're getting overrun by globies.
Yeah, that's true.
Mildly.
No, mildly. Yeah, we are outnumbered right now, mate. So
Well, we'll keep it cool.
join the party.
I'll be flat if you like, Beck.
This was you're such a good mate. Thank you, darling. I appreciate it.
I just had the biggest deja vu ever.
What happened?
What you just said to was, and then the intro to Meerkat Manor popping up on my screen.
It is what it is, mate.
What the fuck?
Critic kill. Let me fix you up. You're muted, sweetie. I've unmuted you.
You,
So you're
you
right
know
to
why
talk.
we have, deja vu, Finch, don't you?
Here we
Why
go.
is
The
that,
Glober
mate?
explanation. Give it to us, Wazzy.
Oh
because he has
Because there's a
random
big
random-
crunch, there's a big bang, then there's a big crunch, then there's a big bang, then there's a big crunch.
Oh,
It
yeah.
happens over and over and over and over and over and over again.
That's why, huh?
That sounds
I
very.
thought it was.
And if you look deep enough into quantum physics, you will find little tears in reality where these deja vus.
Dude, come on.
Have a look, mate. I'm telling you, that's my theory.
I have,
Physics.
and I haven't
What
seen the evidence of
what
it. That's why I'm
quantum
asking.
physics- What does
It's a theory.
quantum physics have to do with?
What did you think it was?
Excuse me. With my brain fucking
It
up.
doesn't have anything to do with it.
Some people are
Oh,
so
it's
much
not
quieter
just
than others.
it's not just
Yeah,
your
I
brain, mate.
don't,
It's not just your
I
brain.
don't know what that has to do with the price of fish in China, but
No, you're not special, dude. It's not just your brain.
I see how it
Yeah,
is.
it's actually a French word, so you'd have to think that there's a
My
bunch of
mum says I'm
French people.
special, right? Now
You get it more when you eat a baguette.
Now you're
What,
just being silly, Waz.
what was Scott saying about the? You thought it was what?
Bro, I talked some nonsense, but that one was
Okay.
weak, big time.
Scott, he
Never,
hadn't said it
yeah.
yet.
He's talking about Waz, I think.
Oh yeah.
Hang on, give me a
Yeah,
sec.
yeah, Finch. Deja vu, man. Let's talk about that for a second. I've had
Yeah, deja
treja
vu,
vu,
yeah.
all of that. I know that I have witnessed events that I've dreamed about previously. They're always monotonous, just like a bike on the ground with the kickstand up with white tires, things like that. But all sorts of precognition do happen to human beings. Sometimes important. Not for me yet.
Yeah, I've had a pretty severe case of deja vu, and I narrated it to the person I was with as it was unfolding, and she stood
Ooh.
next to me with her jaw on the floor, going, "How the fuck did you know that was going to happen?"
How did you know?
Yeah, that's
I
trippy.
didn't. I just remembered it. I remembered it happening before it happened.
Great.
That is so trippy, was.
Well, you
And I
know
was
what?
saying,
You know
"Oh, this
where
is
you
going to," I said, I was out on the shop floor with her, and I said, "Oh, now your boss is going to come over and talk to us." And her boss came over at that point and started talking to us. It was pretty strange.
Oh, it was a.
Oh,
All
It was,
right, Sherlock. I
that's
see
a
how it
mind
is.
Yeah, but
blowing
it's
moment.
things that statistically can happen a lot. Like it's like if you
It's
said it
never
about something
happened.
about
not
like
really.
something crazy. Well, I mean, if you said it like I'm gonna go up in a rocket and fucking get dropped out of it, it'd be
No,
something
no,
like you'd
no, no. It
never
was more
ever
than
believe.
that. It was more than that. It was more than that, Demoka. I'd actually gone out. I was working at IKEA, and I actually gone out on the shop floor to count some stock. And I got one of the sales assistants to help me, one of the girls that worked on the floor. And I was saying to her, "I've done this before. I'm having deja vu right now. We've counted this here." And then I said, "Your boss is about to come over and talk to us." And she did. Her boss came over and talked to us.
Yeah, I remember you
But
telling me before.
in my dream, her boss came over and told her to get back to work and started and got angry with her. But in reality, her boss just came over and I think she helped us out a little bit. She didn't get angry. So even
Yeah,
though it was a deja vu moment, there were some subtle differences.
yeah, but you could have changed reality because you knew about it, and because you knew about it,
I
you
could
like
have. That's also true. Well, not true, but I guess that's also a
possibly.
slim
Yeah.
possibility.
No, I think whenever you first told me this, is because I was telling you about. I was talking to P Link. I literally was having deja vu for 2 hours. Like we were having a conversation, me, him, and some other dude, and we were talking for like 2 hours, and the whole time I was like, "Dude, this happened already." Like I knew what P Link was about to talk, what he
Right,
was about to
you
talk about.
completed their sentences
It's
and everything.
freaky.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why
a
I
long
reckon
time. Yeah.
that's why I reckon it's like Groundhog Day, except it may happen over trillions and trillions of years.
Yeah,
Why
imagine that
call it?
Groundhog Day, but you only
Why
remember
why
just that
call it?
slice, just for that time. That's interesting.
Why call it?
No,
Why call it?
it's quantum. It's in the quantum fields. There's rips in reality where the deja vu
What the
slip through.
fuck?
Right. I'm open to the possibility of there being endless possibilities, versions of
What the
every
fuck's
little
going
thing you
on?
can ever imagine, ever and ever. I just don't know it to be truth, other
Hey,
than
someone
glimpses.
explain to me why can I hear you guys, but you're not talking?
What's
We are
happening?
talking.
I don't know. Can
Somebody
people
typed
hear
to
me?
me, tell him to leave the room or
Oh,
Who's
something.
this? What's the problem?
I'm in a different server at the same
Oh,
time.
there you go. There's your rub, bro.
But I was really fucking
Can you guys
confused.
just talk English for a minute? What is the problem?
He is in the wrong room. He was in the wrong Discord
I was in a
server
team
room
speak,
He
thing.
was
so
Yeah,
he was having a
the
blonde
wrong
moment.
division. Yeah.
Alrighty then.
Not that.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
Dude, I had that
Not that
happen for
depressing.
just a little bit, but never 2 hours.
Yeah, that was weird.
That's pretty out there.
Yeah, because it felt
I
like.
dream the way that we incorporate all of this stuff going on, I think, is wiggling fingers, mingering in ultimateness. I dream stuff. I go
Whoa.
places. People do different things in dreams. We all have profound dreams. I get that. And
Wiggling fingers?
Can we talk about some dreams?
I'd love to.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
Before we continue this
I would love to
conversation,
too.
can we
No,
please?
let Finch talk about
No,
his
yeah, of course,
dream.
no, of course. But I'm just saying, like, can we keep it going? Because it seems like I don't know, like that last thing that you said, he was serious. Just I didn't understand any of it, but
Well, yeah, you can DM me, or we can go into my server or something if
No,
it's
I think we'll
best
let
to
Finch
leave.
talk about. Did you want to say something about a dream you've had, Finch, or something?
I did. I touched
Okay, well,
briefly
let's
on
let Finch have the floor because you guys have been
That'd be
holding
good.
it down for a few hours. Okay.
So I touched on the dream previously, and if I have to mute halfway through this, it's because my dad's walked in and he's probably having a go at me for not doing homework. However, I had this dream very long time ago. I think I was about 4 years old. No, it'd have to. Oh, I'd have to be 5 or 6 actually. So I was down, and I remember this very vividly because it was almost as scary, but it's just it's just one of those dreams that sticks with you. But I was down the end of my house, kind of like imagine the end of a hallway, and there's a desk there, and then on the right hand side of the desk is like a box TV, a black Panasonic box TV, not a big one, just a small size one. And I'm sitting there watching the TV. I think I was watching like Bananas in Pajamas or something. So not the new one, obviously, the old one where they're in the
Oh God, Finch, get
it's
to
actual
it.
people. Anyway, so I'm there and I get sucked into this TV screen, and it's an alternate world, and it's almost like I go through places where I'd go and I'd talk to people in cafes, and I'd go to talk to people in particular places that I'd been to, and it was kind of like I was in Noosa in Queensland, which was a bit weird. But I remember seeing Becky. Do you remember the David? Or not Daniel Morecambe, I think it was.
It's Daniel Morecambe.
I remember seeing the posters around, and then I saw him when I was down at the beach. So basically, through the process of looking for my
What was he
parents,
doing down at the beach?
see, this is where it gets weird, yeah.
Was he
So
walking
I'm
at the
looking for my
beach? Was he
parents.
alive?
He was alive, and I talked to him. So
What
basically,
did he say?
it was more so just a encounter kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like your neighbor, it's like you just talking to each other from across the street kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just
So did
just
you remember anything that he said to you?
he said something like there's something weird going on around here, but this was in the middle of the
So bizarre, Finch.
investigation, and then
Yeah, because he was
and
dead.
I
About
only
him.
realized this. I only realized this recently when I was looking into these things. But the man that abducted Daniel Morecambe, or allegedly
Yeah.
did,
Mm-hmm.
I saw him in one of the cafes when I was looking for my parents in the stream.
Jesus, that's
In
heavy,
the
bro. How
dream.
how
In
could
the
you?
dream.
Oh,
In the
jeez.
dream, Finch.
In the dream.
Wow.
Precog
And
is
this was
real as
before they
fuck.
found out.
Yeah,
This is
well,
before we found out. And I remember his face exactly, walking into the cafe, seeing his face,
in a
asking, "Have you
minute,
seen my
back it up,
mum?"
back it up. Did you say you saw his face in the dream in the cafe before he was actually known on television as the guy?
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
you've just blown my fucking mind.
There ain't no denying a face. We know them, right?
yeah. But when did you realize that
Not
you?
till recently.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like after you found out who it was, and you saw his face in the TV or something, then you knew that you'd seen him in your dream.
So I think it might have been don't know how recent it was actually, but it was I think it was a current affair, and they were talking about the foundation that was built around this child's abduction, the Daniel Morecambe Foundation or something. Anyway, they're talking about it on one of those kind of programs where just the news talk kind of TV shows, and that's when I went, hang on, I know that face. I've seen that before. But I remembered from the dream, especially Daniel Morecambe, and I also remembered his face, but it didn't mean anything. You know, it was almost like you walk into a cafe, and there's just it's almost like an absent blur of people. Like they don't really matter, kind of thing. But then there's just this one person who you can just see clearly, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do.
So
That's
it was
interesting.
weird.
That really is interesting.
It was really strange. But I'll tell you what, the scariest thing about that dream is it eventually became lucid, and I couldn't. It was one of those dreams that you couldn't get out of. Like I can't wake up. I can't wake up.
You're unable to pop out.
Yeah.
It hurts to pop out, but you can do it, man. You just gotta
I'll figure
get
that out
out.
now. But like, this is like it was surreal for me because I was younger at the time.
Yeah, I couldn't have done it when I was young. I wouldn't have even known. Yep.
Yeah, so I was 5 or 6 at the time. The only
Oh,
time,
geez,
the
too.
only reason I can figure that out was because the Daniel Morecambe timeline, and when that TV was in the house, and when we moved into this house.
Yeah, I
So
was
it was around.
curious about that. About why that was included, the hallway and the TV and the desk and
But no, it's weird, isn't it?
Is this hanging suspense of some sort?
Hey man, you should get into business. Maybe like try to solve crimes or some shit. Like in your sleep.
Is Finch just talking then?
Is he talking right now?
No, I thought he
Sorry,
was
my
talking,
internet
but
must
it
have
was
goofed out.
not you, Finch. Finch, I think your
Sorry, I
internet
dropped
cut out.
Yep, my bad.
Yeah, it did.
Oh
Okay.
shit, okay.
Sorry, what was being said?
No, I was joking. I said that you should get into business, like trying to solve crime
Well,
in your sleep.
title it. Yeah, that'd be good. But the employment that I'm looking to get into is police work, so maybe it's a calling.
Well, I
Hey,
want to get my
Gumshoe,
private detective's
we
license.
got a spot for you. Now it might be spotty, but you can maybe Carmen San Diego will call you up like 2 hours a week or something. Look, that sounded like a huge poo on like stuff, but look, charlatans are abound. I know that precognition of events does occur. I found it for myself. I don't know what it means. Like I said, it was some goofy bike with a kickstand and white tires. I know that I dreamed it. It happened. Whatever God is up to with all of these happenings, now I will debunk the qualifying dream scientist notions with the following. Cut me off at ready, okay? All faces that you see in your dreams are faces that you've seen before. Debunked by me, because I can make up whatever face I want when I go all into the lucidity, morphing, weirdness, all sorts of non-human ogre or bizarreality. All right, and so that one's gone. And so if they're not true about one thing, you do have to descend upon another. So that's it, and much else, but that's it for now. Other than to say that they say that precognition is a fantasy, and deja vu is like something that you are just aloof towards. You're just remembering things in the future and the past. It doesn't make sense, but there are explainers everywhere you look, and the dream stuff makes no sense to me. I'm even willing to bend on the Apollo nonsense. That's how far I'm willing to go with this, even though I think that's a complete fraud. But when it comes to how we operate in dreams, don't mess with my ranch on that one. So, yep.
I think we have
Well, speaking
Apollo
about the
photos.
Apollo shit, my great great grandpa was a rocket scientist for Apollo. He was the team before when they sent in the that one group of 60 people into the room and they had that gas leak and it killed every single person in that building.
Oh wow. He
he
was
was
he was the one
he,
before?
he was the group before. He was one of the people in the group
Holy
before
shit.
that happened. He watched it all happen.
It's so bizarre.
He told me the stories themselves. Um,
All right.
and then the team before that, they watched a fucking rocket go up into the fucking right before the atmosphere and watch it blow up and kill every man inside that rocket ship.
Which one was that?
Talking
Not
about
too.
Apollo 1, but that didn't take.
Yeah, I believe so.
That it didn't take off, but yeah, it did blow up. Like it set on fire on the platform.
Anyways,
Okay.
whichever one blew up and killed the whole team
Yeah,
is what I'm
yeah.
trying to say.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
actually,
someone.
I don't know many
And
details
what?
about that gassing. I was curious about it. If someone knows details.
Well, the Gus Grissom story is an important one, but what's okay? So your grandpa was there, and then another mission went up and killed people. Where you come from with this?
Oh, I was just saying someone was talking about Apollo, and I don't know if they're. I don't know. I just smoked a fucking joint and joined back in the channel, and all I heard was Apollo.
It's cool, man.
Just
Good
kind of cool.
segue.
Just kind of cool subject, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know too many details about that. 60 people who died or whatever. So, what's
60
up?
people did not die.
60
In
people
the
died.
lead upins of that, Gus Grissom hanged a lemon that he grew in his own garden and in Florida, and put up on the outside of that thing and said, "How the hell are we going to ever get to the moon if we can't even talk to each other through one room?" It's a farce, in my view.
Okay. I think you missed my question. But
You
maybe I
asked no
might be.
question. You asked no question. What was the
Okay.
question if you did?
Well, they brought up an event where 60 scientists died from a gas
No,
leak.
no, 16 scientists did not die. What are you talking about? Did you smoke too many joints, bro? I used to smoke all day, every day. I'm not
Hang on
even
a
smoking
minute.
off
Come
this.
on. I'm here smoking joints. What do you want to say about me? Come on.
Becky,
I don't.
wait, but are you missing the
Yeah,
point?
hold this. Hold this. I'm gonna
What is the
address
No
some of the
information
need to
specifics
presented
here.
start
right now?
like firing at
What
people. We're trying to
what
have a chill convo, man. Come on.
what is the information provided here that is given in the question
Hold on.
or
I'm gonna
the
ask Scott.
rhetoric?
I'm gonna ask Scott Veach because he specifically. I think he left actually.
No, Scott's still here.
Yeah.
Oh, he still is okay. Because I thought that you were aware of it. It sounded like you were. Did I hear that right? That there was 60 people who died from a gas leak or
That
something?
was me that said that. My grandpa told me that there were 60 men that went into a room, and then after that, they had a gas leak. They didn't go in with gas masks like they're supposed to, and they all died from a gas leak.
There's
Were
no
they
public
It
scientists?
evidence of anything of that sort.
it may be a fucking NASA conspiracy theory, or my grandpa was just telling bullshit like grandpas do. I'm going off of what he told me, you know.
Sure. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if that was like a known thing or um, if your grandpa just told you. I don't know.
I can get an exact number. I mean, I can do my fucking. I'll go online right now and look up an exact number for you.
Sure. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm curious about it. I'm like, that sounds crazy.
Oh, I'm just saying. I would rather be fictional with what I'm saying than non-fictional. You know.
Yeah. No, it just reminded me of Watchmen because at the end of Watchmen, that's what Ozymandias or whatever. That's what he does to the scientists to help him. Like he's having a drink with them, and then next thing you know, they're all. So it seems like if that happened to 60 scientists, it's like they were all working on something that they didn't want to get.
Yeah, but would the 60 gassed men ever be public? There has been no situation in which 16 men died in a thing. There was the fire with Gus and the other astronauts in the thing, but there's been no other. That's the only reason I got so, militant-ish in my vocabulary or tone towards it, because that's not going on. I look forward to the Google article.
Alrighty, before you all jump in, I would just like to say welcome to Sleeping Warrior. I've never met you before, I don't think. So I would love to say hello. How are you?
We have met once before. I moved house soon after we met, and then I had to redecorate and then put my PC back together. So there's been a big gap, but we have spoke once before. I'm well known with all these guys. All these guys in here know me. I see some names I'm familiar with. We see Rig, M. Scott Veach, Karen B, Righteous Force, Was. I'm familiar with most of these guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. This is awesome.
No worries. I was just wondering if M. Scott Veach was about to speak. Is he available to chat?
I'm here. Hello.
Oh.
Hey, Warrior, before we carry on with anything, Warrior, if you could do like push talk or something, there's like feedback coming from our end through your mic.
All right, hang on. I can change that.
Or change just the sensitivity, just up your sensitivity a little or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think.
Hello.
I've turned my volume down, my master volume down a bit, and I've turned up my gate a bit. So you guys shouldn't be hearing any problems now. Just let me know if sound's coming through okay, though.
Alrighty.
It's coming through now. Thanks, mate.
Yep.
Cool. So M. Scott Veach, is he about?
Our Sleeping Warrior. Yes, I am.
Oh, good.
That echo's still there. That echo is so bad.
That echo is incredibly bad. Sorry.
Work out why. Oh, is it? Hang on a sec. It's because. Bear with. Is that any better?
Let's check it out. Let's see if we can hook in here.
Yeah,
that's better.
Say something.
Yeah, I think it's fixed. I accidentally had it routing through my sound thing instead.
Yep, you're good to go.
What's your question, Riley?
I got the munchies.
M. Scott Veach.
Yes, Riley. Our Sleeping Warrior.
Yeah. You wrote an article in for Forbes, didn't you, to do with the atmosphere, right?
No, I didn't write an article for Forbes. No.
You wrote an article with your name on it that was published by Forbes. Is that not right?
I wrote an article for Quora, and then
sorry.
Forbes came, and yeah.
Sorry for Quora. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem.
It was entitled "Why doesn't the vacuum of space suck up the Earth's atmosphere?"
Well, I didn't title it that. The way Quora works is somebody asks a question and then you can answer it, and so that was the question somebody posed, and then I answered it.
All right. Okay. So in the article, I've posted a link in the side chat for people to enjoy so that they can follow along. And you basically said, while gravity is most certainly a real thing, the answer to this question is not because gravity is stronger. The actual answer is that the vacuum of space does not exert any force on the atmosphere at all. It does not suck the air. We associate the word suck with vacuums, but it's a misnomer. And then it goes on to talk about how pressures and gas pressures and vacuums interact with each other. But the bottom line is gravity, according to your article. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it's how all those things work together. Yep.
Yeah. Are you aware of what Einstein said about gravity?
That we can think of it as curvature in space-time?
No, he said it's the effect of the curvature of space-time. It's not. It's not a cause. It's not. It can't be a force if it's not a cause.
Well, it's a paradigm of looking at it. You can look at it through a couple different paradigmic lenses, and both of those lenses work.
Sorry, say that again, but slow. It's what? What did you say?
It's a paradigm with which to look at the subject. So you can look at the subject as if it's a force, and that will work. Or you can look at the subject as if it is curvature in space-time. That also works. Different lenses will give you different lenses will give you different views and different ways to understand it, and also different things to learn about it. They aren't necessarily saying this is the definite reality of the space. They're saying this is the lens through which we can view it.
That conflicts with the current science position of Einstein, though. He says that it's the effect of curvature of space-time. It's not.
That's what I just said. That's the lens that he uses.
No, but that's the current science.
Just use that lens often. Now, current science uses.
Why would you not use that lens then?
Newton,
Why would you not use that
all
lens?
the time. when you want to do a simple calculation on, say, something falling, and you want to know, well, how long is this going to fall for? You'd use the lens of Newton. It's much easier to do it that way.
Sure, but why would you use Newton when Newton's was a force, but Einstein said it's the effect of curvature of space-time? They're not the same.
Because Newton's will give you the same the correct answer, and it's much easier to compute that way.
Oh, right, but if they give the same answer, so like 1 plus 3 would equal 4, but so would 2 plus 2. So if you're going to claim that 1 is a force, Newton, but Einstein is the current science, which states that it's not a force, it's an effect, then how would gravity...
You're over liberal with a sense of like is, I think. It's like, okay, so you know 1 plus 3 equals 4 and 2 plus 2 equals 4. That's a really good way to think about it. So both are true, right? One being true doesn't preclude the other from being true. And in a sense, they're kind of abstract, right? Like they don't necessarily tie to anything in the real world unless we want them to. Now, we have a lens to look at gravity as Newtonian processes, Newtonian mechanic, and we have a formula that's very good. That formula will work except for some extreme cases. It works perfectly.
Sure.
Now Einstein had a different way to look at it. He had a different kind of explanation, but his explanation subsumes the formula. So the formula still works. And the formula conceives of it as a force. Now it's a conception, right? It's a lens through which we can look at it. When we talk about it, we can conceive of it. We can analyze with it. But Newton said, or Einstein said, okay, that works and that's great and that can still work. We're not throwing that out. But in addition to that, I have some new stuff I can add to it. I want to say here, if we think about it like this, and he gives this whole deal, then it reveals a bunch of new stuff that we can learn about. And then it turns out that that new stuff solves the problems where Newton's failed.
You make it sound so romantic. The reality is that Einstein superseded and replaced Newton. He didn't add to it, furnish it, or include it. Like he
if that was true, Riley, then why is it still taught in textbooks today? If it was really true that it got replaced, then we wouldn't use it at all, and yet we use it all the time.
So would you agree? So would you agree with me that when Einstein describes the curvature of space-time, that's because one's a force in Newton, Einstein's is an effect of the curvature of space-time. You've got non-Euclidean against Euclidean. They're not similar. They're different.
I believe you that Einstein described it in this way, and we know that Newton described it in this way. I guess I believe, I don't actually know. I guess I believe that Einstein was non-Euclidean. Is that definitely true? I don't really know for sure. But if you tell me it is, I'll accept that. But do you understand what I'm saying though? Is that these two views can coexist and do coexist in current science. We still use both of them.
But one of them is a force, the other one's not a force. So you might want to...
Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's better to look at it like a force. Sometimes, a lot of times, actually, it's much more useful. It's much more powerful. It's much more accurate to look at it like a force. Sometimes you want to look at it like space-time curvature.
I would agree. You would absolutely need to look at it as a force if you were going to argue that was the reason why the atmosphere didn't get sucked off into the vacuum of space, as you put it. But my point is that that's not the current science.
Well, no, but Riley, in both cases, the behavior is the same, right? So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter how we describe it. In both cases. Well, if the behaviors are the same, right, then I can substitute one as a way of calculating the behavior. If we know the behavior is going to be identical, and they are, then I can substitute one to talk about it, right? Because it's going to be identical behavior, and that's what counts.
Yeah, but
we're talking about an effect.
Yeah, but the problem is one of the ways that you accept is equal to the other way, which you also accept because they give the same results. One way is a force, but the other one is not. So
but
it's
if they
really
give this
to describe a bit of force when you're describing why the atmosphere is not sucked off into the vacuum of space, but that's applying a Newtonian principle to a current science position of Einstein that says that it's not a force. That would negate you being able to apply it Newtonian way.
Well, how could it negate it if it describes the same exact behavior? If they're consistent, if they're agreeing with each other on what the behavior of things is, how can it possibly negate each other? They're saying the same thing. They both will say the atmosphere is going to move towards the Earth as if a force is pulling it.
Because they're not mutually inclusive, they're mutually exclusive, they're not similar.
Well, if they both describe the same effect, they are not mutually exclusive. They're both describing the same end result. And remember, this is important, Riley. All we care about in terms of figuring out whether the atmosphere should be here or rush into space, the only thing we care about is the effect. We don't, what the cause of that effect is. We can hand wave around that if we want, because if they all agree on the effect, if we all agree that Newton and Einstein agree, and that the behavior is such that it's like a force is pulling it down, then what's the difference? It's saying the same thing. It's going to happen the same way, and how it happens is how I described.
But the problem is, if they're both explaining the same phenomena, like in mathematics sense, that would be like saying 1 + 3 = 4, and 2 + 2 also equals 4. So long as they both get the same result, what you're arguing is that it doesn't matter how you get to the same result. It just matters that you get the same result. What I'm saying is,
okay, sorry.
Hang on, it was two-parted. Bear with me. What I'm saying is that Newton's way is Euclidean. It's 3-space Euclidean 3-space, but Einstein's is pseudo-Riemannian 4-space. They're not mutually inclusive. They're mutually exclusive. The reason why it's important is one of them's old science up to 1915. The other one's a current science and accepted by mainstream science from 1915 to present day. And that one doesn't allow it to be a force. It's an effect of the curvature of space-time. So I object to you saying that just because 1 + 3 = 4 and 2 + 2 also equals 4, it doesn't matter. It does matter. One of them's not science. One of them is science, and one of them's not a force. The other one is a force.
Well, so you could, if you want, you could never use Newton's method if you want. You can always use Einstein and tell yourself, well, I'm doing the correct version, if that's how you want to think about it. But we're going to come up with the same answer. And the answer is what's important, I'm saying. Hold on. Let me just finish. The answer is what's important, because what we're talking about is what is the effect of this phenomena? And the effect is an agreement between those two things. And if the effect is an agreement...
No, they're not in agreement. They're in contrast. They're not in agreement. They're in contrast.
No, they say the same things. If the Newton's equation and the Einsteinian version, they're going to result in the same mass will move in the same vector with the same force or the same intensity, and that's going to be the same between the two of them. They do not contradict in terms of the effects they predict.
But again, my point is that your explanation as per Newton was superseded in 1915 by Einstein. Newton's not the current science. Gravity is not a force.
But they have the same effect. Again, what we care about...
They do have the same effect, but... Yeah, but
so if they have the same effect, then let's not worry about what the cause is, because we're only caring about the effect here.
Listen, the effect that's currently accepted by science is that gravity is per Einstein and not a force. But you're arguing that it's Newton and therefore a force, but that was replaced by an Einstein in 1915.
I'm arguing that you can use either one because they both will get to the same answer, the same correct answer in this context.
You can't use
That's why
either
we
one.
use both. If they
can't use either one.
You just have to be smart about how you do it. Well, sometimes you can say 2 + 2 = 4, and sometimes you can say 1 + 3 = 4. It just depends on what your situation is. Sometimes the one works.
1 + 3 = 4 is a force, but 2 + 2 is not a force, and you need a force, but you're arguing the old science. Why would you do that?
But you're thinking about it incorrectly. These are lenses with which to view these things, and if they're
they're not interchangeable.
Hold on. Let me finish. If they're lenses with which you view things, okay, then you use one. It's like a tool. You can use a screwdriver, or you can use a hammer. Sometimes you want a screwdriver because it does certain things. Sometimes you want a hammer because it does certain things. They might overlap a little bit. They might have different uses sometimes, and that's how you think about these things. Sometimes I can use Newton's. Like if I want to know how long it's going to take something to fall and hit the ground, I'll use Newton's. Quick, easy, and accurate. Right? I know that.
They're not interchangeable. They're not mutually inclusive. They're mutually exclusive.
But I just gave you an example where they clearly are. If I want to know how long it's going to take,
and I'm telling you respectfully that you're wrong to use them interchangeably. You can't do that. The science does not support you.
It's what science does, and if it's correct, if it gives you the correct answer, then of course I can, because one is a simplifying lens. Yes, one's a simplifying lens that gives the correct answer in the right context. If it gives you the correct answer, Riley, then you can use it. I'm sorry. Now, if what you're doing is trying to make a point about the causality, or if you're trying to break new ground on the causality, that might be different. But we're talking about an effect here.
So what you're saying is,
what will happen with these objects under gravity? If it gives you the right answer for that, then what does it matter where it came from, as long as we have the right answer?
Because one is a force and out-of-date science, and the other one is not a force and the current science, and you can't argue the antiquated science because it's convenient and it gives you the same result.
Of course you can. Of course
you
can.
Can't.
That's why people do it right now.
Einstein replaced Newton.
Riley,
you are fallacious with your explanation for why the atmosphere does not get sucked into the atmosphere's vacuum space.
It's not fallacious because, again, it only relies on the effect. That's the whole point, is it doesn't matter what the cause is. If the effect is the same and the effect is the same, then my whole explanation works, because my explanation is based on the effect.
You're misleading people by pointing them to the effect.
I'm not.
You are, because we're asking for the cause. The question you answered...
when you say, why does the atmosphere...
Sir, respectfully.
You're not asking for the cause of gravity.
Sir, respectfully, the question that you were asked for, that you answered in your paper, was why does the atmosphere not get sucked off into the vacuum of space? Yes. The answer cannot be because there's a force of gravity, when the current science states that the force of gravity is actually an effect of the curvature of space-time, because that would be the wrong answer.
You
That would
just
be the
said,
wrong answer.
you just said the current science says the force of gravity is an effect of space curvature. The force of gravity is an effect. I didn't say what the cause of it is. I just talked
But
about
that was the question that you were answering.
No, but listen to what you're saying. So you agree the force of gravity is an effect of space-time curvature. So,
Yeah,
so
it's
as
not a
long as I'm not
cause.
talking, so I'm using the force of gravity, that effect that you're talking about. I'm using that force of gravity, and I'm talking about why that affects the atmosphere. So
It's
where
an
exactly
effect,
is the
not an
problem?
affect, not an
I
affect,
didn't.
an effect.
I know, an
Yeah.
effect. So it's an
Yeah,
effect
but the question
of
that you were
space-time
answering in your
curvature.
paper, the question that you were answering in your paper is why does the atmosphere not
Yes.
get sucked off into space? It's
That's
a
right.
causation
That's right.
question, not an effect question. It's causation.
No,
what
but
is
you
the thing
said the
that's
cause of gravity. You said the force of gravity is an effect of space-time curvature. Fine, I accept that. So I want to take the force of gravity, which we now know is an effect of space-time curvature. Cool. And I'm going to say the force of gravity. We know this is an effect of space-time curvature, but I'm going to say the force of gravity is the reason why the atmosphere doesn't go rushing into space.
Yeah, but you're missing the contradiction in the expression. The
You
force
told
of
me that.
gravity. The force of gravity is the pre-Einstein position, but that has been
You
corrected
just-
by Einstein. Wait, it's been corrected by Einstein and said it's not a force, it's the effect of the curvature of
Yeah.
space-time. So what's causing the effect of gravity, or as per Einstein?
That wasn't the question, though, and so that's the whole
Yeah,
point.
that's the question that
Hold on,
the reader asked.
Riley. Hold on. Let me finish one. Okay, you want me to let you finish? You got to let me finish too. So that's not the question they asked. They didn't ask what's the cause of gravity. They
No,
asked
they said
what's the
what's
cause
stopping
of the
it.
atmosphere.
The
Hold
question
on,
that they
Riley.
asked
You got to
was-
let me finish, brother.
Hang
You
on,
got to
the
let me
question
finish
they
what's my
asked
turn
was
to talk.
what's stopping it from bursting into space? You
They
need
said
something to
what
stop it.
keeps the atmosphere from rushing into space. They're not asking me what the cause of gravity is.
Yeah,
So
what keeps
when
the
you
atmosphere
said,
from
hold
bursting into
on,
space?
Riley, can we not do this? Or you're not able to have a conversation where you let me finish?
Yeah, but you need to answer the question that's being asked, not answer
Riley,
a question that you want.
How can I do that if it's 2 seconds in my reply? You
Don't
started
change the
interrupting?
question
If
that was
you're
asked
gonna-
then.
I'm not changing the question. If you're
Nah,
going to interrupt just because you think you know better what I'm going to say, or you're not going to want to listen, then it's just not fair. That's not how adults talk.
Answer the question that was asked.
Don't interrupt, baby. I will.
Go on then.
Are we clear that we're going to be respectful and adults?
Only if you answer the question that was asked. Don't change the question.
It doesn't work like that, Riley. It doesn't
Yeah,
work.
it does, because
You're
if you
not an
change the
arbitrator who
question
can
to a
predict the
different
future.
question, I'm going to interrupt.
Well, you shouldn't do that. That's inappropriate behavior because you
So
don't
answer
actually
the
know what my
question that
point
was
is.
asked. Answer the
Stop
question that was
interrupting me.
asked.
Stop interrupting me.
Provided you answer the question that was asked.
No, it's not provided. You're not here to tell me what's provided. I will have
So
an
then you
adult
can answer
conversation with
any
you.
way you want and any question you wish. But the question that was asked was what stops the atmosphere from filling in the void of space? So what is it?
Why are you interrupting me when I'm trying to answer?
Because you're going to answer a different question.
No, I'm not.
Go on then.
But here's the thing: is you can't predict what I'm going to do before I've done it.
I know what you're going to do because you've already written in your article.
So what I was saying, and I'll say the exact same thing I said before. What they did not ask is what's the cause of gravity? That was not the question. And so that's why when you tell me, and you did tell me this, you tell me that the force of gravity is an effect of space-time curvature. Great, I'll put that in my pocket. Now I know what causes the force of gravity. Cool. The answer to their question is the force of gravity. They didn't ask me what causes the force of gravity, did they?
You know, I wish I was recording that because you just stated an obvious contradiction.
What's the contradiction?
You can't have an effect causing a cause of gravity, the force of gravity. An effect cannot cause the force of gravity. It's a contradiction.
You told me that. I'm saying you told me that, though.
No. That's what you just said.
Yeah, you did. This is what you said. You said the force of gravity is an effect of space-time curvature. I've said this like 5 times. I'm only saying it because you told me that.
Okay, so if you claim that I told you that, put it correctly, formulate the sentence correctly. Don't formulate it the way that you think is correct. Do it properly.
But that's how you told it.
The force of gravity is referencing Newtonian principles. The force of gravity under Newtonian is actually the effect of the curvature of space-time.
Cool. That's what I said. Force of gravity is an effect of space curvature. Great.
So what's causing the effect of the curvature of space-time?
I don't know.
Right. So why have you answered the question with gravity?
Because the question is what causes the atmosphere to not rush into space? The answer of that is the force of gravity.
So an object in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by a force. Do you agree with Newton's second?
Are we switching topics? That's the first one, by the way. That's the first law. And are we switching topics, or do you agree that?
No. What I'm saying is, if you agree that there's a gas pressure and it's pushing out in all directions as per the definition, you need something to slow that gas pressure down, because there needs to be a force acting on that velocity. Otherwise, Newton's law, well, the atmosphere is going to fill into the vacuum of space, isn't it, instantaneously?
Well, twice now you've told me that the force of gravity is an effect of space-time curvature.
And twice you've misunderstood and you've misrepresented what I've said.
Well, tell me what you really mean then.
Let me say it again. Previously, the force of gravity under Newton is actually the effect of the curvature of space-time, right? It's the effect of the curvature of space-time. So what's causing the atmosphere to stick to the ball if the effect of the curvature of space-time is the currently accepted definition for gravity?
Because when I say the force of gravity, I'm talking about the effect of the curvature of space-time. That's the lens.
So
when you use the Newtonian lens, you can use these words and they make sense and they're clear and easy to use.
You can't use the Newtonian lens.
You
can't use the Newtonian lens. It was superseded by Einstein in 1915. Why would you do that?
Here's how you know that you're wrong about that. Because everywhere, all day, every day, scientists, well-established, serious scientists are doing that because it's okay, because it's not a contradiction, because it's a lens that they know they're using. Anytime you pick up and you use one of these theories or one of these models, you're picking a different lens. Like there's 7 different lenses that we look at the origin of the universe through. They don't all agree, but
so what you're actually doing,
give us different information about different aspects.
What you're actually doing by applying a force that you now call the effect of the curvature of space-time, because you're applying it as a force, you're actually saying that Einstein's wrong.
I'm describing it as a force, and I'm not. I'm saying that these two things have the same conclusion. They both describe the same behavior, and the behavior is what matters.
One of them's a force, the other one's not.
I know. You're going around in circles. Here's what you
No, I'm not going around in circles. I'm very clear. I'm saying that. Listen, I'm very clear. The current science position is that gravity is not a force, it is the effect of the curvature of space-time. Now, I want you to explain how the effect of the curving of space-time explains why the atmosphere doesn't burst into the vacuum of space immediately.
Okay, listen, the thing that you're getting wrong, and here's the mistake I think that you're making, is that you think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The reason, look, there's one interpretation could be to have a large-scale release of said pressure, there would need to be a large pressure build-up behind the
one's a
so-called
force, the
barrier,
other one's not.
correct?
Yeah, well, listen, one's a force, the other one's not, and what he's doing is interchangeably using the two, and that's not
your
what
sense.
the current science.
Your sense that that's incorrect, Riley. Your sense that can't be done, or that's wrong to do, is just false.
Wait. Answer my question here. In order for a major pressure release to suck us all into oblivion, there would need to be a large change in the pressure between us, the firmament, or whatever.
Who are you aiming your question at?
You.
Okay, so are you saying that because there's a gradient, there's not a big disparity, or a big what's the word? The word I'm looking for. Because there's a gradient, you're saying that there's not a big change in pressure.
There is still a change in pressure, but it isn't as strong as you might think it is. It's not a
Yeah,
whole...
it is. It's absolutely gargantuan, and that change would be done instantly. So I'm going to say, how can you even have the gradient in the first place? A, without containment, or B, without a force pulling it down. So if gravity is not a force, as per Einstein, which is the current science, and M. Scott Veitch obfuscates to make it sound like it's interchangeable, and it isn't.
I don't do that.
I want to know, then the only alternative that's plausible is that we must be in a contained system of some kind.
If gravity, if Newton's gravity and Einstein's gravity both describe the same behavior, how in the world can you say that it can't possibly explain it? If it explains it with Newton's and the same behavior is explained by a different way by Einstein, then the behavior is the same. So therefore, it still explains it.
Okay. So if you
Einstein
don't agree that gravity is, if you don't agree that gravity is a force, do you believe that maybe density, so the denser an atom is,
It's not that I don't believe that
or-
gravity is not a force. It's that Albert Einstein said that gravity was not a force. It was the effect of the curvature of space-time. Now, what I'm asking is, how can the effect of the curvature of space-time prevent the atmospheric pressure from bursting into the vacuum of space? It can't. It's not a force.
Hey Riley, just to help you understand, I have something really important I want to tell you. I just looked it up because I was kind of curious. I felt like I knew that there was this quote, and I'm going to read you exactly what Einstein himself, the man you're just invoking over and over, said. And he's very clear about this. He says, I built on Newton, but I did not annul him.
Can I have a citation for that, please?
I'll give it to you, but you're dead wrong about what you think. It's just not true. And you should know that you're dead wrong. The common sense should tell you this, because go look around the world and see people still use the Newtonian lens.
Post it in chat. Let's see your citation, please.
I will.
But if gravity is the effect of the curvature of space, like Einstein says, well then that still makes sense.
No, it doesn't, because if it's the effect of something, that means it can't be the cause. It's the effect.
Yeah, but the atmosphere stays on because of the effect of the curvature of space, which is
So what's causing it then?
What's causing the curvature of space?
Yeah.
Who knows?
That's a different question. That's a different question, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's the question you've got to ask, because that's the current science about as per Einstein. Einstein says it's not a force, it's an effect.
Okay, then we'll repost that question on Quora, whatever, and say what causes the curvature of space, and see what answer you get to that, because
I know the answer.
Well, that's a different
I
question.
know the answer. Yeah, but the problem we've got is the question that was posted has not been answered correctly by M. Scott Veach. He's misled people when he's answered that question.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you've used gravity as a force and not a force interchangeably, and they're not interchangeable.
Which is absolutely appropriate in modern science. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this to you. Einstein himself just told you that.
It's fundamentally unacceptable to use gravity as a force as per Newton and then interchange it with Einstein.
Then why would Einstein say, I did not annul him? And then why would every scientist on the planet still use the lens? And why would you learn about it?
I'm waiting for your citation.
It's a fundamentally incorrect thought.
I'm waiting for your citation. Please present your citation.
I understand, but you'll get it. But it's not that crazy to have the mistake, right? It's not that crazy to think like, oh, this doesn't make sense. You're asking a question a lot of people have asked.
It's fundamentally contradictory.
Hold on. But here's where you really go wrong. It's when you don't listen to the answer, because the answers are true.
I listen, and I understand your answer.
And the answer is clear. The answer makes sense. It fits with common sense. And by the way, the man himself will play that. I'll give you the citation in just this. Hold on, Riley. Hold on. I'll give you the citation in just a minute. Go ahead now.
It fundamentally contradicts itself by interchangeably using Einsteinian gravity and Newtonian gravity interchangeably. You are literally arguing that 1 minute there's a force, but next minute there's not a force when you've been pointed out and corrected, but you still think that's okay. That's fundamentally wrong. It would get you 0 points on an exam.
That's wrong. It would give me 100. And by the way, you just misunderstand this, and you should know that by the fact that I've taken these tests and done this stuff and gotten the hundreds. Like I'm telling you from a place of actual experience.
Where's your citation that Einstein said that he did?
Riley, if you're going to interrupt to say that over and over and over, I'm getting it for you, but I can't talk and search at the same time. But I'll get it.
So stop talking and present your citation, because
don't Riley, don't be rude, okay? Like just being.
I'm not being rude. I'm asking for your citation respectfully.
Don't tell me to stop talking when you're saying things about me like, oh, he misled them, and you're getting it fundamentally wrong. Hold on, stop interrupting. What is your problem?
Okay, I'll be silent until you get your citation. I'll stick myself on mute.
Okay. So anyway, the simple version of what I was trying to say that will happen now.
Hang on.
I thought you were going to interrupt me. I thought you were going to be silent.
No. I was implying that you would also go on silent until you get your citation. So put yourself on silent. I'll put myself on silent and let's see your citation, please.
You need to practice how to have a conversation with people that you disagree with. You really do.
No, I understand how to converse with people I disagree with. You ask them for evidence, and all of a sudden it gets a bit weird. So I'll put myself on silent, but it implies that you'll
interrupt constantly.
No, it implies that you'll do the same whilst you get your citation, please.
I do not accept that deal. I don't know what your problem is.
Well, then you complained when I was speaking over you whilst you were looking for your citation. So now I'm saying...
I complain when you interrupt, is what I complain about. So if you want to know...
You also complained when I was... Right, get your citation and present it. I'm going to go on mute. I expect you to do the same while you get your citation.
I'm not going to do that, Riley. But what's he right about? What did you say?
You should do, because you said you can't search while you're talking. You can't search and talk at the same time. And then you.
But he already knows the quote.
Only reason you started talking again, well, because he was talking about you. So he said, "Okay, I'll go on mute, then I won't talk about you."
I never promised to go. Yeah, but I never promised to go. I didn't say I would go on mute. I never said I would go on mute. He said he'd go on mute.
Just
And
get
I
your
and I never
citation.
promised to get the citation. Hold on, Riley,
Just
stop
get your
interrupting.
citation. Come on.
And I never promised to get the citation right now. I'll get it on my good, on my sweet time. And if he's going to talk to me or going to say things, then I'll respond. He'll get a citation within a reasonable amount of time. How about that?
How's about going yourself on mute so that you can get your citation and then we can carry on?
You guys all know how disrespect and respect works. Usually when you respect somebody, it works mutually. People are cooperating. When you're disrespectful, nobody wants to cooperate with you. So it's probably best if you trying to get the citation or whatever, then don't demand him to do things.
And that's why I asked him to go on mute. So I didn't ask him. I implied that he should go on mute while he gets his citation.
I understood that. I don't accept that implication. I think it's a weird thing to.
Okay, that's fine. But then I expressly asked you to do that. And is that your citation from an interview with Aldo Serrani?
I just don't want
getting
you to
fickle, guys.
I just don't want you to interrupt me. Hold on, Waz. I just don't want you to interrupt me. That's all. It should be a reasonable adult thing for you to be able to do. It should be really simple.
Yeah, but if you're going to contradict the science, I'm going to interrupt you because that's wrong.
But you can't do that, Riley, because you don't understand when you interrupt. You're not.
But that
you're
means
not
you're
hearing the
lying
whole
to
sentence.
people,
You don't know if
and
I'm
you're
about to say. You don't know if I'm about to say. I take that. That's all. By the way, the beginning of my statement, which is going to be false. I mean, you have to hear what the person is saying, and then when they're done, you can say you've contradicted the science, and that's how a conversation works.
But if you're going to lie, to misrepresent or misquote science, do you think that I'm going to sit there and allow you to do that without challenge?
But you can't assess whether I'm wrong or right when you interrupt after the third word. You just can't.
Yeah, I
do
can.
That.
Einstein said gravity is not a force. That stops your answer from being correct.
He says I do not annul
Riley.
Newton, and I just gave you the citation.
Right, you've given me a citation, but I'd like to see the link that links me to that so that I can find it and check it.
It's not a hypertext. So you have the citation. You can look it up. I'm not lying to you. You can find it. You got what you wanted.
Not really. It makes it an unverifiable citation. That's not strong.
Well, I don't know what you want. Of course, it's verifiable.
How
You've
about
never
you two
just
shut
search
the
for
fuck
that
up for 1
interview.
second?
Okay, my bad.
Okay, so the bottom line is I accept your citation. If you think that Einstein said...
Respect the space you're in. We don't want to hear you fucking... Debates are alright, but we don't want to listen to that kind of whingy arguing. You know? So, respect it.
Destroys the answer that you've given to the question on Forbes that asked why wasn't the atmosphere being sucked off into the vacuum of space?
I gave the correct answer.
No, you didn't. You've misled people. You've misled people with false science.
I understand.
You can't apply Newtonian principles when it's not the current science.
I understand that you think that. I've already told you why you can. I've shown you proof.
Not me. Einstein.
Hold on. I've shown you proof from Einstein himself. I've shown you common sense reasoning. I have. I just gave you the quote.
You haven't.
I gave you common sense reasoning for why it makes sense, and I've told you the literal reason why you'd want to do it yourself. So all those things should come together to tell you that you are barking up the wrong tree here.
Well, I've tried to verify your cited claim, and I find a cited claim from Aldo Serrani in Il Messaggero, dated October the 26th, 1921, Volume 12, Appendix G, which is what you've told me that is the citation, and I read, and I quote, verbatim, "In spite of so many hopes and illusions, war will always be possible. The world does not seem to fear even the most extreme and catastrophic inhumanity and murderousness of war." That seems to be the citation that you've relied upon for supporting your assertion that Einstein said that he didn't replace Newton.
I gave you a link. I gave you the link that you asked for when you asked for the link. You're not watching chat last night. I don't know how you got there, but it's during an interview they had. There may be another quote that they said. I don't know what all they talked about. But he says in that interview, he says, I do not annul Newton. It's that simple.
Where is this link? I don't see the link.
Right, it's in there. You just have to do a little searching for it. It's under my name. It's maybe 5 or 7 back.
Excuse me, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott,
Yes, sir.
Is it true? I think it is true, but is it true that most launches into space, including the moon missions, or whatever else, don't they use Newton's equations to do that? Like they rarely,
I'm sure
they
do. Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, and I'm sure that every car manufacturer uses. They work, and because they work, they're a perfectly valid lens to use. If they didn't come up with the same answer, then Riley would have a real point. If they diverged in their answer for these kinds of things that we're talking about, well, then they would contradict each other. Then it would be useless.
That's a misrepresentation. Coming up with the same answer or the same effect in this case is not the answer. The question that was asked was what stops the atmosphere from bursting into space, and the answer, of course, is a force. But gravity is not a force, so you can't claim gravity.
You can look at gravity like a force. It absolutely can be treated as a force.
Yeah, but my car can be considered a Range Rover or a Ferrari. Doesn't make it a Range Rover or a Ferrari.
I guess it depends on your definitions of those words, but in the reasonable definitions of the words we're using in science, people use a lens of gravity as a force all the time to great effect. They build
Yeah, but
cars
it's not
with
a
it.
force,
They
though.
fly
Einstein
planes.
said.
They fly
Einstein said
planes
it's
with
not a
it.
force.
So if it works to do that, then it's reasonable to do that.
So I found your cited thing, and I want the link from where this screenshot was taken from.
Riley, you now have the extended quote. You have where it comes from. You have a link to a place that cites it from Princeton University. They published it in their book of quotations. You have enough.
So,
Like if you
right,
want,
so
you
no,
can
I
go
want the
track it down at this
I want
point
the
in your
link
own.
from Princeton University.
I gave you
please.
the link. It's look up on my list. Like it's on debate chat box. Or, sorry, it's in the chat box. I already put it.
I don't see the link.
It's
Could you just
the
repaste the
one.
link? Because I don't see the link. Just repaste it.
All right, hold on. There you go. That one right there. It's published by Princeton University.
Yeah, that's the page I was on before.
If you search for the word null, you'll find the quote.
Search documents annul. How are we spelling annul?
It's A-N-A-L.
Anal.
I posted a screen grab of it too, Riley, if that helps you. You're getting a little bit crazy, but hold on, here's a screen
No,
grab.
I'm saying that I don't believe or accept the citation that's been presented at this point because I don't appear to
understand
be able
that.
to verify it.
Well, so just do a search on the, but you can't verify it because you're being incompetent. ANNUL, that's what you want to search on.
Yeah, so search documents ANNUL. When I do a search for that, search results, I don't appear to get any. Hang on, agree and close. I don't get any. What I can show
go to
you.
any link.
What I can show you is when
here's a screen grab.
What I can show you is that when I do a search for the citation that you told me that you were relying
There's
upon.
the screen grab. There's the screen grab for you.
This is the citation that I get when I search for the citation.
I'm sure that that's another quote from that same interview. I just gave you a screen grab of the actual quote, so there it is. Unless you think I just typed that up real fast, it should give you a bit of a hint that you're doing something wrong when you search for null.
Aldo Serrani to Messaggero. Aldo Serrani to Messaggero. October 26th, 1921. CPAE Volume 12,
Page
Appendix G.
375. Are you on page 375? It's 375. That's what you want to be on. That'll help.
So what your citation for me does not get me the same quote that you're claiming that you're relying upon.
Search on the word null and you will find it. Go to page 375 on the link I gave you and you will find it.
I'm trying to. I'm not getting that result of when I do that search. So
Go to page 375 on that link I gave you. That'll help. So here, I'll give you a big
Riley,
screen.
why don't you share your screen with Scott? He can show you.
I just don't know why you can't type in the URL so it brings it straight up for me.
I gave it to you.
Right, it's not bringing up the result that you're saying exists, and I'm saying that makes it unverifiable.
Well, look at the big screen grab I just gave you. So I'm not sure what you're claiming at this point. Do you think I just typed all that out right now? You're doing something
I think that
wrong.
this is a fallacious nonsense explanation.
I think that you're being incompetent on purpose then, if that's your
No,
position.
I'm just citing what you gave me.
Look at the screen grab. Look at the screen grab. I just gave it. What else can I give you?
Which paragraph? 337 what?
Look at page 375 and read everything under page 375 in that big screen grab I just gave you.
I need to verify this, please. I need to see where this has come from, and I'm not able to based on the information.
You have enough.
I'll catch you guys later.
See you later. So why is it that when I search for the thing that you said...
You clearly are having trouble using your computer. I don't know what to tell you. It searches for me.
No, your citation doesn't appear to be giving me the information that you're telling me the citation gives me.
Your citation is for an entire interview. You found a different quote for that interview. I've just given you a big screen grab for it. You can look. All
Right.
these things are from that citation.
But
So look at
verification,
it. It's right there for you.
verification of citations is important, and I'm failing to verify based on what you're telling me to
You've
do.
verified it. It's verified. I don't know what else you need. Just go to page 375 on the link I gave you. Here, I'll give you the link again.
Yeah, give me the link.
This is the third time we're posting the link for you.
Right, but what you're saying is a link seems to be a picture.
Go to that link there. That's not a picture. It's a whole book. That link there should give you the entire PDF or the entire document file of the whole book. That's the entire text of the book. And in that entire text of the book, you want to go to page 375, or you want to search for the word annul. I don't know what you're doing. You're like my mom when she's trying to figure out the internet right now. You're doing something wrong.
That may be true. That may be true. So bear with me.
Well, you should. I think at this point, though, I've done enough that you can stop trying to accuse me of manufacturing this quote. It's a real
No.
quote.
I want. Bear with me. Bear with me.
No, but it's not my fault that it completely derails you. It's your fault for making such a strong and adamant claim that this was true when it's obvious common sense should tell you that it's obviously not a position that's worth holding.
So page 375, you say, right?
Yes, 375. You can search on that too if you want.
So page 375, can you just confirm it starts off with 344, the quotations?
No, page 375, the first word on page 375 is understood.
So you mean it not on the PDF, you mean it on the actual...
It's the screen grab. Look, I gave you a screen grab of the page. Like, you have everything you need, buddy.
So you say, but I'm still failing to find it based on your citation. That's not how citation works.
Well, when you click this quote, what happens? I'm sorry, when you click on this link,
I've got the book. I'm just trying to get the page. Bear with me.
Okay, then go to page 375. What's the problem?
Okay, I got page 375. Right, so I notice it starts... I build upon Newton. I do not know him. So only through misinterpretation.
That's the quote.
Have
now, what were you doing wrong? Will you tell us? Like, well, what were you typing annul into?
I typed into that search documents that you said.
Oh, and it was just conspiring against you, you think?
No, in the top right-hand corner where it says a box and it says search documents, I searched it into there. That's what you told me to do.
I told you to search the file. Yeah, I don't know what you did, but I don't know what to say. Maybe it just didn't want you to lose the argument. I don't know.
So let me just ask you a question here, based on what you've said here. Why does it start with?
Last question, and then I gotta go. Go ahead.
Why does this quote that you're quoting not start in speech marks, but it starts with an asterisk?
That's I don't know. What's the asterisk thing? A lot of them are starting with asterisks, so it must mean something.
Well, it says at the bottom, it says, from an interview with Aldo Serrani, right?
That's why.
So Aldo Serrani's one party. I'm assuming that the other party is Einstein?
Einstein, given it.
How would I know that the other party would be Einstein?
Are you serious? In the book called Einstein Quotables? I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Riley. It's if this is your level of reputation you have, you defeat me by being lame. I don't know what to say. This is a real quote. It comes from that interview. You can get the original on your own. You have a book published by Princeton University which quotes the interview. What else do you want me to say? I'll come back in a little bit and see if you've gotten anywhere with it. But,
yeah, you do that. Give me a chance. Let me read this.
Yeah, okay, you take your time.
Wait, so can someone explain to me why there's a new...
Jens, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm confused at the same time, so...
Sweetie, don't be confused. It's okay.
So I guess drama happened, or...
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. We're just branching out on the net, darling.
Okay.
Yeah, so thanks for joining us.
You're
It's
welcome.
lovely to hear your voice.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite.
Oh, my...
I'm gonna make some eggs, so I'll be back.
Alrighty, pigeons. Scott's left.
He said he's going to do something.
Well done, Sleeping Warrior. It was lovely to be listening to you.
I think that was really great too, the way that you did that just now. Excellent.
The thing is, I don't know how this can be a citation from Einstein, even though I do accept that it's claiming to be from Einstein. Because if Einstein says that he does not annul Newton, how the hell does he compare it? Because if he doesn't annul it, he must add to it. But you can't add to it when he's got a totally different explanation for what gravity is.
So this is what I explained to somebody the other day. I know you know, you're a smart guy. The difference between a law and a theory. I'm sure we've
Yeah,
talked
laws
about
and
this.
something that nature does. A theory is the way that science tries to explain it.
Sure, that's right. And so what Newton did was he came up with a law. He also expressed an explanation. So what seems like a theory actually wasn't a theory by Newton. He didn't actually test why it works. He just did an ad hoc. This is what we're observing. He wrote the equation because that's actually what will happen. But the reason he gave was something he just came up with. It wasn't something that was
Am
tested.
I speaking with cosine?
There you go. I was pretty fucking pissed when you came in and you're like, oh, I see people I know. I see Rig and Woz and some other
Well, to be
people.
fair,
They
you
say
have
nothing about me,
symbols as
man.
your name. You have symbols as your name, and I don't recognize the symbols to be a representation for you.
There's one symbol, man. Anyway, regardless. Where were we? Right. So that's Newton's laws, right? That's Newton's law. What
Yeah,
Einstein
I
did
understand
is
Newton's laws of gravitation.
Einstein came up with a theory, a paper written describing what he claimed gravity was. Newton never did this, and so that does redefine what Newton had loosely described as gravity. It doesn't redefine the equation. It's the equation that is expanded upon, because the equation still works, except for in special cases, in which Einstein.
But his equation is fundamentally different to Einstein's.
It is, but it's actually not when you simplify it. For the cases that Newton's applies to, it actually is the same thing as Newton.
I'm not sure that's an accurate statement.
It is, and if Scott was here, he'd substantiate that. If somebody else could, but it is the truth.
But my view is that Scott lies because he's pushing the official narrative no matter what.
Whenever you read Scott's thing, I thought you were going to come in and embarrass him, and then you read it off, and I was like, "That's fucking accurate. That's pretty good. It's like true stuff." So I don't know him to be a liar, but
So just repeat that again. You were a bit quiet.
sorry, there's people sleeping. No, I was saying that he came in, or you came in with his core thing, and I thought that you were getting ready to make fun of him and show that he was wrong about something, but his explanation was exactly correct. So
No, his explanation's incorrect, and he moaned at me when I tried to interrupt him for correcting him. Einstein's theory on gravitation, or general relativity, is not consistent with Newton's. One is 3 space, one is 4 space. They're not even comparable. You can't claim that one it builds on.
Scott didn't catch you there, but that's incorrect. There's no 4 space. There's 3 space in both of them. The only thing that Einstein does is he adds another dimension that's not in space. That would be time. Space-time.
So do you disagree that Newton's explanation is Euclidean 3 space?
I don't know why you're bringing up Euclid.
What do you mean? You don't know
like
why?
when you brought it up earlier, I was just as confused as I am now. I don't think that it has any relevance. I think that
Are you
they're
saying
both.
that you're confused because of your own ignorance, or are you saying that you're confused because you don't understand my perspective of this?
Probably the latter, but most likely because you're using a term that it doesn't have relevance. Maybe it does in something you've read, but there's not different space in either of them. Like they're both defining a 3-dimensional space.
So Euclidean is coordinates basically, and Einstein is pseudo-Riemannian 4 space, which has got time as an addition. They're not similar.
Yeah, but they both, for space dimensions, they're both exactly the same.
They're not exactly the same. They're fundamentally different. The other problem that is in addition to, but not not replacing this is that Newton's is an instantaneous action at a distance, but Einstein's is limited to the speed of light. So if Newton's claiming that there's a force of gravitation from the sun, it gets there instantaneously. Whereas Einstein said that because the light takes 9 minutes to get from the sun to Earth, there's a delay of 9 minutes as per Einstein. They're not compatible.
That's exactly right. Newton ad hoc, once again, said that it was instantaneous because that was his assumption. That wasn't a tested theory. That was just him.
Yeah, but that's why they're not similar. That's why they're different, not similar.
Yeah, these are the things that got changed. These are why it's not annulled, or actually, no, it is. It's like you're adding on to it. It's appended. It's not necessarily.
The problem that you have is that if you're going to use Einstein and Newtonian interchangeably the way Scott does, that is a problem because they're not interchangeable. They are different. They're mutually exclusive, not inclusive.
No, and that's why I've begun what I was saying to you about the difference between the law and the theory, because we don't have to talk about Newton's theory. They didn't have one. His description
No,
of
but we do have to
gravity
talk about Newton
was
as a
incorrect.
force.
Yeah, about his law. We use his law still because his law works.
Yeah, but his law isn't the current science.
It actually is. They both are current science.
No, they're not. Newton's science isn't current science. Only Einstein's is. Einstein supersedes Newton, replaces, debunks.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, Chocolate.
Yo.
Good morning. How are you, Chocolate?
Good morning, Becky. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm cool.
Cool.
Who's
That
Rocket?
sounds good.
Yeah, I'm good. Just stopping by, say good morning to everybody. I see Sleeping Warriors going at it.
Who's Rocket Journey?
Huh?
There's a guy.
Who's what? What'd you say, Kosha?
No, there's a guy called Rocket Journey who's talking in the chat. I'm seeing if he's.
Oh, yeah, Rocket Journey. I've just unmuted you. If you want to talk in here, mate, go ahead.
Maybe not. He's better at writing. Well, it looks like he was substantiating what I said, but without more than his name. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, Kosho. Yeah.
There's Don. So there's another one.
Science on top of science.
It's funny because I think. Sorry, go ahead, Chocolate.
Saying what's up to Dawn.
No, it's just I think I've had this conversation with you, Sleeping Warrior, like 10 times or so. It's old.
Yeah, it's just wrong.
It gets old because there are way too citations of people saying that Einstein's gravity bending of space-time is not a force. Problem. You guys can't seem to, come to terms with that. Some of you say it is a force, you say it's not a force. You guys don't see how that's a problem.
Well, that's because there's a solution to that problem. Have you heard of the equivalence theory? I posted it.
Yeah, I was reading through it before, yeah.
This is just an idea that he came up with where he addresses that, what you had just said, but he addresses it as to say that both concepts, whether it's because of the reference frame and it's not a force, or it is a force, both situations are equivalent. That is that they both give no.
That makes sense.
They give no difference in they both would appear the same way.
Force,
yeah, but what makes an object move a force or a non-force?
Just appear the same way. You don't see how that's a bit of a problem.
Say that one more time. I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
So you're saying a force and a non-force can be regarded as the same way, the same thing.
Well, a force being applied constantly, or a non-force that is a reference frame, like let's say something accelerating. His example, he used an elevator accelerating. Both you'd experience the same phenomena from inside the elevator. It would be indistinguishable.
Right, but you can't even prove that the one that you call a force is a force.
Right. You know, and then
that's
the
comparing that to a force.
It might not be a force. Science doesn't know, does it? It's an apparent force, so it behaves the same whether it's apparent or it's actually a force. We don't know yet.
Well, yeah. So that's the reasoning he comes up with this equivalence theory, is that because it behaves the same way, you can use it either way. And so his theory states that it's not a force because it's curvature of space-time, but he also claims that it will appear as a force in almost every scenario.
Curvature of space-time.
It's his wacky idea.
It's a wacky idea indeed, bro. We can concur with that.
I don't know why that's in the Earth shape debate, all the time, because it doesn't apply really, does it? Whether space bends or not, or whether it's just mass attracting mass, or whether you believe Einstein or not, doesn't affect the shape of the Earth, really.
Well, it kind of alludes to gravity.
Does.
And if not gravity, what is it?
Yeah, but they just keep saying, well, you don't know then.
If we're going to talk about gravity, don't we have to speak about that? I mean, isn't that the current mainstream theory of gravity?
Yeah.
Well, if it's not gravity, what is it?
I don't know. You tell me.
There's an apparent
You're the
force.
guy saying there has to be a force bending, whether it's
there's an apparent force
that
and
acts like a
Einstein
force. Don't know if it's a force.
Einstein
or
thinks
bending of
it's the
space-time.
space-time doing it, and says we can treat it like a force.
What the hell is space-time is the problem? What is that? And then
It's a way of mapping.
Once you tell me what that is,
empty space.
How does it bend?
I don't know, dude. If you want to study that stuff, you have to put all your time into that and get off this.
So I'm going to study something that Einstein came up with in his mind.
If you're interested, you could, yeah.
Sure.
I don't know. I can't tell you how space bends or if it bends.
I would love to know.
I don't even know
take my pen right
how
now
they imagine empty space as a fabric
ground.
bending. I don't know.
Right. I would love to know how I take my pen and throw it to the ground and it's hitting the ground because of the bending of space-time.
You can study this.
That to me,
you can go to school and study it. You can go to university. That's literally something
I can go to school to study it.
No,
if you want
no.
to, yeah.
That's
it's literally something you can do with your life if you want.
Yes,
you can learn these
that's
things.
fine, but it doesn't make for a conversation. So, we could describe that.
Yeah, I'm
but
sorry.
First,
maybe I'm being sarcastic a little.
No, you're being fine. I'm just saying his response about going to school. It's like it's just not helpful in this conversation. But yeah. So we can talk about space time or whatever. But I was more curious on what you then replace that with, not replace gravity with, but what replaces like you said, your pen falling to the ground, hitting the ground. What is causing that, in your opinion?
I threw it to the ground.
Yeah, but what if you just let it go? What if you throw it up in the air and it goes to the ground? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just curious, like, what mechanism?
If there's no mechanism, once I let it go, there's nothing holding it. It's obviously heavier and more dense than the air, and it falls to the ground, where it's not more heavier and dense than, and then it stops.
The reason I ask is because
I don't see why there has to be some magical force that's pulling it out of, and you don't see how that's
the same thing. What is it then? If it's not a magical force.
Hold on. It's not the reason why you ask that question is because of Newton's laws of motion. His first two laws specifically, it requires something to change its speed or direction. So its object's going to go in the same direction at the same speed unless something else.
If there was not a force, should I just let go of the pen? hang there in the air?
Yeah.
If there
No,
was,
it's not.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not compelled in any
What
direction.
what would keep it there? What would be
It
the mechanism now that
that
would
law.
just keep it
An
floating
object
in the
at
air?
rest will stay at rest. An object at motion will stay in its motion, in its direction, unless a force acts on it. So if
Wow.
nothing's changing, it's just going to, it's just there. If you throw something, then nothing's affecting it. It's just going to keep going in that direction at that speed forever.
Hmm.
That's what science
Supporting.
says.
The world would be very weird if that's the way that was.
That wouldn't be
Exactly.
weird.
Yeah.
That would just be
Exactly.
what
I
we'd
don't
be used
understand
to.
how that makes sense to you guys, that I could let go of a pen and it would just float right where I left it if
Well,
there
why do you
wasn't
think
any
it drops
force
then,
pulling it down.
Chocolate? Why do you think it drops?
Because there's nothing holding it up.
That's not a reason for it moving, though, is it? Just because there's
I
nothing
let
underneath it.
it go. There's nothing holding it up.
If I put
There's
the
a
pen on the
relative
if I
density disequilibrium.
Relative density.
Once I let that go, okay? Once I let it go, there's nothing holding it up. The
So
air is obviously not going to hold it up. So
why
it
does there
falls.
have to
I
be a
don't
magical
believe.
invisible force, but it's relative density making it move invisibly in one direction for some reason?
Well, relative
You see, that's the
density
same, then.
is a
It's a
thing,
magical
right?
invisible force.
I didn't say that relative density was a magical force,
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying it's the
but it's
same as what
always in
you're
play.
claiming our explanation is. They're both invisible forces.
Well, I don't feel the need to call it a force. If some other people want to call it a force, that's fine.
why doesn't it go up? It's less dense above it than it
I
is
don't know,
below
man.
it.
Why
It's less
would it?
dense above it than it is below it.
Yeah, why does relative
Um,
density push stuff towards Earth? Or pull stuff towards Earth? Or
I
move
don't know.
stuff?
It's got to go in some direction, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
magical.
It's got to go in some direction, right?
it's
Things aren't just going to
yeah.
float
Why?
all over the place. The world wouldn't work that way. Okay, I don't
But
understand. So
if
the
relative
world,
density
obviously,
was
the
a
world we
thing,
live in has things set a certain way. You
if
want to
relative
ask me why
density,
down is down? I don't know why down is down,
okay, so
because
that's a limitation of your knowledge.
I don't think if down is wasn't down, we would be able to operate in the world the way we do.
You
You
know,
know what I'm
But if
saying?
relative density was a
I
thing
don't.
and things did do those sorts of weird things, we'd be used to it because that's the thing. We would have been brought up with it. We would have evolved with it
Sure.
because that would have
Yeah,
been
but
the thing.
no,
Because the
no matter
atmosphere
what we
above the pen
call it, the effect
is
is
less
still
dense
the
than
same.
below the pen.
Right. Whatever we call it, the effect is still the same, right? If I jump off a building, I'm going to hit the ground, right?
But it comes down to explaining what you call it.
Okay, so I can explain it by unicorn farts. Doesn't
Well, that's
matter.
what I'm
The
saying.
effect is
Your
still the same,
explanation falls short. Your explanation is limited.
and so is yours. You're invoking a force that you don't have any actual proof of. Just describing an effect.
You can
You
put it
get that, right?
into many things and make calculations with it.
Yeah, I know.
And they
I get it.
work. And they work.
Prove it.
honestly, I think the best idea is to really come to grasp about those laws of motion, because it's really because they've never been debunked or disproven. Like they're pretty legit legit laws. Like they always apply. They always agree, um, adhere to those laws. And I know it's weird to think about like something just floating, because nothing does that because we have forces everywhere. But if you were to throw a basketball in the net, if there was no force of gravity and you throw the ball in whatever direction, left or right, it's going to stay in that path and it will just go straight. The reason why it arcs is because it's doing that. It's staying in that straight left or right path. But the pulling down force is making an arc into the net. So it's like you can observe these laws. You kind of have to isolate all the other stuff that's happening, but you can see this in many different, because there's many different fields in engineering that very much rely on these laws being exact. And so that the first one was the one I described as something in motion stays in motion or at rest stays at rest. The second one simply defines what a force is, and it simply defines it as something that's making something change direction. So the acceleration times the mass equals the force. So that's why when people say, why does there have to be a force pulling things down? Is because the observation is that things are changing direction, which implies a force. I hope that wasn't. I'm bad at explaining things.
I feel like you don't need all these numbers though.
Say again?
Do you really need all these fancy numbers to explain things going down?
Probably not, but I don't think I used any numbers. I don't remember.
No, I'm not referring to you. I'm just saying like in general.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. You know, actually, Newton, when he first came up with the equation, his equation doesn't have any numbers in it at all. You have to find the numbers. It has like the mass and the distances, but you have to figure those out. It had this constant g, which he had no idea what that was. He just knew it was a proportionate number, but they didn't find out what g was till way later.
So if you evacuate all the air from a chamber and put a feather in there, why does the feather fall? There's no medium.
Because of gravity.
I mean, the truth is that gravity is not fully understood, so you know it's going to be expanded upon again. But that's not to say that what we know now is as good as it gets currently. Like,
But
it's not flawed.
Is that
Hey,
vacuum
guys.
chamber really a vacuum chamber?
I gotta mute up for a little bit, but I'm gonna drop because I'm gonna head over to Nathan's for a little bit.
Yeah.
But I will be back.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
We'll
you
keep it
guys are
chill
still
next
here.
time we talk chocolate. It's
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
to
I
talk to
mean,
you.
yeah, no doubt, bro. Kosher, I never have any problems, going back and forth with you, bro. We've done this enough times, so
yeah,
it's cool. You too, Was.
Take it easy, Choco.
Yeah. I'll be back in a
Stay
little
flat, mate. Stay flat.
What the fuck, Boz?
All day, brother. You even gotta tell me.
Fucking counterproductive.
Good on you. Good on you, mate.
Later, guys.
I keep forgetting that you used to go on Nathan's a lot too, Boz.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, of course.
I'm older and wiser now.
Same. Barely.
Hey, can I bring up a new topic? It has nothing to do with gravity, but has stuff to do with things disappearing over the.
Absolutely.
Well, not really things disappearing over the horizon. A lot of flat earthers talk about the reason things disappear over the horizon is because they're like disappearing into the angle of resolution or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Can someone explain to me like what they're talking about there? Because I don't fully.
Oh, well, that makes two of us, mate. I couldn't explain it to you.
Because I think what they're talking about is it's a bit like a hallway, and if the hallway were to extend forever, like it sort of appears to disappear into one infinitely small spot.
Vanishing point.
Things appear to get smaller as they go further away. So
Yeah.
eventually they're going to disappear.
But that's
I saw this video yesterday, and it was exploring the idea of what things would look like from on top of a skyscraper if the Earth was flat, and they were in fact disappearing into what
vanishing
word
point.
should I use?
Vanishing
Into a
point.
vanishing point. Yeah. So what they did is they got lines. They were like on top of a skyscraper in New York, top of one of the big ones, and then they drew lines that were lined up with the roads that are parallel to each other, and then they extended the lines that were in on the roads out to the
To where they meet.
the horizon, where they meet, where they intersect, but that was above the horizon. And it was saying like if the Earth was flat, then the vanishing point should be here, which is above the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's very much further, but that's kind of a different thing because that's the horizon dropping. That's you use like that technique to see how much the horizon's dropping.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much it's supposed to drop if it were flat. I thought none, but
Yeah.
No, it's not supposed to drop if it's flat.
okay.
Yeah. That's right. But the thing is,
Plus,
like,
you have to take into is in the vantage point of the picture. So the vantage point is going to be a bit off from where the camera is and the buildings are.
But if you were to get two parallel lines on the surface and extend them out, wouldn't you expect the vanishing point to be on the horizon?
Yes, it would be on the horizon. You couldn't count for it, the building's height for the horizon because the height and the horizon are different points of view from your vantage point. So
as you go higher, the vanishing point changes position.
no, like the position of the buildings, right? So you have different heights of different buildings, right? So the view from the camera of the buildings are different, but it's still on the flat plane. So it's just a matter of height of the buildings that determines your sort of view of the outcome of what you're seeing. So you might say, "Oh, it's a bit higher than the horizon." Yes, that's because of the building, but the horizon spot never changes. It shouldn't change on a flat plane. But on the globe, as you move up higher, the horizon falls away from you because of it being on the globe.
Alright, so if you were to like take the example of a corridor, you're in a corridor that extends infinitely long, and let's say this corridor is 10 meters tall. If you were to take a photo from 2 meters high, and then draw lines from each bottom corner of the corridor, and then show where they intersected, they'd appear to intersect at the vanishing point. But if you were to do the same thing and move the camera up to the top of the ceiling, 10 meters high, and then do the same thing, get two lines, draw them parallel to each other, they would still intersect at the vanishing point. But the thing is, right, when you take the picture from top of a skyscraper on Earth, unlike the corridor, the two lines do not intersect at the vanishing point. They intersect above the horizon.
Because you've taken it from the building in because of the view of the photo. So
but the thing is, it doesn't matter what elevation you go to in a corridor. It still works out in a corridor. But then, as soon as you go into the Earth, it doesn't work out anymore. It doesn't really make any.
Because you got a ceiling to it, right? So there's a ceiling,
I'm talking. No, I'm not really taking the ceiling into account. You could go 100 meters into the air, but still be above this corridor. If you take the two lines from the floor that are parallel, they'll still reach a vanishing point on the ground of the corridor. Does anyone know? Because I saw the video yesterday, but it was posted like well back in the texted chat on the 24/7 server. Does anyone know the video I'm talking about? Like taking lines from the roads in a city and then like.
Yeah, I mean, I know a French guy who did something like this. I don't know. I'm not sure which video you're talking about specifically, but that
Yeah.
French
If
dude
anyone
he
can
made.
find if anyone can find that, do you reckon you could link me it? Because
Yeah.
yeah, I
I'll
couldn't
post.
find it. It was.
I'll post that one, but like I said, I'm not sure if that's the one you're speaking of specifically. But hold on.
Thanks, mate.
Whereabouts in Australia are you, mate?
Perth. What
Oh
about
no
you?
shit.
You're overseas.
I'm gonna be in Perth in a couple of months. Give me 2 seconds because I know exactly where it is, but I just haven't watched it in so long.
Alright, thanks.
Hey guys. Oh wait, I mean.
Hey Earl, how are you?
Oh, good.
It's good, mate.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to a guy in another room about how the vantage point, like he's talking about him and his friend, like they had a photo of buildings in New York, and they were trying to like figure out the horizon line in the photo, and they were saying, well, it goes above a bit of the horizon line. But that's only because of the vantage view of the photo that would make it do that. Plus, they have the height of the buildings to contend with, and so you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Huh? Okay, that's weird.
What's that, Al?
Oh, that shape one?
Shape
It's
one.
got the mirror in it. The
What are you talking about?
Oh, the green, the one GIF where it shows the shapes in the mirror.
What?
And
What? Which
the,
GIF are you talking about?
The where it has the mirror and it's got these
I haven't seen it.
Copy.
I don't know that one.
Sound like
Sorry.
he was dreaming or something, talking out loud in his sleep.
This one, Becky, the one I just posted at the bottom.
Where are you posting it, Dal? I think you're posting.
Voice text.
You're in the wrong server.
Oh,
server. Let me ping you so you know where to go.
Hold on. I know where I'm going. Hold on. Hold on.
Now I can get up to speed, buddy.
I'm here. Okay.
Yeah.
That one.
Thank you. That is so trippy.
To me, that should be possible, right?
It's just bizarre. I don't even know if I believe that. I'd like to test that myself.
Mm.
You can see what the real shape is when he twists it around halfway, I think. Somehow that produces the diamond and the circle opposite in the reflection.
What are you saying? The Earth's a diamond?
Somehow that shape.
Sorry,
has
the moon's a diamond.
that shape has both
The moon's a
qualities.
diamond because they say that the sun reflects the moon. Sorry, the moon reflects the sun. Does that mean it's a diamond? Should look like a
No.
diamond.
The moon's definitely a sphere. Definitely.
Circle. Oh, definitely is it? And you're sure, are you?
Yeah, 100%. I'm assuming 100% it's definitely a sphere. Definitely looks like a sphere. I don't believe God would lie to me on that bigger scale.
Anyway, I'm going, so I'll catch you later. Have a great one.
Okay.
If I was God, I wouldn't put fake spheres in the sky to trick people. I'd put actual spheres so they can look at them and wonder.
Wow. Well, if you were programming the reality, you would probably do probably would do more. Probably would have some parts really, advanced and really good, but other stuff you probably could cheat on and get away with. So you wouldn't have to do much of the creating and all that. But that's just me. If I were creator of a reality.
You're saying you would make it good and bad, but not all perfect.
I would if I didn't need to if I didn't need to do a lot with, plus if I was running on hardware that I knew I had to have a certain limit or constraint on, because whatever my platform.
I feel you're quite undecided as a God creator.
No.
Even
To
role
me-
playing.
To me, this reality is a digital reality, a digital holographic reality.
Wow. It does seem that way sometimes to me as well, actually.
For me, when I laugh really hard and I can't get Aaron, and my hearing goes all wonky, but it gets all digital, somehow how someone gets broken up when you hear on Discord.
Your perceptions get distorted, don't they? Hearing
it
and
gets
sight.
it it gets a story like that in a digital form. It never used to do that for me until like several years ago.
Whoa.
Yeah, I noticed it. Like
When our senses are distorting, could that be the matrix distorting?
exactly.
Our own personal matrix.
Your soul is in you, or I'm not sure the correct language for this, but just to say, man, I now comprehend even further your talk of crucifixion, and kind of just your thoughts on it a little bit earlier. And whoa, dude, yeah, I've had like digital moments where I kind of zoom out, but not anything close to what you're talking about.
Like I had a digital moment where I had a towel on the floor, and it looked like the top of the towel sort of did like a stretching thing. That was like one of those digital type, weird stretch things. So to me, because a digital reality would make sense for the Mandela effect to happen, right? Just because in an analog reality, it could not happen. Like it could happen, but I don't think it possibly could. It would be much more harder. But in a digital
Yeah.
reality, you can make instant like changes, on the fly.
Right. I've only zoomed out on dissociative drugs, which has only been a handful of times, not much, but you kind of like are removed from yourself in a way, but that's probably not even anything close, but maybe in the ballpark of, maybe, a foot off the mound of, where you're, home run. Yeah. Whoa, man.
Like it's trippy, right? Because one level you're like, oh wow, this is a way, this isn't. Well, wait, well, it's not what you think. I mean, for me to think, okay, now that the crucifixion is, pretty much off the table when it comes to the, the Bible and Jesus hanging on a tree. Now, I'm like, okay, so did they just put him on the tree and hang him, or did they beat him? Did they, like?
Good questions, man. I know for a fact that people have been crucified. It was a style of
Exactly.
representation of execution amongst those persecuted by the state of empire, and so that's all I know. I'm not sure the details
See, to
of
me,
Jesus of Nazareth. Yep.
the only way that could have happened of him hanging on a tree is the Jews didn't go to the Roman Empire. I mean, like, I don't get it because it changes so much of the salvation story. Like, it just it might as well say, well, Jesus is because the crucifixion not happening, he can't say the salvation, part happened. Like, it changes it so much dynamically that it makes the story of Jesus sort of null and void. Like it makes it meaningless now.
I'd encourage you not to think that way, but obviously, free to come to any conclusion that we all are. I think that there's many layers to all of this, and uh, I came from a Catholic background, just to say briefly, and so I sort of ran away from that. But
well, I was raised
whatever
Catholic
details,
too.
keep in mind that they're of this earth. Man. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're reading, the accounts after the fact,
Sure.
and that the accounts have changed. So, like, yes, I know what happened before.
Right.
But it's changed. So it makes me, because now I'm in this reality, it changes the whole dynamic.
Many of the tenets, though, of salvation is life eternal.
Oh, it broke up.
Beyond this, one of the tenets of the speakings of whoever this cool dude from Nazareth was that eternal life beyond all of this that you could find in Judea or Syria or Nazarene. It's all outside of any place that any human being could find themselves. That's why people are still talking about it all this time later. I have my own thoughts upon it, but if you had a view of salvation, I'd encourage you to keep it, regardless of the language of crucifixion, sir.
It dramatically changes because of Jesus dying on the cross, right?
But isn't it still a place of execution? I don't get the difference, man.
The difference, well, because it said he was, hung on the cross and crucified. Well, no, crucifixion is not in the Bible. And to me, the changing of the circumstances is a major thing. Like having them hung on, like you have to take account. And we would like, let's say in the reality, I knew you, fell in love, got married to this certain woman, and had, three kids, right? But now in this reality, you never met the woman, but you met this other woman, and only had 2 kids.
Oh, geez.
So you see where I'm coming from.
Right. Yeah, I guess I was thinking of it simply like, yes, in the way that you're thinking, a man was put upon a post of like, here is this, death. This is the way that we kill people. We're the empire, for certain reasons of speaking against what we got going on for everything that you guys are doing and all that, terrible stuff. Sorry to even get into that, but I get it. So it's so different for you that it like really feels like bad. I couldn't imagine if I didn't marry the woman that I did and then have the 2 kids that I did, dude. Yeah, that'd be something quite awful, indeed.
See, and like the Jews took Jesus to Pontius Pilate. Did they take him to Pilate, or like, see where I'm going with this? Like, because then, yeah, it's just a total mind. Yeah. And it's crazy. Like, I never thought I would have to think about certain stuff like this. Like you think about it, but it's like, oh, well, that would never happen because the Bible's this way and it's always going to be this way. But then you end up going through something and it totally changes everything,
Right. I permit a lot of things technically to translations of persuasions of people in language, right? So when the lion lays with the lamb, or I don't have a particular memory of it, but I've heard just like so many good-hearted people talk about this. Or when what is the wolf lies with the lamb? But there's like paintings with it opposite of what the words say.
Yeah,
Now, what is that
it's a different
translation? Yeah,
animal.
can people speak of that
Yeah.
more prolifically?
I was going to say I speak Hebrew. I used to speak it fluently, but I would do that with my Christian friends. Is we'd look at different scripture because there's some stuff that's contested, and honestly, if you go back and you look at the Hebrew, it gives you more of a meaning of what it's really the original meaning.
And I
are lion
wonder-
and lamb close, or lion and wolf close? And talk. Sorry, Earl. Yeah.
Like for me, I wonder like if like the Hebrew has been changed as well because of the Mandela effect. That's what I'm wondering. Some say it hasn't, but I wouldn't be too sure about that on my end because I don't know.
Yeah, so I would imagine that it's the closest, but I would also imagine that Earl's right. It's there's probably going to be some tweaks. It's 2,000 years old. Some words didn't exist, now that existed then, so they might have changed some of those words. And
Yeah.
but I think for the most part, it's obviously, like I said, going to be the closest.
Okay, so you've found no direct Hebrewic, if that's a word, like closeness between lion and wolf in the way that people discretize it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't read that one exactly, but from what I remember, I'm pretty sure it's a wolf. And I
Are
think
the
it was
sounds
later.
like similar? I just wonder how language changes. We could say this is my a ah oo. Does it become ooh ah eh or
Sometimes
something?
it depends. It depends
The-
on who's telling the story.
The problem with the wolf and the lion is Jesus was considered to be the Lion of Judah, not the wolf. The wolf was considered to be viewed as Satan. So,
But what about on Easter when some Catholic American people eat the Lamb of God? Like, what's that connection to? There is like this combo, right? I don't
he's
pretend to have
both
it
the
figured out, but
lion and the lamb. So Jesus is the lion in the lamb. In the lamb. Like, yeah, it gets confusing after a while, and it's like, but yeah.
There's a lot of stuff, but I mean, I don't know if you've ever read the Old Testament, or there's
Sure.
certain parts where, depending on what Bible you read, it's going to get more and more graphic. You know
Like,
what I mean?
for me, it was always a dove that was let out by Moses, not like a crow in a dove. That was never that for me.
There was an olive branch involved, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was
Okay.
an olive branch.
Phew. I can slate that one off my Mandela potentiality chalkboard that I have here. I'm like, this can. I'm just kidding.
But doesn't mean it can't change.
Oh yeah, bro. I was always fond to hear of many Old Testament stories. I was like 7 years old. I had no idea what even Jesus was. Even after like a year going to this place, I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" I'm just a kid. I'm doing my thing. I play Zelda when I go home and eat chicken nuggets or whatever. And I was looking at this book and I was reading about how Job came first, and they kind of went out of order. So I need to really go back and chronologize it.
Yeah, there's some
Job,
books that are
yeah.
out of place.
They busted out Job's trials upon like 6 or 7-year-olds, and I wasn't ready for that, bro. I'm not sure I'm ready for like pecking away at all my children and killing them. But Daniel in the lion's den. Whenever I think of lion, Blaze was just posting that the other day, and I think there's a lot to be said of that story. If you are a thinker that it's literal or not, I think that these are ongoing telling testimonies of picture, and maybe they're repeated on and on and on again. I don't know. But
Yeah, I agree
there
with
it
you
is.
though. I agree. My father was a rabbi, and that's almost the interpretation I have, because when you look at how it was recorded, it from the actual Exodus event to when it was started to be written down was already like 700 years,
Yeah,
six or 700 years, and so it's mostly going to be stories that they're probably based on the true events, but yeah, you just have people telling them differently, and maybe some accuracies changed a little bit.
Like, to me, there's some like even like like what the apostles written was like 70 years after Jesus' death. Well, if you're writing something like 70 years after, an event, your memory's not really so great, in that time span.
There's another problem too. If you write a story, in the first time you make a simple story, you told what happened, so nearly what happened. Then, if you want to that as the people listen to your story the next time, you have to make it a little bit more interesting. and so they put something in it.
Twist it up a Magoo, yep.
And the third time, you have to make it more interesting than the second one, and you put more in it, and so the story of Jesus gets complicated and more things come in it.
Yeah, actually,
That's
what makes it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Lish.
33, man.
I'm ready. Go on.
No, that's it. That's what I was going to say. That's why for me, it's easy for me, at least. I'm a naive person, but it's easy for me to interpret the Bible because I look at it with that, with those goggles. Like just what Lish just said. If you look at some of the most fantastical stuff, I can imagine that those things were that they might be the truth stretched or maybe the truth misinterpreted because of these stories. Like people are going to emphasize the most extreme parts of the story that they heard. So it's like once the story is being passed down, they're only passing down something they heard, and they're going to really emphasize the, miracles or extreme or whatever. So I just, me personally, I think that some of those could be stretched a little bit.
Oh, for sure. But if a miracle happened right in front of my face, well, it'd be all right. It's time now. I've had some like things that I view, but not objectively to anybody else, just like happenings in my combination with mental, spiritual, emotional reality that just they work like the smoothest clock you ever did. Did see it. Too good to be true. But it is. So there you have it. And just to the specific scripture point, there's nothing in there, at least from the Old and New Testament, and I've read major portions of the Quran as well. I have some disagreements with it. A dude in Houston tried to give me it and tell me that there was a code in there for everything, and I've heard Jews tell me that there's a code in there for the Torah, and Christians similarly.
Yeah.
I don't
I've
find the
heard all
code,
of
but I think that there's a lot to learn of what's going on. It might be cyclical on a way that our lifespan is, just notioning. Just an idea. Yep. However, the crucifix doesn't give me the crucifix leaving out doesn't give me any harm, Earl, because it wasn't a part of like the thing. There was still, like I said, just to repeat, a post made to declare that here he is. This is the person. I don't see the discrepancy, but if
but the
it's a personal thing to you, I get it too.
The crucifixion was a big part of it. Like it.
What was it called then? They on a plank? Is that what you said?
It was crucified on the cross.
And the Christian have very, very lucky that he got crucified. Think about it. He had an opinion on a pole or something like this. He don't crucify him.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's
weaving on a wheel. It was they done it in this time. In the big wheel, and he wave him, breaking the bones and put it on a wheel.
Yeah.
It was a very lucky accident that you get this nice cross can hang around your shoulders.
Yeah, but I think they
I
crucified.
don't think that is accident.
You don't think that they did this?
It's business. That is.
Because
they find that they need a good symbol, and so they take the cross.
But now, because of the Mandela effect, it's not in the Bible. Crucifixion is not the word. Crucifixion is nowhere to be found in the Bible.
You know what it might have come from, because I could be wrong, but I 76 years later, the Romans came and they fucking destroyed Jerusalem. That's when they sacked it for the last time and took all the Jews in their camp prisoner or whatever. But they also like crucified, I think, like 80,000 of them. But I don't know by what method. It could have been to a tree, it could have been whatever. So I just always assumed.
But it was before they totally ransacked the place.
The cross has nothing to do with God. It is
Well,
only
yeah, no.
a method to kill somebody.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that was just the Romans kind of
Not in my
method.
reality.
I have seen some cool things with the shape though, like you can like fold it up and it makes a cube or something.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'll be back with.
See you, dude.
Yeah, bye. See you. Yeah. The New Testament is written 50, 100, and 150 years after Jesus. And every time the story gets better, more interesting.
Right. Yeah, I think that's commonality among human beings. This telephone game, we know how it extends from one
No,
side of the room to
no,
the other.
it's not this telephone game. It is about to make it interesting.
Good point. Yeah. I was getting on to some flavor value here too. Yeah, please continue.
You have your listeners, and you have to to get them that they listen, that they don't know the story. I heard it a lot. Now I have a better story. Here it's more happens, and so I make it more interesting.
Well, even in from as far as I can look back, I don't know, but the Nazarenes were like people who were of a conflicting group, all amongst all these groups who were then confronted with, phalanx of empire, and it was not a good thing. Like, what could you do? You can't sling one of them to death. There was no military option, and so a lot of many people look at biblical things as like a history tale. I kind of look at it that way. I also look at it allegorically. I also look at it theologically as well. I think there's so much composed within there that equals the sky. So
I don't think so. That's what Kosho said a few minutes ago. The Jews and the Romans are in Israel, in Jerusalem, in the land of the Jews, and the Jews make an uprising. And so the Romans said, out of here, everybody, out of they pushed them all out and said
why
to
were
them,
they there in the first place? They got there and
everybody
they
comes back,
put
he
the
gets
boots.
killed. And so the Jews get spread over the world. The
Yeah.
Romans started this problem with
Yeah.
the Jews everywhere.
Yeah.
It wasn't the first time either, but yeah.
Stomp.
And so they have the problem with the Jews everywhere. If the Romans have to stay in the land, they have lost long time forgotten that they lived there.
What country do you live in, Lichtwink? I'm just wondering your accent.
Germany.
Oh, okay. Hello to you.
Hello.
Cool. I have a hard time. I thought a dude that was from Slovenia yesterday was Indian, so my ears probably aren't so good.
My English is very bad.
Oh no, your English is very great. Shoot, dude.
He's only learned from these communities. He's learned from talking with us. Like he didn't
right on.
Speaking English very long since last year, maybe. Just talking with.
Sorry if I use like bogus weird words. I make up stuff
No,
all
it's
the
okay.
time. I'll try not to do that.
I understand more. I can talk.
Yeah, he's really amazing. Like I'd have a hard time, even especially much better now. Even that better all the time. But yeah, I'd have a hard time even, communicating fluently. Like you're basically communicating fluently. He's such a clever dude. He's a
not so clever.
Yeah, you are. He's always making like nice models and stuff. He's great at that.
I make the model in Make Human, and they Make Me Human puts the clothes on this guy, and I take it to Blender, which goes. The rig is on the guy. The biggest problem was to get it moved in Unreal. But I solved the problem with some tutorials.
There you go.
It works.
I knew you're gonna have to watch them eventually.
And I make the model of the person has so much vertices that I barely can move it in Blender. So I make take some vertices out and make it
simple.
Yeah, make it more simple. Yeah, take 5 steps. Three steps. I take. Again, in Blender you can take vertices out automatic.
You know what?
I make two or three steps to take vertices out. It's
Have you ever heard of Jim Panda's game? He has like a game where you train a pet. You get a pet, you train it, it evolves, and you fight them. They even fight each other. But he made money on Second Life. It's a virtual reality game. Yeah, you know it. Okay.
He sells
So,
like Pokeballs or whatever that's called in that
yeah,
world.
he made a lot of money. He made a lot of money doing that because he had a good business model for it. Because people get invested with these pets, like they want to feed them and they want to, pay for whatever they have to pay for. So
Bro, I have a moral obligation to my clientele, and I don't roll like that. Who's he selling to? People who want the product, so I have no, confliction with that. But really, you found your market, but really, that's what you're doing.
yeah,
Who are the people? If you really look at the people doing this, crusty, weird, like people who are not very, very thrilled or trying to, delve higher with their hearts and minds, and maybe I'm being too, obtuse about that. Not everyone's maybe up for the jam, but for me, it's just not my style. Yeah.
It's not my style either, but people do pay for this regardless if he makes a game or not. So if you tap into that market, you make money. So, but yeah, people do in-purchase games or in-game purchases and shit like that. But anyway, just real quick, I was gonna offer you, Lichwink, if I get more serious about making this game outside of Second Life, maybe you can help me and you can make money from it if you're interested.
What we have to do?
I'll do like the programming and make the game and probably some rendering maybe, but it would just be making these animals. I don't know what they're gonna look like.
I'm not a designer. I'm not a designer.
You make good you make good animation.
No, I can't do it. I don't can make cute or something like this. I can only function.
Yeah, like physics stuff.
Yeah, I do function or something like this. Not cute or so.
Yeah, it's like me too. Like I'm more interested in the physics.
If I look to the animes, that they can make the cute girls or animals. Or do you know the animation series? What's it called? There's a little green blob with two bally legs. Green one. It is a super weapon that can destroy planets.
Is it a movie?
Yeah, it's a series.
So Monsters Inc. There's Monsters Inc. with the little green guy.
Yeah, the one eyeball guy. Yeah.
No. Yeah, but I don't think he's talking about that.
Take a look.
Yeah, I don't think either.
But yeah, what about it though, Lichwink?
I want to say what with simple ways you can make cute things. You know how to do it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Final Space is a series. Final Space.
Oh, Finding Space.
Final.
Oh, fine. Oh, that's got my lungs even more in a coughing conflict because all sorts of fake space has been on the docket this last couple of weeks with the 50 half centennial thing going on.
It's called Final Space. It's about
I see it.
That's a cute thing. It's a green block with eyes. Yeah, that's what I mean. Some people can make simple some lines or put their eyes on the right place, and it looks cute. And I tried. I can't do it.
Well, no individual is going to be able to match up with the production companies that are coming out of Southeastern Asia and Eastern Asia at this rate. That's just the way I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is. It's
Oh, okay.
right?
That may not be a thing I'm thinking of. I see a lot of like oddball YouTube stuff where people make these animations and it's like, "Hello, it's a cartoon," and things get weird sometimes. But okay, this one is a seemingly promoted deal. I haven't watched TV in so long; it's so alien to me. Ha! Alien, I said. How much money can you make as an animator doing something like this? Do you have to
A
work
lot.
40 hours plus doing
Yes.
stuff?
Yes.
How
You
many
know, like Game
more?
of
Like
Thrones.
60?
No.
G-
What they pay for is the man hours. It takes a lot of man hours to make the really complex stuff.
I've never watched it, but you're talking about the Game of Thrones like
Yeah.
HBO deal? Okay.
Yeah. It's like the dragons and the wolves. Well, you've seen Monsters Inc. So you know, like Sully.
Yeah, I know that one.
Like
Yeah.
all the hair. He's got all the hair. Like that kind of stuff. It takes a lot of rendering.
Frame by frame.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but in Justice League, they had what's his name, the Superman dude. I forget his name, but he was in a different movie where he had a beard and a mustache, and he had to go back for reshoots, and his other movie wouldn't let him shave, and so the team had to fucking digitally take out his beard, and it cost $25 million.
Did you just say Jesse Smollett, the faker guy?
No. Superman.
Oh, who'd you say?
I forget his name.
Oh, it was yeah, I don't know it either. Okay. I know like the face in some sort of weird brain zone. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. It's on the tip of my tongue. But either way, he had a beard and he couldn't shave it, and for I think 5 or 10 seconds, it cost him $25 million to digitally take his beard mustache.
Well,
It's
and
insane.
imagine the panels of that, the people sitting at boards like eating, a luncheon, a tray of whatever, and all right, are we gonna spend the 25 million to 10 seconds? Yeah, we're going on with it. Look, I get it's a business, but it's just folly in terms of many things
Well,
going on.
yeah, they had no choice. It was basically like there was 2 different studios, and so the other studio was basically kind of screwing him on purpose. Like no, we're not. You can't shave it. He's on.
We got a dude named Peter James. Well, I guess I shouldn't reference his name if he's not in the voice chat. But there are Canadian flat earthers. I came to be friends with quite a good one. He had never thought about 9/11 or anything going on hoaxology wise. Flat Earth was the first thing, and he was like, "What the fuck?" He was already like 40 or whatever, and whew, hope he's doing good.
Sorry, I'm looking at this picture, dude.
Oh, there it is.
Shit, it looks so shit.
Dude's got the butt chin of all butt chins right there.
Yeah, I know, but that's not like he doesn't
Is
look
it
like that in real
all
life.
morphologized? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're already into the zone of not being able to, like, I look at fake space all the time, right? And I have not trusted any of the stuff I've ever seen of the entirety of the ISS. It's supposedly up there for 20 years plus now, and there's no footage of it being built. Somebody sent me a link the other day that was, it was on a Bling Bling video, and it said, "Here you go, look at 4 minutes." and it was just of this stupid little thing that NASA had uploaded, and it was like a 2-second little thing of just the space stations combined, which was not video of the construction of, you know, this wild thing that's flying around at 17,000 miles an hour. It's bogus, man. There's something up. I don't know what's going on, but I just can't accept the reality. Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you? Because I don't know if you heard the debate the other night, but I personally made a website where people can come and make observations of the ISS. And
no, I don't know of your debate. Can you link it for me, please? Sure. Tell me more about it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll link the debate, but regardless, I'll link the website, and you can participate, and hopefully, we'll be able to conclude certain things like the speed, the minimum speed, things like that.
Yeah, when I see Don up there, you know, chugga cup of coffee and going on, and like there's nonsense going on. Patty with her, and then we got into the Death Wish coffee last night, which I won't get into again. But there's issues with humanality when you're stuck on a thing that's supposedly even moving that speed, and like, how do y'all live together? Why are women's hair allowed to be why are women's hair allowed to be so long, and why isn't it military regimen? I mean, this is by the book.
Yeah,
it
but
makes no sense to me.
aren't military.
Yeah, but it's also not part of the military.
Why do you say so? What is the bearing on that?
It's not a branch of the military. They don't have like a chain of command that is a military chain of command. They are affiliated with them. They work hand in hand, but a lot of dudes will come from the military and become pilots. And then
you think
NASA.
they're not armed and ready to go?
I don't think so. I mean, I think maybe, but I've never heard of them being armed. I don't see why.
I disagree. Now, I can't prove that, so I could be wrong on that one. However, looking at what's happening with that, that all it's like Space Navy. Imagine that. Now, all of the money that's funneled into this is not a public endeavor. There's a PR front. Now, what are the technicalities that I can give a person to where this would be accurately described? I'm asking that question out loud. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I know that does it even seem I'll put it on a person level first. Does it seem logical that you'd find Frontier not locked and loaded? Shit, man, that's un-American.
Yeah, but I don't think that they see it as Frontier, especially because it's a.
They talk about it all the time.
Yeah, but it's
reason
international
to need
space.
weapons up there. I know the Russians used to carry a pistol in the orbital module for survival in case the tracking was off when they landed, but I don't know if they still do. But there is no need for weapons up there.
Yeah, they're not on.
Well, how could you possibly know that? I could see that it would seem extreme, you know, but how could you know? Who knows what's on the frontier? Could be some sort of spookaboosh, you know, coming at you, you know, boom, boom, you know, pew, pew. That's why we get Star Trek. I'm just kind of rambling.
I don't think alien attacks are high up on the list of risks on there.
Like outside of this world attacks because we've like human beings extended the zone, or am I thinking too much?
I think you're overthinking it.
What do you mean by that, alien attacks? Can you talk about that?
There's no reason to need weapons there. Like, why would you bother taking guns somewhere if you don't need them?
Because the weaponry is so superior that you don't. It's like fruitless, or what do you mean?
No, they're not.
Why would you need it though?
They're not worried about it at all. Like they don't just perceive an enemy whatsoever.
Like Pleiadians come in peace. You guys just stay where you're at. Is that the deal?
I think it's reasonable to assume they won't have to deal with alien attack.
Well, kids sometimes burn straws and let them drip on alien ant farms or whatever. I did that when I was fucked up, and when I was like 6 years old, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I had a lighter and a plastic straw, and I saw a colony of ants down by the high school trash can, and I sat down and I lit that fucker, and I watched the plastic drip on them ants. I killed probably 24 of them, and then I was like, what the hell am I doing? I never had like a moral moment of it. I probably should have, but I like to burn things growing up.
No, yeah, a
So
lot of
I
kids
just
do
shook it
that,
off, you know.
but I'm glad you grew out of it.
Oh yeah, it's gone now.
A lot of kids neighbors and stuff, so I didn't.
I just don't think that the Earth is that way. I've considered the possibility that, hey, maybe this entire Terraria, if that's the thing, is alien ant farm, like the band's name.
Yeah.
Whose pet are we now? When I've reestablished myself, I'm not sure if that's actual, because I don't know if there is a place that you can go to where there would be any sort of group of almond-eyed thingies that are like robots from our past, time travelers who could go doink 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 on the glass. If anything's up there, I just need to see it for myself. But if you guys take good video, please do fill us in.
I like you, man. You're at least creative.
Ditto.
Looks like this place is growing dry. I'm reluctant to invite you somewhere, but I'm gonna head over to Gem Server. I don't know, have you ever been to Gem Server before? Who's here?
A few leagues ago. I don't know what a league means. It's sort of like a double grip. You remember when people would say, "Oh, I ain't seen you in a grip." A league is like anyways, before I get too retarded, I talk with people in there a little bit, but it's not the preferred venue.
Well, I'm headed over there, so see you.
Peace. Alrighty, so mouth is going to be dry as Hera for a moment here, but Ace was talking about dreams and how the things that we see in dreams or the happenings don't occur in reality. He was talking about well, all right, Pumpkin's not in here, so I type it. But anyways, here's the point. A good dude named Red Pill had posted a thing that says, "Don't ever pee in your dreams. It's like setting you up for a trap." Like some sort of elaborate ruse that Admiral Fish guy from the Star Wars thing would say. That's become like well known, even though it's just like fantasy. We're so fantasy. Anyways, I went on to say that I can't remember at any point in any of my dreams. I did pee a few times in my dreams, and I've never like peed my pants. I don't know what's going on with that. I've never once had an instance in all the leagues, ongoing grips of dreams to where I pooped in a dream. It just didn't happen. I've never sneezed, and then there were other things too. Did that make sense? When I type something like largely that Eve, hopefully, I feel like I'm some sort of uh, like terminology doesn't always work. I find myself caught up in paragraphs of writing, and then I'm thinking, what am I? Somebody who's not living here, who's talking to people who will, ever read it. That's not why I normally write things, anyways. Is, to get them out. I encourage everyone to write things, even if nobody reads it ever. Just get it, going on. My handwriting sucks, cornholio. So that's why I type on Discord here. Yeah. Yeah, Julius, when you look back at Crow has mentioned this probably a year or more ago. Ooh, Tempest Fugit, right? I write so little in day-to-day life that like my hand command towards the page has changed. And if you look back, what I was saying about Crow had mentioned, the people of an earlier time, be it Europe or I only know of I don't know much of Africa or Asia or anything like that. We still have sort of a divide going on with all that. We've got these communist Chinese that this may be a big thing for all of us. Give it time or earlier. Anyways, though, we're typing things. Type, 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 and I suck at writing anymore. And none of you guys are gonna like read a handwritten note. Like I don't know if Ace gave me his like address, I would, or like a PO box. Shit, I would write him an eloquent note, but it would be shitty as fuck compared to what Cynthia Maxwell on the Oregon Trail did. She wrote her baby home, or Civil War veterans and people like that. It's just amazing to me. I don't think we've fallen. Not to misconstrue that word, but there is a change in obviously our instant communicability. People used to write, and I mean, hell, if you were a serf, you might not hear back for 3 months, 6 months, till the you know snowfall, thaws out and all that. Lots of changes. Since I'm rambling, I'll continue with saying that communication is important as hell to all of us. Even some dude who's just like I don't know, old Grandpa McGuffrey. He like occasionally makes threats to make bombs. He still wants to talk to people. I don't know anybody like that. I'm just making up the stupidest shit I can think of, but there's this element when we all have internet communication. I was just rambling pumpkin, and it's very early morning, so I won't get on your case. I don't like GoFundMe, so I haven't started one up yet. But here's the real deal. This is an intervention. We're going to get you a new battery for your smoke detector. Hell or high water. We've discussed at length why you can't hear the chirp. It could be, you know, uh, neurological, whatever we call it, just devices. Maybe the tones have been designed for certain people not to hear them. We went to the edges on this one, and I don't even really mind the chirp anymore. I never really did. I actually confused one of Becky's chirping bird dude things that she has in the forest of goodness there, and I couldn't tell the difference over these airwaves. The thing is, though, if you really do have a thing that's like hooked into your line, the thing that Becky was saying is that if it's hooked into your power line, like in Australia, you have to have it hooked into the electricity instead of how we do here, where we just hook it up to whatever bracket you know staple into the wall, screw in, and then there's things there. So that's gonna be the thing. But if yours is still chirping after like 2 years, yeah, I'm sorry. This is all my fault, and I will not let it go. I'm okay with it going on. I just want to make sure that you don't die of accidental carbon monoxide poisoning, if that's the thing too, because it's a odorless silent killer.
I think once you get used to it, man, you don't hear it.
That was the going notion, right? Like, I, and I couldn't figure that out because I would just notice a thing like that and it would never, ever, ever go away. I might fall asleep eventually, yes, but then as soon as I woke up, I'd hear chirp, and so I don't get it.
Nah, well, I know I'm just giving that as an excuse because when I had that in my old house years ago, it used to do my head, and I ended up taking the thing off the wall, and I wrapped it up in like a couple of blankets or some shit, and I put it in the cupboard. So I never had a fire, like anyway, detecting any fire for like a couple of years in the flat that I lived in, and it used to just make the noise in the kitchen in the cupboard, wrapped up in whatever it was wrapped up in.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm just going on my I don't know, just like social behavior man thing where there's like a beeping booping problem. Oh, we'll fix it, go fix that thing. And so when I hear the chirp, that's all. Hey, embrace the chirp. Oh my god, I just said that out loud, but embrace the chirp if it's you. Here's the real question. This one is the real boggler. I've been talking with people on 24/7, and the chirp thing came up, and I gave them shit. I think it was Jose, and then it was like, oh, all right, I'll change it whenever. But then Pumpkin, people told me that they've been hearing this chirp for multiple years. Now, I don't know the people who recorded as saying that, but that sounds like a long time. What kind of battery lasts that long to give enough of a chirp of a warning to where it just wouldn't be functional nor faulty? It makes no sense. Is this a Duracell ruse? I don't really know what's going on here, but if it's been going on for that long and this is doubly compelling. If you cannot hear it, you guys remember that it was kind of like the blue dress, green dress thing that was all over the place a few years ago. Do you see a dress with this colored stripes or another dress with the other stripy dudes? And then there was also a voice one that was like Lori or Yorl or no, it wasn't something like that. There was some sort of confusion. Like the same noise was produced, but depending on the way that you particular, Earosity scoops that you'd hear Lori or Yanni. Was that it? No, it wasn't Yanni. Yanni's that weird, like, music guy, isn't he? Dang it. I gotta type it in. This is too good. This should be obvious, but Laurel Yanni. Okay, but it's not like a Kenny G looking guy or whatever. Okay, okay. Um, I don't know. There was a lot of otherwise not so good talking here hours ago. So, but the reason is just because it came up is the honest answer. Yeah. It it just seems so mysterious to me that I want to know why you can't hear that thing, because it seems evidently blatant to me that I would hear that immediately and go change that thing to make a stop chirp. So it's like black and white. I just don't get it. Those make for good combos though.
I'll catch you in a bit. Who's there, man?
See, it's a thing that other people talk about. This is obviously an ongoing issue, but maybe not particularly the way that we've, gone on with it. I do take full responsibility for all of this. When the whips lasheth. So already we've got Raven Song, who introduced yesterday. Cool, yeah, Jay. That there is a meme contest at stake here. There will be 2 prizes given out to the 2 dankest meme submitters. Now, those are the conditions of the contest. You have until August 11th. I'm not sure what time. We can deal with that with Raven, but there is a meme submit or contest entries room right below the general tab in the server. So the only criteria I think is that it's got to be like a flat Earth meme. It can be, you know, I'm so globe, you flatties are, you know, spinning chicken at Ponderosa or something weird like that. But it can also be like the dankest flat Earth meme ever. You've got over a week, people. Really take that in. You know, maybe it'll come to you on a, you know, midsummer's night, and you just be like, yeah, that's the meme. I was gonna make one about Don Pettit and the poop tube on the ISS with Death Wish coffee that Michael was talking about last night, but I'm not sure that's gonna be it. You have infinite submissions. Here's the rule, though. Here, the fine print on this one. It has to be made by you. You can't like grab some, you know, dankety diggity meme and then put it on the big board. Oh no, that'd be pretty unlegit. I'm glad that that's the rule. It encourages people to go out there and you know, do what you got to do. Just take an image, even if you just, you know, do some type on it. If you come up with a funny enough phrase, you can be the winner. I don't think I'm gonna win, but I am gonna make up a new one. It's probably not gonna be the chirp thing, even though that is funny as hell. The best memes ever are the ones that happen real time. I do have a university surrounding this if people are interested. It costs nothing to enter, and you know, just do whatever. Weird times we've had. But yeah, the flat Earth meme contest I think is a fun way to you know, get things rolling. I like the spirit of that. Like I don't know, we all talk to each other all the time, but with Discord stuff. But in ongoing, like, all right, you know, let's do something with this. I had an ongoing meme collage room, which still exists in my server. It's a lot of people on the internet do this. A person will submit one image, and then it's like, all right, yo, it's go time for you. And then you add your like PNG on top of it, and then it's back to you, back to you, back to you. And I had this going on with a few people, ended up being one of them straight went out left field and left. But another dude is still cool as hell for a couple of years rolling. So I got that going for me, which is nice. I'm just kind of talking to kill time here. People, please talk about flat Earth if you got something. I really am on the case of it. Via the FCC Recording Act of 1987, I am required to tell you that Karen B has paid me to spend this time. And it's viewers like you who make this program possible. Thank you. Yeah, I'm having some. There's plenty of time until August 11th. All right, so hold your horses, everybody. Nay, nay. Um, there's plenty of time until the submission limit is reached for you to submit your dankest flat Earth meme to Raven in the contest entries room. The prices are really good, but I think I'd like to kind of get third place. I don't know what the Nitro thing would do for me. I'd be able to make like animated Sasquatch emojis. That'd be pretty cool, I guess. So maybe I do want that. I don't know. The point is though, like make an original summer of, like late summer of midsummer of 2019 dank ass flat earth meme. What does it mean now? We know all about the weak ass ones, cats, and there's members all around the globe, and I don't want to go through it. So we know the deal. What is happening now? You remember that point in Spaceballs where they say we're watching the movie now, and then they've got like the VHS, and then they're like watching their movements, and they start moving their hands. Make a meme now. I'm going to theorize to continue to project a film if people, will do it. I'm going to call it Space Globes. This is weird as hell. I came up with this a few weeks ago on a rambling of thought. I said that I'm going to make a spoof of Spaceballs, and I'm going to call it Space Globes. Nay, 3 days later, so a very popular YouTube channel called Cinemassacre, a dude named James something or other from New Jersey or whatever. They were like sitting around playing video games, and the dude said, I want to make a spoof of a spoof," but he didn't have any cool idea. I want Space Globes. The whole point here is it's double spoof. Not only are we, mockerizing Star Wars and all that business, it's spherical space living places and star systems and Admiral Tarkington and the whole deal. Now maybe there's a person who can have a Starman, command that's way over that way, but is it somewhere in the outer rim? Who knows, man? You gotta go that way. You gotta head south in order to get there. In the world that I see evident, and so that's my notion on film. We'll see what happens. I've written some fiction about it, but it pretty much sucks. So there you have it.
Are you a flat earther?
You bet your bottom buck, buddy.
Are you a flat earther?
You bet your bottom buck, buddy.
I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm talking to yeah, like I said previously, I make up words out. Yeah, who's your flatty? It's like, who is your flatty? So yes, I am a flat earther.
Yeah, flat earther.
I
Okay.
don't know what that means to you. It means different things to different people. But yes, I think the Earth does seems quite flat. Sure.
How high is your dome?
The Kármán line is approximately 62 miles.
62
Now,
miles.
now, when you say how high is the dome, I'm not sure that there is a dome. I think that there are many highnesses of So I'm not sure that the dome is I'm not sure the German translation of that. Firmament is a word that we use in English quite often.
Yeah, that's
Is there a German translation for firmament?
Firmament, yeah.
Okay,
nearly
it's the
the
same.
word.
Werner von Braun had quite to say about that, right? Do you know of him?
Yes. That some flat earthers said the dome is 9,000 kilometers miles high, or the sun is 9,000 miles high over the ground. There was a lot of, and there's another thing. The height of the dome, you don't want to say it, but if you have a flat Earth and you have air on it, it has to be contained. Then it flows. You have to force down. We don't talk about gravity. The force down, and it goes. It takes. Yeah, you have to need a wall around your flat plane.
Now,
Yes.
Many of the recent.
Without a wall, your atmosphere is only that high as your ice wall.
I'm not sure of anybody who's let's talk with our translation language differences in mind, of course. So the ice wall is not a thing that I think anywhere high in comparison to anything we're talking. What did you mean?
You have a flat world. You have a flat world. It's something like there's this flat circles fun pancake thing, and we put air on it, and we have a force down. Then everything goes down, and so the air has to flow from your away from your flat plane. Flow up, flow away, go away.
I don't get what you mean by air flowing down, because
everything goes down. That we can agree about.
Well,
everything
hot air
goes
rises,
down.
though.
Huh?
Hot air rises.
Hot air rises.
Yeah, in your home right now, light a fire, see where it goes.
Yeah, that is why the air don't takes it. There's not a lot of atoms in the space that the air takes. So it's in comparison to the room, it needs lighter than the surrounding air, so it rises up. Yeah, but it's good if the air it shrinks again, it comes down again. But every other thing, everything on this world goes down.
Except things that are lighter than the air, which is evident in balloons, right?
Yes, but if I put them in a vacuum room, they go down too. Everything goes down.
Well, the balloons that independent people have projected highward, have popped before they could go high enough. So they do go down. I mean, your statement is true.
No, I take a balloon that is strong enough to take the air, the pressure difference of 1 bar without popping. I talk about the pressure difference of 1 bar. That is 1 atmosphere pressure. That is the difference between emptiness, complete emptiness with no air at all, and the air pressure on the ground. That is the difference is 1 bar.
All right. So okay, we got one measurement bar, 1 bar. Okay.
And we take this. We have a balloon that is strong enough to take 1 bar without popping, and it's filled with helium and we put it in a vacuum box and it goes down. Even it will rise in the 1 bar atmosphere. That means there's something that supports the balloon. It goes not up by its own. Something pushing the air, the balloon up.
Wait, it's an interesting thought indeed. Is there something pushing it up, or is it simply the lightness of it
No,
compared to
it's
the
like
medium?
you can make the same experiment with take a ping pong ball and put it on water. The water pushes the ball up. You try to put it. If you want to get it down, you need to force to push it down. So there is something it pushed the ball upward.
Are there simultaneous connections happening with all matter?
Yes. There's only one method. But even your water is made of gas. It's made of helium and oxygen. So your atmosphere is made of nitrogen and oxygen and some other gases. But the gases has mass you can test. If you want to test, if you want to figure out if air has a mass, a weight, you have to put it in a blue plastic bag. Make it not press the air. Put a little bit air in, hold it close on the top.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then shake it up and down.
Shake it.
Yes. And you will make it very interesting observation. Try it yourself, and you will make you can after this you can make can tell me what you have observation you have made.
Now, do such shaking bag balloons make it beyond, approximately 121? I'm not sure what that is in kilometers, but 121,000 feet. It's
No,
like
I know. I thought not to go far away because you go too far in your thoughts. You have this blue plastic bag, for garbage.
Okay, yeah.
Make it so it's a little bit air in it. Hold it close on the top with your hand, and then shake it up and down, very fast.
What happens? Yeah, I'm not up to your gib, or I'm not comprehending.
What's happened? I tell you what's happened. You accelerate the back down, and the air gets accelerated on your arm, your force you put in it. And when you go up, the air in the back is it's accelerated down. It won't go down in this moment. It is accelerated. And you pull in this moment, you pull up. You will see the back gets then the back gets air pressure on the bottom of the back.
But you're describing all of this within a container of this bag.
No, I only want to show you that acceleration can make air pressure. You accelerate
within
the air
a
up and
certain
down.
container.
No, it don't matter. It don't matter. It's not about. It's only about that air has a mass. Air is material with mass. That is what I'm talking about. You can do the same experiment with sand or stones.
How does that apply to going 62 miles high or beyond? How does that
Yes,
apply?
we have seen in this experiment that everything has a weight. If I accelerate it, it goes down. So you have the air it gets pulled down, and it's piles. The atoms, like sand, you get a big pile of atoms. And the air atoms are very excited. They move around and they need a lot of space. So if you go higher and there's not enough atoms on the top, they move more around, and the air gets thinner and thinner and not so compressed. And on the top, the atoms move around like wild, and some of them even goes up in space. It is
Does that only happen within a container, though, of things immediately adjusting? All the sand goes down because things are pressing down?
No, yeah, even on we're always talking about just now about your flat world.
I'm just wondering about containers. I'm not contesting you
No,
that much.
We're talking about your flat world just now. I don't talk about a globe.
Well, sand falls down.
Everything goes
because
down.
of the things above.
Everything has a every single atom has the tendency to go down.
Why?
Why? There's a force.
We were just talking about this last night with Ace and Cloud in here. Yeah.
The interesting thing in this force is
indeed
it accelerates everything in the same rate.
And when you get onto Flat Earth Society stuff, they say it's because there's an upward rising at however many meters per millisecond or whatnot.
There's a problem.
Yeah.
There's a problem with this. If you do this, your flat plane gets that much accelerated in few months or weeks, weeks or months, that you can't see the stars anymore. We are so fast. We are faster than light. And you can't go faster than light, far we know. And that means that acceleration stops there, and your weight, there's nothing goes down anymore. Can put for much force. Yeah, there's a problem with this acceleration. Where you get the force from? You need the energy to accelerate something. Let's go back to your flat plane. We have this flat plane, and we know if we go on a mountain, the air gets thinner. You can't breathe on Mount Everest so well. And it means the air pressure gets down, it gets less as the higher you go. And somewhere on the 60 kilometers, there's the space. The air pressure is so low, you can say there's nothing anymore.
Yeah, quite the venue up there.
Yeah,
that's for warriors.
If you have
many,
a dome,
bodies litter it. Yep.
If you have a dome, it is 90 kilometers high. 9 kilometers. I mean, let 90 kilometers. Make it 9,000 kilometers. That is what a flat earthers not long time ago said. That means there's only 60 kilometers in your dome filled with air. The rest is empty.
I know not of that specific claim
of
the height of such.
Yeah, that means that the nearby sun is 6,000 kilometers away. And that means there's 6,000 kilometers. There's the sun here somewhere. And the sun is at the dome. It's a light at a light point in the dome or something like this. And there's only 60 kilometers filled with air on the ground. It's a thin layer. A thin layer on this flat plane is 60 kilometers.
I'd encourage you to think of things outside of the modality that you're propositioning things to be such. I've never made, personally, like I just said, I've never made any personal claims about how far away the sun is or what it is or of the lengths of limits of all this thing. I'm shaking my hands around in the air here. But I know where you're coming from and why one would think it ludicrous. When all of this isn't, I love how you're coming at this with this higher up. It's like, hallelujah, like raising your hands up, because I like looking high and not just metaphorically or whatever, but where you're coming from is sort of off of the basis of where most people who think that the Earth might not be a moving oblate spheroid or whatever they call it in German, Spheroidschakar or whatever it might be called. Sorry to bastard your language like that or butcher it. Just making a joke. The point is, we can see too far for this to be a ball, bro. And so, what does any of this mean? Like, what do you think about any of that?
Why? You changed the subject. You realize.
Well, I did.
You realize there's a lot of problems with your flat plane.
Because of pressure of what you're telling me that's way up there that how can I describe that to you? I don't know where to go on. I didn't mean to change the subject. I just mean to conversate upon something I can actually talk about. I don't know where to go with what you said. Not because I'm debunked, baffled, or otherwise confused and humiliated. I mean to say it like, well, show me your... Like, can we get on a plane, bro, so I can check this out? The pressure system you're talking about is not something that a human being knows what to do with.
Yes, you know. I don't think I had to pull out this video just now, but here in Germany is a guy.
Links and videos. Yep.
He is on a ground station. I call it just now. On a lift. It's a lift to a mountain. And he has a barometer, and he shows the barometer, and then he goes with the lift up to the mountaintop.
I don't see how any of this is negligible.
And you can see how the pressure goes down.
Okay, and so why doesn't that work on varying models? That works on concave Earth too, bro, because people just say it flips.
No, I don't. We are not by the roundness or flatness of the world. We are only by the situation. What happens? We are not. We only just now. I only talk about that. What is provable in this moment?
Well, let's see it. I do appreciate your extended communication. I just don't. I don't see how that isn't possible on multiple
no, I don't
zones of reality. Yeah, no, I don't see how that's definitive globe proof. The pressure.
No, I don't want proof to. I don't want to prove to you that the Earth is round. I only talk about the things we can measure. It is we go higher, the pressure goes down, and somewhere the pressure is zero. And
sure, and your evidence, your conclusion on the measure of stuff is that it can only be a ball.
No,
due to this pressure, isn't it?
No, I don't say that.
What do you think's going on then? Sorry if I hoodwinked you or tried to get in front. I get all defensive sometimes.
That is what I want to reach here. I don't want to. I only want to show that even on the flat plane you have this. That the air is 60 kilometers. There's no air at all anymore. And what's happened here? Even on the flat plane.
Yeah, Project Dominic delved a little something into that one. Yep.
But in this moment you only need not a dome. You need only a wall around your world. Let's make it 70 kilometers high wall around your flat plane.
Sure.
And the atmosphere is like an ocean in this.
Space is water, maybe.
Yeah, the atmosphere is like an ocean, and on the top of this ocean is the emptiness of space. Even on the flat, even you make a dome, you can't fill your dome. There's
I
only
can swim with that, man.
If you fill your dome, you can calculate it yourself. If you're 60 kilometers of atmosphere, just now we have 1 atmosphere pressure on the ground. Let's fill the dome full up. We have a 6,000 kilometers high dome, and we fill it up to the top. We get 100 of atmosphere pressure on the ground.
Well, see, that's where I have a question. You'd think it'd be so,
Yeah,
but in this great expansible place, if you did it, like it's the same thing as like showing a ball that has water sticking to it spinning around. Like we don't have a large enough ball. How could we have a place big enough to fill it up enough for that kind of pressure? Like I know your thought. I'm just wondering.
Yeah. You see, we have this 60 kilometers air, and we have the pressure of 1 atmosphere on the ground. So if you have the dome, it is filled up to the top. We have to have 100 atmospheres of pressure.
What kind of shit happens when we get 33%, of the way across? Does does it all crack and what's it called? The hellacious below rises and waters above flow. I mean, I don't know, dude. This might have happened before. Just my kind of consideration. I'm not a believer, but who knows?
That is one that we have solved the problem here. So we have the atmosphere. The breathable atmosphere goes up to 10 kilometers. You can go on a high mountain or whatever or so. And just now we have the problem with the sunset. The sun is 6,000 kilometers above the flat plane, and flat Earth makes somehow a sunset. How you can do it? What way is there to do it? The flat Earth said we have the air atmosphere makes the light bend so that the sun goes down. Is that right?
I don't exactly know. Now, the pressure is based upon, like you're saying, is it material that, or how? Okay, you're gauging the pressure on what's here. Is that baseline? Does that make sense?
We have the pressure of 1 atmosphere on the ground. 10
Sure.
meters.
And so what are you additionalizing on it? I apologize if that didn't coordinate.
I misheard some words.
Okay. So what are you proposing of what would happen if the pressure, like what sort of material would be required for the pressure to get to a point of whatever's going to happen once, like what is on here?
We need a column of 60 kilometers of atmosphere to get 1 bar on the ground.
We'd have to dig down so deep forever and ever and ever, and all the sludge would never even
If you
get
go
us
down,
even anywhere close.
I walk in a coal mine, and
do you? How far down have you been?
1,000 meters.
That's about
3,000 feet.
A little over a mile. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 3,000 feet. Okay.
Do you know of people who have gone deeper?
Yeah. No. We work there,
Yeah. What are the stories in the mine there? Yeah.
and we go down, and you're standing on the lift, and then the lift goes down, and you feel the pressure on your ears. It gets more and more and more, and you have to choke or breathe, push open your nose or something to get the equalizing of the pressure on the outside and the inside of your ear. Every day, up and down, you have always the same problem. So it means that down there the pressure is higher. Even they don't blow the air into the system. They take it out of the system. They have big fans on the one side, and they take the air out. They don't blow it in. Then the pressure gets much higher.
So, all right. There will never be a material buildup of any kind that will ever be possible on Earth in order for it to reach the hypothetical, like all the stuff. Like, there's not enough stuff. Like, or there probably is enough stuff. I don't really even know. You could get maybe enough stuff to pile it up so big that the pressure gradient of what's the Kármán line, or maybe 8 miles beyond it, 70 kilometers is what we're going with. Well, 62, I said 62. 62 kilometers is kind of where we're working on. Oh, we got a guy looking to speak here. I think that I can do that, but the rule here, Sauron, is don't be a jerk or an asshole or anything like that. I think I can do that. I'm not too privy with any of these things, especially this morning. Anyways, I was in the middle of the sentence here, and you're unmuted, Sauron. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello.
My pleasure. The only thing I will finalize that and let Sauron speak is I look the talking of Mount Everest. I think that's quite good. I'm just, I don't. Can any of us understand pressure in the way you're describing? The person came in here and then left again.
Yeah,
Okay.
pile of water. Put water. How much water? If you have a pipe, let's make it a glass pipe. Okay, we can take a look to the inside. It is 12 meters long, and we fill it complete with air. Sorry, we fill it complete with water. With to the tap, and then the one side is closed, the other side is open, and the pipe is filled up with to the tap, and we put the open side in the water bucket, and then we raise the pipe up, straight up. What happened?
But all right.
What happened?
It's all hypothetical, man.
No, it's not hypothetical. It's tested. You can test it yourself. It's all I make. We are not here. We have the resources, I can show you, but it's not hypothetical.
Like I said, do please link videos, pictures, so we can
get a
grasp.
I have not the time to search for this. We have the 12 meter.
Cool.
We have the 12 meter long pipe, and you will see the water level goes down to 9 meters and something.
So such a scenario is not possible on anything other than a moving oblate spheroid Earth that isn't measurable by any of us who go up in balloons and look at it. See the disparity here? there's a disconnect of communication that I can't quite get. I've been after it, man. What is it?
We are only about the simple rules of physics just now.
That really doesn't show anything to the people who, have balloons that see a flat Earth, people who take infrared images of mountains hundreds of miles away. Should be way beyond the curve, Bros.
Why they
Or
don't
Brosheim,
take,
whatever you say it in German. Yep.
yeah, why they don't take a picture? If you have to let go your balloon up at midnight. And
What?
you
I'm
let
sorry.
go. You started your balloon at midnight. And show me a picture of the sun.
Now, I don't know all the limitations of balloon risings, but that's not my basis of proof. That's just one of the numbers.
Yeah,
There are FAA regulations.
You let start a balloon on the equator. It's very important. At midnight.
Yeah, let's go to Somalia, bro. We're gonna have great fun in Mogadishu.
Yeah, but
We'll be
the
welcome.
important thing in this is, if the Earth is flat, and you let start your balloon.
Google Loon will tell us so.
Yeah, let's start a balloon in Mogadishu at midnight, and you can't see the sun. The Earth is not flat.
I've come to opposite conclusions.
No, you're up very far up, high up in the air, where the air is very less air. There's no air to bend the light or something like this, and you have to see the sun. But there is something in the way.
Well, quite on the contrary, too, there are times in which the moon can be seen through balloons,
the moon is far away.
Able to be seen.
There are
weird happenings here.
No, the moon is no problem. The moon is not. The moon was very far away.
You got to figure it out. What is the German word for moon?
Mond.
Oh, okay. Hey, all right.
It's always
Jeez,
the moon.
it's that simple.
Yes. Oh, the moon is an interesting point here. There was a guy, it is nearly 3,000 years ago. Not 2,000. Let's put it 3,000 years. And this guy looked up to the moon and see a half. It's in a day, and he sees a half moon. One side is lit up, the other side is in the dark. And he thinks about it. And he came to the conclusion, is the moon half, then is there a 90 degrees angle at the moon between moon, Earth, and the sun. You can take a look.
This is obvious, sir. These conclusions have been made, like you said, long ago. I'm not sure about the thousands part of it.
You can do it. I tried it myself, and it works.
I look at her all the time. Now, what is not explained is many of the eclipses. You cannot see her coming in to a solar eclipse. The moon cannot be observed. People will say it's because of the brightness.
I don't talk about the solar eclipse. I did talk about a half moon, and the sun is in the sky.
Okay, you're talking about
the moon is in the sky.
And there's problems with that issue of angle.
No, that you can go to time and date. There are days.
Sure, I know the website quite completely.
There's a half moon, and the sun is in the sky at the same time. And you can measure the angle between the half moon and the sun. You know there's a 90 degrees angle at the moon. That is why the moon is half moon. And you can measure the angle between your position, the moon, and the sun. And you get an angle from 97 degrees or so. Try a little bit more to 90. 99 or 89 or so, 90, 89 or 87. At least the old guy get 87. And he calculates, he makes some experiments on the ground, and he figured out the sun has to be 90 times far away than the moon. That is what he figured.
No, I don't accept that
Yeah,
as
it is
evidence
wrong.
of what you're saying.
It's a wrong measure. He has only the sticks and some strings or so. He makes something of this, and they figured his conclusion was 90 times the distance of the moon, the Earth moon, and the sun is 90 times far away. And even this wrong measurement puts the sun so far away from the flat Earth that it is not anymore on the plane.
Well, the sun's distance has changed over the last half centennial, or not centennial, but 500 years, whatever that is, half annual, whatever.
This 90 times is wrong, very wrong. The real measurement.
So are they right now?
The real number
is 93 million miles right now.
The real number is 400 times.
Of what is said right now?
The real number is 400 times the distance to the moon is the distance to the sun.
Okay, so is the distance to the Earth ball thing to the moon? Play with me here.
That is one. That is
okay,
one.
Do you think it is 238,000? You comprehend miles like. I try to keep putting it into kilometers for you, but I don't think.
Let's put it at 1 light second.
But yeah, that well, I can comprehend that because it's
the light
I don't
second.
know, eight light hours to the sun. See, dude, I don't know.
You have eight light minutes. 8 light minutes to the sun.
Minutes.
And 1 light second to the moon.
Okay, so we're 8 to 1. Yeah, we can communicate that way. Okay.
No, 8 minutes.
8 minutes to 1 minute, like 8 minutes
eight
to
minutes
the
to
sun.
1 second. To 1 second.
Oh shit! Okay. See, I don't even think of things in these terms any longer. Like it's been years since I've put on the pear guy on the Science Channel. That other lady with her hokey doke. See, I don't mean to make fun of these people. I just think that the garbage given to me is not appetizing at all. So what would you do if you had a pile of garbage put up in your face? You'd throw it out and not think about it for more than 3 seconds, but not because you're a denier, rejecter. It just doesn't seem like it's good. It doesn't seem like it in an other way format of food. It doesn't equal other observations that I can have.
That is the problem. That is the problem here with flat Earth.
Well, you can talk about it all day to all these people here, and they're going to give you all sorts of answers. I'm one of the more mild ones, dude.
I know the flat Earth. I know the flat Earth for 4 years.
Okay, yeah.
The problem with flat Earth is everything what flat Earth said don't fits to the simple physics. You have the normal physics in this world, but your everyday physics. And
sure, yeah. Why does water curve? Yeah.
This water curve thing. The Earth, just with Kosho, you talk about free falling. The Earth is free falling around the sun. What you call the orbit is in reality a free falling around the sun. The Earth is a free fall around the sun, and that means that if the Earth has no gravity, there's no force that pulls everything on the globe, we are weightless. We take the gravity away, but the Earth sticks to the sun. That goes around like this. We have to make some assertions here.
Exactly.
Let's make it like a spaceship. Let's the Earth make like a spaceship.
Don't Carl Sagan me, bro.
No, it's like let's the Earth make a spaceship with no mass, with less, very small mass, but it goes around the sun.
So we got to enter into fantasy land in order to explain reality.
No.
If this, well, that's where we're starting.
No, we have to. We go to what is it here? To space. We see the ISS free falling around the Earth, and the people on the ISS are weightless. And that you can try this weightless thing yourself. You take a water bottle, put some stones, a little bit water and air in it, and throw it in the air. Throw it up, and take a close look, and you will see everything gets mixed up. It's weightless. It mixed.
Yeah, bro. I really do love you as a human being. I've enjoyed our conversation and in your personality. You're a wonderful human being. I disagree with you so completely upon your basis of trying to describe what reality is. You started off with talking about space and then ISS.
Yes, go everywhere, yeah.
Dude, this is a berserk. Not gonna have it. Hoosier can't do this. Not because it's not rational. It's because it's totally irrational. You started off with fantasy. This is fantasy land. Let me tell you this, Germany guy. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Lich, which is an undead king, by the way. So, anyways, so let me tell you a story about how things actually are, Lich. You have to go into a pink, bubbly void, and then all of a sudden little square cubules pop up, and there's like other floating things around it. That's what you're coming at with me with, because there is no evidence of the stuff you're like beginning the story with. That's what I'm.
Or maybe I explained it wrong.
Perhaps. Where does it start? Like, maybe that's where I'm off on this one, because maybe you have different presuppositions of like how the universe began. Are you thinking that the universe is 4.32 billion years old or whatever it is, and Big Bang is how it happened?
Yes.
I am not. So therefore, we have a major disagreement. Yeah.
Works very well. That is the problem.
I don't think there's any evidence to prove that. It's a thing that you've decided, and so there's this little like cone-shaped thing of all reality, and now we're in the 6th generation of everything. The universe, the big freeze crunch is headed our way, in like billions of years. I don't buy it. I don't think it's true. There's not any evidence. I think it's a fabulous, excellent theory by intelligent human beings who are doing something they think is good. But is it true? Not to me, and to many others.
The first guys, they make observations in this world.
The first person ever born, or all the people. Oh,
every call it. Let's call it scientists. This time they called themselves naturalists or something like this.
I don't know that word.
Yeah, but they go. They are scientists, and they figured something out. And everything what they figured out have to fit to other things in the world. Nothing stands on its own, and that is the proof to me that science is on the right way to explain something. That everything fits together. I can make a test, and it's predictable. If I want to lift my heavy stone, I take a lever, yeah. It's one short arm and one long arm, and I can lift this can lift a heavy stone. That's physics, simple physics, and everything fits together, and so you get the explanation of nature. But flat Earth don't fit to this explanation.
Yeah. So we have a huge. Well, I said huge, but we have.
No, I have nothing.
How does that deal in with the Big Bang and like what is just here? You're talking about what is here, which
Yes.
is I agree with you. Yeah, and
We
so,
have,
but saying that it came from a boom boom of all sorts of boom booms of all kind, how's that playing?
Oh, we have, but that's the point where you don't know. It's the point where the
But
first
people say they know, and they tell it to us in books that my children read.
nobody knows this. Even the
Yet they,
scientists. No, even the
it's given
scientists
up.
say we don't know where the matter in the first place comes from. We don't know.
10 years ago, dude, it was hypothesized all over the place. There were like 4 different theories of how the moon formed. It was like maybe like a moving oblate thing hit into the moon and or hit into the earth, and then there was a thing, and then maybe it was something else extraneous from this solar system fantasy goofball jam. And then now it's given out as truth on TV all across the entire world. It's now like, oh yes, 43 million years ago this thing happened. I find that bogus. It's in the books now, and so the thing you're talking about will be in the books
we tested
soon.
it. We tested it. We make experiments. We make tests, and
but it's not
calculation.
Proof at all.
And it came. That is not a. When they say that happens this way, it is only they say this is the most possible explanation.
No, I disagree with that completely.
They don't say it's happened this way. They only said that is the most possible explanation.
And I completely disagree with that. I think that there are possibilities of higher degree of likelihood.
Yeah, but the explanation God has done it is much unlikely.
You assumed what I was going to say, didn't you? There, I got you. All right.
It's logical.
No. All right, that's enough. That's enough. No, that's enough for a conversation. Thank you. You assumed what I was going to say. That's enough. I wish you a good day.
Okay. Are you?
Alrighty, so pardon me, German guy is gone, and here's my deal. I don't care. Nobody's listening. It's fine. I gotta get this off the old Chesterewski. I'm not even Polish. There's a language barrier there, so I don't know if what he was trying to really describe to me was like something that I could get or could not get. And then we got the Eye of Sauron, this woman saying, "I want in, no, no, yes, yes." Come on. Stick a finger in the air and let it lair. So anyway, she's fine though. I'll be friends with her if it happens. What a weird way to like, hey, I want in on this one. Will you guys let me in on this one? And then no, fuck you. I just wanted your thing. Fuck you. Being nice always works out though. I hold up the pinky finger on that one. Don't do that like ever in public ever. Maybe never even. There are people that come across. Back to the German guy though. I think that the Lahügenstein word that I just made up in German means he's full of shit. He works in a coal mine. All right. Went maybe 1.2 miles down. Skidamarinky dinky dink, skidamarinky doo. You know, skidamarinky dee, 1.2. Haha, that rhyme too. Damn it. I don't even. Oh, man. Oh, all right. So, if somebody's got a smoke detector out there, that'd be real fun. I'm going to hang around until somebody chirps. But the thing is here, though. German dude told me Lich. His name is Lich. Now, I don't think that means anything. It's just kind of a cool name. Could be anybody. Get that. What is a Lich? A Lich is an undead king. A necromantic. What does that mean to you? Alrighty. Now, I think they're cool and all. But in real life, hell no. If I ever saw something that was undead, which I I don't know anybody's ever seen nothing. We felt the presence, but not in the skull. So, dude said that if pressure went so far up, like if you could compile a mound of all Earth material to make the gradient a thing of change, and he brought up Mount Everest. I'm probably not doing him justice here. Hopefully, people heard the thing. I'm just saying that his basis for all, uh, you know, total combinations of what's going on is lacking in definity. Here we go again, rocksters. The same old road, and at least we got some friends along the way. See you later. Yeah, I apologize for anyone who's listened to the extended nature of my voice. Things gotta get off the Willie side, though. You know, several hours ago, there were people. Well, not. I'm not. One of them was that guy that is, I don't know, all lowercase letters, Scott or something. It was said that 16 or 60, he couldn't remember. The person's also making this claim, you know, in the conversation we had. See, I'm not even saying at me. That's a weird way to put it when you're having convos, right? You can say all sorts of things. And if it disagrees with my point, it's not at me, bro. Let's all live to, you know, eat some corn off the cob, man. Just chill out. Run that sucker. Woohoo, butter. Of course, some salt. Now, no evidence at all at this corn cob, you know, picnic. The red plaid, what is it called, placard or checkerboarded thingy you'll do on the table front. Never at any point did anyone provide any evidence of 16 or 60 NASA engineer space dudes dying ever. You know, my grandpa Lou has a thing that he would do for things so much lesser than this. I'm glad I cut my fingernails recently because I am clenched in the fist right now, both hands. I'm dominant in both, you know, ambidextrous motherfucker. And look, here how it goes. I'm not trying to hurt nobody, but making claims that NASA space dude people died, and then you provide no Google link or whatever that one dude was off on his genie shamble Lou to do, which he's a terrible genie, by the way. He ain't got half that on the fantasy Shazam, by the way. I'm pretty mad about this, so I'm gonna cool down. Cool down. I don't get mad too often here, people. This one really makes me mad, though. All right. Serenity now. That's not what I do when I get mad or anything. I actually don't do it that often, so maybe that is what I do. But here's how it is going on. Another dude said that 16 or 60 people died. His grandpa was one of the space engineer guys on that thing, and he knew people that died. Waco, Texas, Rodrigo. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. You get me? Any evidence at all? I like talking to that German dude, though, so. Chirp, chirp. I just ended a ramble, Ryan, so sorry about that. If you have anything that's on your mind, please do tell me.
I'm dealing with a baby at the moment. I apologize.
All good? Did you get done painting? Or was that you or Travis? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
No, I think that was someone else.
Oh,
I
my
heard him
bad,
too
my bad.
yesterday talking.
Travis was in here last night. Yeah. Sorry, man.
Yeah, no worries.
A German dude and I, if you're listening, or people or whatever, to synopsize, got done talking about maybe an hour or two about how the pressure on Mount Everest equals all sorts of things. He's trying to prove that definitely means that the 70 kilometer, approximately 62 mile, Kármán line that we call it, is pressurized but that equals space. Like I was trying to get it out of him. I didn't do the best job. We went on and on. I think he's a really nice person. If you see Lich, Stitch, or something like that in here again, he's German, so English is not his first language. But he's a nice guy to talk to if you ever see him again.
Right on. Hey, how's my
Karen's on the scene here this morning. Or what is it today now? Oh yeah, we're just about noon east side.
Hey brother, how's my mic set?
You sound 33 to me. Can you speak again for a second so I can check?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm getting a bad echo and
Okay,
feeling like volume.
I've got no echo, and you're at 100%, just the median for me, and it's loud as a daisy.
10-4.
I had some weird stuff going on last night, and I'm not sure if it's true or not. Whatever was going on, we had about 20 or so people. Now we have the numbers in the chat thing. Nice job, Karen. Or whoever did that. I think it's her. There was like only echo on one person's end when I had my mic open, but he was the only dude with a non-headset. I've been using this headset for several months. I have no echo with anybody. I just put it on mute on my little button here instead of muting it in Discord because it's easier. Sometimes I fuck up and like I think I'm talking, then I go off into like zombie zone or zoinko zone. I think more appropriately, but so yeah, be aware of all sorts of behoovery and not Newton nanny sense in this Discord deal.
Indeed. Are you
That was a long, weird answer. Yeah.
Are you new to Discord? Or?
No, I've been rocking this thing for probably about 2 seasons now. It's I'm not prolific. I am probably kind of new compared to certain people, but yeah.
Yeah, I just started messing around with it myself. I mean, people probably see my name all over the place in different chats on YouTube and everything, but that's about it. I just recently started coming in here about a month.
Okay, no, I didn't know you, Ryan. I to what's the right word to it's not illustrate or legislate or I'm going to make up new words. I do this a lot. Illustrate you this one. I came upon flat earth and then I was silent for the Harlem of a long time, and then YouTube chats came to be a thing, and then Discord came after that, after I'd communicated with a lot of lovely, lovely human beings who were trying to get stuff together, regardless of beliefs. We're just like working on this ideal. So it's really interesting to hear from somebody who's new to this Discord thing, at least. Yeah, it's a excellent tool. If you find yourself so fancy, you can talk to a dude in Germany and try to find out what the word for the moon is, and he'll say moon. So it happens.
Right in. Yeah, man, I'm digging it. There's all kinds of people that coming in here, man. It doesn't get boring, that's for sure.
I personally prefer. There's been a group of a couple hundred of us or more, maybe thousands, who have started up private Discord servers, and then we sorted it out. Lots of stuff went on. It's just the way with people, man. Wish it wasn't so, but not like my flapping of a hand is gonna change the breeze. So anyways, though, you'll find excellent stuff out here. I'd recommend that if you're interested in a certain topic, I guess you can find that. But it's kind of like the public at large here, and but maybe like a lot worse, just as the internet is. People may say stuff to you, even if you're saying a nice just opinion or question. They might say, "Hey, go off to hell land, you punk," or that was like my grandma version of an obscenity. But you know what I mean. It goes on all over the place. But not where you privately roll. If you get to know people, you get them in the thing, which I don't know what that takes. I think it's God, but or just the Almighty that coordinates us to have the opportunity to connect with one another. I'm not saying it's like destined, but I don't know, man. I'm open to all things. However, I've clicked with certain others that the voice chats, we talk for hours and hours and hours and hours. Even if we disagree, it's all good. So if you're looking for a place to like have people that like Cheers, or Golden Girls. I have a Golden Girls room in my server. Oh my god. But that's the kind of vibe I'm going
Sometimes.
for.
Where everybody.
Sing it again, dude. Couldn't hear him.
Sometimes you.
Dude, I think the universe is trying to make us not be friends on that song.
I haven't seen that TV show in a long time. Is that one?
You keep cutting out. Is it me?
It's probably this mic, man. I've been having all kinds of problems.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes people's like the closeness and like your input setting. I've never had to mess with that. I bought this thing for like $20 at Walmart, and it's been all right. I've luckily not broken it in my craziness.
You know what? I've heard that too. I think it might have something to do with whether you're using a Bluetooth device or not, which I am, and it's not
Okay,
doing
yeah,
very well. So I think I'm gonna
that
go get my.
has much to deal. Yep. Cathexis told me about that Bluetooth, man. I've never used any of that, but that works through concrete walls. What's that doing, man? I know it's convenient, but what is that?
Yeah, I don't use it very often. I recently just turned it on yesterday. It was broken, so we ordered a piece for it. My wife's mom gave it to us, so I fixed
Okay,
it,
yeah,
and my kid's all hard up on it, and I don't like
yeah.
it. I think I'm gonna.
I'm not sure if it's like definite damage. I'm just, at the thing here saying, what is this? Maybe knock me in the face and say, it's all right, dude, lay down. I don't know. There are no long-term studies on much of this communication capabilities that are going on. It's not possible. I mean, maybe if look, the Tuskegee thing was 70 years ago or something like that, and the full results aren't really known. It was pretty much seen within a decade or two, but no, yeah. So that sounds kind of dark, and I don't mean it like that. I think that all things are not as grim as what our devices. By device, I didn't even mean handheld devices. I meant ways in which we work upon this earth. It's not to me a thing that's definitely decreed to doom. How about that? But I do comprehend those who have issues with all beamings of things on small or large levels coming at them. Long-term effects are not known, I'll repeat. Some will say short-term effects are known, but I don't know that.
How's this mic?
Kind of quiet, but I'll turn you up. Talk again.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yep, I got you at 200 and you're like median auto level,
Should I turn up my output? I'm still, like I said, I'm still trying to figure all this shit.
Yeah, turn it up a bit because I got you max and you're at like middle level. Yep.
How's that?
Sounds the same.
Now?
Sounds similar. This is like an ear test. You guys ever freak out when you go into that ear test with the doctor and they're like, "Can you hear the beep?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can maybe hear the beep, dude. Leave me alone." No, but I'm willing for this test. This is like a way better test. Keep talking though.
No, yeah, I get it, man.
That's
always
better.
trip me the
That is
hell out.
better. Yep.
Yeah, those always trip me the hell out. That little tiny faint ass beep, and you're like, I think so.
Yeah, like you're shaking your head, like. Look, I could wizard up a psychological like explanation for all this, but no, not today. This is too magnificent of a Monday for me to go into that zone. I think the ear tests are probably benign as heck. Like, can you hear this? I can't hardly hear none of it, and I passed, I guess. Like, do you even pass, or do you lose, or like, what is the thing that happens? I never even knew. Like, you don't get a
No.
ribbon. What is it?
I'm not sure. I'll tell you though, man. This coming into this a couple years ago, it really opens your mind, your eyes to a lot of different things. You start looking at things a lot more in depth, I guess.
100.
Some of the most benign, just everyday things. My family will. I'll be going down a rabbit hole of that's just the simplest most benign of things, and they're just completely lost as to what are you doing? Why are you talking about?
Are you still pretty cool with your siblings and elders and familials?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good, nice.
They're all. I've been a kind of the black sheep for
well, forever, but you know, I was a big UFO geek before this, and then, you know, you come across this shit, and you look into one thing and another. Next thing you know, I'm like, holy shit, what the hell?
There's unidentified aerial phenomena in the sky on the flat Earth. Yeah, man. Dude, I feel you. It's going on.
Yeah, but you looking in, you realize they're not coming from extra terra. You know, well, maybe extra terra here, but not another rock out in the sky.
Yeah, I was just talking with this German guy, I'll say briefly, and he was talking that, and I was like, well, why is it above instead of extended? You know, I'm moving my arms like to form a pray hand in the air, and then out where, you know, east and west are described based on north. And I, I don't know. I've never had a thing with any of that. Most people who actually describe that, I've learned over the years, are due to regression hypnotherapy. I'm not saying that any of that is not true. I've also heard that what actually happens when you get scooped up by some sort of light machine when you're out in, you know, Boondocky, Alabama. Loved them counties. I'm a country boy too, so that sounded kind of shitty, but I didn't mean it. So, people will fuck with people. They know that there's not like any sheriff around, anybody's going to do a damn thing. The National Guard's way off that way, 100 miles away at the base, so we can do things. Now, this is all hypothetical too. Imagining a craft goofing up some lady or guy, and they wear chicken skin rubber masks, or like not rubber but chicken skin masks dyed gray on their faces, and pretend to be aliens because they like to get their spook on. You know, people like that in your life, don't you? Maybe not to that degree, but some people like to scare people, like they take pranks to another level. I'm not one of them guys. I like occasionally would um go boo, you know, to my old lady, you know, when we're hanging around the house. But I don't like to scare people because I don't know. I don't like the feeling of fright and all that. It does exhilarate to a degree, but I can exhilarate in other ways that are more beneficial. But
I
people
could
like to
see
do this all the time. Yeah. So that's just a theorem. Yep.
I could see you succumbing.
Bro, if any UFO came at me, I'd be running at him and be like, "You motherfuckers with your chicken mask, bitch!" You know, they'd probably just shoot me and like lie about it later. It'd be, it'd be just another thing. Well, not to sound so distraught about it. I don't think I don't even know if any of that is happening. I'm just saying extraterrestrials, as have been described, is a put on for the entire human populace. The entire human populace is what? It is a heart beating thing that is real and matters. Our thoughts combine. Now, that does not mean that we all think the same or do the same or anything like that. But boom, 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 boom. I'm going to be like Patrick Swayze on this one. Boom, boom. I feel it's real. And that's just, you know, I'll die like that. That got
You
kind
see,
of weird. Yeah.
you see that you believe it's a put on. You believe it's all a narrative bullshit.
Yeah, but that does not deny the possibility of other extraneous terrestrials, or interterrestrials. I don't know what's going on this earth. I just live in a pocket of Indiana. I know the lake, I know the
Yeah, I hear
home
you.
here, I know the fields. I can, you know, tell them like my backhand. I can smell the mint when it blows. But could I tell you what's going on even more than like, you know, 50 feet before my feet? No, I don't dig. German dude told me he's a coal mine worker just an hour or two ago. He digged maybe 1.2 miles down. That's all he knows. And then he started talking about Mount Everest and how the pressure gradient proves a. Well, he wouldn't come to word. See, I shouldn't have probably stopped talking to that guy, but it came to blows because every time he was saying that there's this and then there's that, and he was jotting it off, jotting it off. Maybe it was a language barrier thing, but yeah, if anybody talks to Lich Niche or something like that, try to talk to him. Anyways, yeah.
I'll keep an eye out. It's been quiet in.
Well, if you don't have a chirp in your background, you're generally left alone. I don't know if you're knowledgeable of that whole thing. I should stop talking about it, but Pumpkin had a chirp in her background that could be heard by others for multiple years, but it could be heard by all of us last night, and she could not hear it at all. So we're delving with the possibility of, is this a audible tone that is uniquely disparate to her, or what the fuck is going on here? Because we can all hear it. It's been confirmed.
I hear that all the time when Becky
Jose.
says,
Yep. Or somebody in 24/7 previously a couple months ago. I told that dude to change his battery detector all the time. He's like, oh yeah, well, and then next time, oh yeah, well, one of those. Hell, I'm not gonna like force you to do anything, but dude, stop the chirping. But he admitted to hearing the chirping. Now, Pumpkin says, I cannot hear it. I don't know what the, Fujuli you guys are talking about. What's going on here? So that's psychological experiment we've been on. Do you think that certain people, Ryan, hear things that other people can't, or vice versa, or something?
dude, I'm open to all types of things like that, man. I dismiss nothing anymore. But that chirping it sounds like birds, right? Like cheep, 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 just like
Exactly.
real
It sounded
birds
identical
chirping,
to
right?
Becky's birds. Yeah.
So wait, that's on purpose?
Yeah, that's some
Becky's is
sort of.
intentional.
She described it like canary or something that she has in the place of her home or something.
She says it's an actual bird.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know.
It's a real bird, dude. Command me and demand me to make sure that Becky gives us a picture of that bird. I want to see the bird too, bro.
No, because I only say that because I've heard it many times, and I've always just assumed it to be like a little, an add-on that she's done, like a little
No, no,
feature.
no. I've heard it do like an animalish noise to where like that wouldn't be a add-on nor a exterior smoke detector thing. It goes cuckoo or something like that and all that. Yeah.
Hey,
Did I just make that noise? Sorry about that.
I want to get back to this, but I'm getting a
Yep,
call right now.
yep.
Once So I wonder if Becky's thinking we're hearing something that something else. Because that I don't know, just it's weird. I've always been curious about what the heck's been going on with that. And you say you guys couldn't figure out with Pumpkin.
Yeah, you got the first part wrong. It's Pumpkin who can't hear it. Becky has the birds. She knows what's up. She hears the chirp, 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 and it sounds so similar to that dang smoke detector. Yeah.
Very
But
strange.
yeah, you're right on with that. I don't know, dude. This is a mystery that has been ongoing. It's going on a while now for many people. For me, I don't know, maybe just a half day.
Is it something like like some kind of troll or hack or something that someone in Discord's
Now,
doing
people
to the female?
accused her of that, but I don't know. I don't know well enough.
Oh
I'm
no,
going
not
to,
not
you know.
not Pumpkin, not Pumpkin. I'm saying like is someone, like some unknown individual tagging people with these chirps or something. I don't know.
That is capable when you really do think about this free service of Discord that we have here. Like anybody could project anything on top of my voice, sure. Is it happening? Via experience, we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm so tech illiterate when it comes to computers anymore, man. Like I said, a couple of
Yeah.
years ago, I started looking into this stuff and started looking into flat Earth, and I've always, been pretty well aware of uh of Sorry about that. My dog's barking.
Oh, you're good, Ben. I'm hanging out. I was hanging out here on Discord for oh gosh, like 10 hours, and then I all of a sudden realized that I forgot that I realized that I needed to pee. I stood, over there at the thing where we do that, and it went on and on and on and on. I didn't know that human beings had the bladder capability, especially somebody as skinny as me. It goes on and on. Yeah. That was
Yeah.
not like the right tangent to add to your story. I'm not sure why I said that, but I said it.
Yeah,
So
it's funny. No,
we work like
it's
that. Yeah.
relevant. It's
Oh, is
relevant.
it? Yeah. Okay.
Yesterday, Becky, when they first opened this room, uh, I had my mic open and I was making some golden milk. I was shaking up a bottle and
Yeah.
squeezing it.
Remember that? Yeah. Did you shake up the paint? You cut out, Ryan. Still talking.
No,
Oh,
I
there
was
you
just
go. Oh,
saying.
yeah. Yep.
She
What's hey?
thought that I was. She thought that I was peeing, so she muted me.
Yeah. I made up a story to where you were in like a botanical garden of Japanese style, maybe. There's liquid, it's like very wet there.
Yeah, I could only imagine it because the sound that it was like air and liquid coming out of this filter that I was squeezing, this filter bottle. So I could only I couldn't imagine if that someone sounded like they were pissing air and air, air and liquid. Disgusting. You frequent 24/7? You've been over there too?
What was that, Ryan? I'm sorry, I missed your comment on the previous 10 seconds there.
No worries. I was saying, if you frequent, I was asking if you frequent 24/7. Have you been over there?
All right. So here's the deal. I left there. I get mad at people a little too quick sometimes, and that's what sort of happened. But the environment had kind of snowballed to where I was initially quite fine, and then faultiness of me led to me like leaving there a couple times, and I happened to leave right before a couple of weeks ago, and then I heard that other people left. I I think that all people having discussions of this kind are potent and appropriate, but no, I don't talk to anybody there. If that's an appropriate answer to your question, is that a good one? All right one. Other than the people here and my other servers. See, when you leave somewhere, like there's other people too, but it's not coordinated and on any rank. I don't think by like many. I don't know the difficulties for so many others with going ons. So that's my answer.
Seems like.
My only reason for leaving the 24/7 the last time was because I got mad at Bambi about something, of all things. That's just so stupid to do. But there were other times where I just got sick of having people send me messages. Every time I'd go into the voice chat, people send me well, things I won't say. Not as terrible as you can get it, but anyways, and that may be the case here too, but I'm Hoosier 2.0 on this one. So I might be Hoosier 3.3 on this one as well. So let's get down to it. The kind of stuff that was sent to me was not only images but like very foul language, and so I click on it. It's like, who's this guy? I just want to like click it away, and like you know how people do the speed reading thing. I'm not a speed reader by any means, but you can look at an entire couple of lines of text and just snap. You get it, and so I was sick of seeing that stuff, and that was going on by demonstrable, uh, intentionally fiery fools. I use my kindest filter on that one. But anyways, yeah. So
just sending you vulgar stuff. Or?
Yeah, and also the kind of talks I got into with people there, it often got into like fights, and I did not do my best. I'm growing up at the same time here too, man. Instead of getting so mad, sometimes just
like for instance, I've been in there and how's my mic right now? I took off push to talk. Sorry.
It's pretty much median volume at 20 or 200%. Yep. Same.
Yeah, no. So I was just saying, like a few times in there, you'll come across someone that just very simply gets a very very cordial conversation, or maybe slightly heated, but no big deal. We're all adults, and someone will say something, and an individual will tell them flat out, you say that again, and it's something like, okay, well, gravity is Earth or mass attracting mass.
Mm-hmm.
If you say that again, I'm gonna ban you. And it's like the B word gets thrown around too much, and it's silly.
Yeah, I was a very insignificant portion of that. However, I did ramble and talk for a while, especially when like times were late and like it didn't seem like many people were around. I like to do that. I had many brilliant conversations with people there, and so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just 20 nights in the ice is a long time. I'm just, doing this thing with life like anybody else, and to try to, put us to the post on anything too particular gets, especially socially, Hell, most of us are even questioning the notion of globularism. That we should all get a congratulations for that one. Even all the you know parodists who drive around in their Neil deGrasse mobile like honk honk. I just gotta make fun of him every now and again just for shits.
Very, very make funnable.
Indeed.
Yeah, he's an asshat. I stand that guy.
He got cleared of his sexual assault chargements, I guess, recently, according to the courts.
Hey guys.
Hello?
He had sex. Hello.
Okay.
Who's here?
Yes, sir. He got NDT got cleared of the pending, like it always takes like 3 years or whatever, right? So I'll just say briefly, he got cleared of that. And look, if I were to be claimed of touching a 12-year-old girl inappropriately, well, hell yeah. I mean, I want the good people around me to make a judgment on whether I did it or not. Look, my hands will be up in there, and I'll say, "Look, I swear to you all, I did not do anything. What's going on here? What is she saying? What's happening?" And when
Yeah,
people get
clear
all
your name.
professional, and you're the head of the Hayden Planetarium and everything, I don't know what happened there, but he has been cleared. So that's my ramble. Yep.
Is that something recent in the news, or?
Yes, he's been cleared. That was within the week or something like that.
No
Last
shit.
week.
I've heard a few things here and there. I've heard people, mention him being a
Yeah, the
pedo or
claim came
something.
out like 2 years ago. Yeah, something like that. A year ago, maybe. Yeah.
I've never looked to think. I mean, as much as I follow every little trail and rabbit hole in the FE world, I didn't really look too far into that.
I don't blame you, man. Just do your life. Some of us neuroticists will, be looking at these things, and I think that's important. But we've gathered a working ship of people who are just going on, and I look at certain things. Other of my friends and other servers look at things.
Oh
If
yeah.
this Discord thing goes down, we do have backups, although hush hush. There are other mechanisms, and we can still communicate when this. Because imagine if Discord was down, what'd you do? Go look at Google, see what your homies are doing? No.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, the search engines are just insane now. Like, I mean, even the suggested feeds and stuff. It's all mainstream crap. When just as little as a few months ago, 5 months ago, we were getting, I could go into YouTube and my recommended feed would be filled with all kinds of stuff that I'd be interested in, and now it's just Fox this, Trump that, flat Earth is bullshit, and it's crazy.
Right. I care not of your political opinion on things. I have my conclusions about what's going on, but in terms of getting to what you want to look at, um, this is not what it was. When I was hanging out with my boy here at the computer, just maybe 4 or 5 years ago, even non-controversial, in quotes, if you want to put it that way, things were accessible, and
Yeah.
it's changed drastically. And
Yeah, overnight it just seems like so quickly, and
well, we're
and
coming up
and
on an election, so remember that. Yeah.
yeah, true, and you and I, people, of our walk of life, we see it, but and I find myself, waving my hands above my head. Hello, look at this shit. Do you see it? And no one,
Mhm.
these everyday people just, I don't, they're just so asleep at the wheel.
We had one hell of a kickoff for this voice room last night, and I know I was rambling. I was as well, so I won't do that unless silence exists. But thank you everyone for hanging around, for joining. Wherever you're from.
I think I popped in for a minute, but I'm somewhat timid when it comes to just a whole room of people going back and forth to a certain extent, you know. But I'll chime in. I'll chime in when I have something when something moves me. But for the most part, I dig this when it's a little quieter and a couple people just shooting the shit.
Sure. Oh, that's my preference too. It's just like my style of life too. I don't like to go to like big parties where you got like I don't know, pom poms and fireball, rolling. I mean, I'll drink the fireball, but that's just a part of me that don't go away. Hang out on the patio, smoke a doobie, and
Indeed.
and maybe then we'll just head out. Like party, I just won't even go to the party. Why don't the 5 of us just hang out? That'd be better. Smoke the bong with the big ass afro and weird T-shirts. That's just my life. And for my teenage years, trying to get back to it. Not sure if that'd be cool. I don't think adult people can really do that anymore. So.
I don't know. My brother's
Oh
been
man.
all about it the last couple of years. My brother's
Yeah.
like 43, and he not 45. But he's like the last couple of years. It's like he's just hit this. You know what? I don't think he partied too much in high school. He was kind of he had a little bit of learning dyslexia and stuff. Kind of a oddball. He's a totally normal dude now, and it's like he's totally going back to his high school years and just dating these younger women and barring it up and drinking. And hey, to each his own, man. Whatever. Have some fun.
Hurt no one, and be well upon your way. Yeah.
I've had my fill of that stuff, that kind of lifestyle. Though I took
Yeah.
it. I don't have much of a I don't know when to stop. Let's just say that. One is too many, and 1,000 is never enough.
Oh,
I'm
amen.
an alcoholic.
Do you sleep well at night or at
Yeah,
times?
I sleep okay now. I mean,
Oh, good.
back in,
Good.
like, I just I just like to party and just drank too much for many years, and haven't had a drink for about 3 years now, so everything's good now. Got a handle on that shit.
Cool, man.
Still smoke though. Like to.
Did you smoke cannabis all throughout the times of drinking as well?
Here and there, yeah. It wasn't a steady thing. It is now. I have a couple of about 2 years ago. I suffered from a seizure. Just came out
Oh
of nowhere,
shit.
and
Hell.
another one, and they were like grand malls, and they still don't know exactly what was going on. But
It was not due to anything you had in your system. It's just an event.
It's probably just who knows. Who knows from everything from GMOs to glyphosate to who knows what the hell's going on.
Combos.
But,
yeah.
or all I know is that I started taking CBD. They tried to give me obviously some pharmaceuticals and with all kinds of do's and don'ts, and if you start to experience oily discharge from your ass, do this, and no
Oh
thanks.
Lord. Yeah. Yeah, I know what's up with that. Unfortunately,
I
yeah.
turned that down, and I've been using CBD and cannabis since, and I haven't had any seizures.
Do you know Ace McLeod?
Yeah. Well,
okay, he's
I'm real
he's
familiar
my
with him.
go-to apothecary guy. So he can school you up on stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to
Yeah. I'd like to hear
homeopathy
like
and
the combinations of what you guys think about what certain substances do. Many people in my dreams room have been talking about how various combos all together go with lucid dreaming, and also it benefits health when you go into that realm. Methinks so. There it is.
Do you practice like a natural lifestyle, or do you take supplements, or do you
No, I'm
try
pretty
to stay away
bad,
from?
man. I need to get out of this. I'm not too good, honestly, when it comes to that. However, I'm very high-minded, so I don't know why. Maybe there's still a glimmer of a glove to where I can hang on to the edge with this one. That
I
sounds
hear ya.
extreme as hell, but uh, to answer your question, no, not currently. I take normal products. I don't live terribly or anything like that, but
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to call you out or anything. I was just curious. I thought
oh,
maybe
that's a
you're.
good call out though. Yeah. Like, how does one cheaply start living gooder?
Well, you know what? I went into it, years ago. You start going in and you do realize when you start looking at a lot of stuff that, like on the shelves, it really is. It seems to be such like a deterrent because I mean they're leaving things out. They're taking extra steps by adding glyphosate to crops and whatnot, and that costs money. These chemicals cost money, but then they don't. Then they're going to charge you extra for it. It's silly. I don't get it. But what I'm trying to get at is that you
Yeah.
don't have to look at it like that. Like for instance, we do a lot of uh, our own growing and stuff. Like I do a lot of microgreening and stuff. So we're just constantly sprouting beans and legumes and lentils and broccoli sprouts and you name it, just changing it up all the time.
I imagine your house with like chia pets wall to wall.
Yeah, that's what my backyard kind of looks like. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. I really
Sounds
love it.
good.
Getting into this lifestyle, knowing knowing exactly what you're putting in your body, and it's just it's empowering.
Especially when you have the whole family on board. I lived in a situation in which the other and still, but the other people who were with me were not on board with. Okay, let's not eat Fazoli's today. Let's do something else. They're like, no, let's go to Fazoli's. We're going to family dinner, and it was that way night after night after night. And I'm like, all
Yeah,
right, I'm out. I don't know what to do, but
it's
this
hard.
ain't good for us, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It's so hard because I mean, it's everywhere. Like my poor kid, it's a gauntlet. It's a constant gauntlet. I homeschool, and so he's
Yeah,
we're
we
at
did
my
that with
mom's.
our son too. Yep.
Nice. And we're staying at my mom's right now. We're in between homes. We're looking to get a place and potentially homestead in Oklahoma somewhere, where I have a couple family members out that way. I'm in Southern California now, but like the worst
All right.
place in the world to be as far as if trying to get away from this just normal quote unquote lifestyle. It's just crazy. It's just inundation everywhere. My sister's coming over with McDonald's and
Right, here's some fries and burgers, boys. Yep.
yeah, it's like please, you guys know it's frustrating, and it's almost like they sometimes do it on purpose, like
I know.
no,
Yeah,
you guys
exactly.
can't be like
That's why
that.
I'm
Be like
divorced, man.
us. Be like
Partially.
us. Here's a burger.
Yeah. I mean, and
I
it
hear you, Drew.
sucks too because it's supplement. It's providing food to people, and I sort of feel the same at times. Like I just want something to eat, but that's what hunger is, and it's been a long time for all that. Who knows how we were all raised on everything and all that.
Yeah, I wish I knew then what I know now.
33.
Sorry
Here's
if
the.
I have a 2-year-old with Down syndrome. She's kind of a loud
Oh,
one. She's this. vocal, sir, if she's making too much noise.
Oh, I love to hear children in the background, and oftentimes in Catherine, Helena's daughter Aries is talking all about and everything. It's a pleasure to me.
Hey, baby. You want to say hi? Here. Want to listen? Say hi to her.
Hello. Hi. Hi.
She doesn't know what to do. Who was that?
I don't ever know what to do when put on the spot. Like if I was a
You're like,
kid and like
hey.
somebody put like a microphone in my face, I'd be like, oh, it'd probably make some weird noise and then just run in the closet for the next night.
You're like, so, hi, little girl.
What if kids think about the internet and that which we're doing? I was 9 and I played Super Nintendo and I was just like in the world, and I couldn't talk to anybody unless I wanted to ask my mom if I could go play with my neighbor who was less than 50 yards away. Like I had to write a note and say, I'm going to play at Chris's house. Jeez, the world has changed for kids.
Yeah,
Children.
I'm constantly asking myself what kind of repercussions some of these different, these seemingly normal nowadays things like for instance, the access to Google. I've always been real a stickler. Don't say don't use your voice to type. That voice to type shit. I'm always telling him type it with your fingers. Spell it out. Know what you're putting in there. Know the question you're asking. It just seems like Google is this whole Google generation. It's just instant gratification, instant ease, and just immediate answers. It's crazy. No one wants to think. It's making people not think. They don't have to.
Indeed, you're on it. That's something elders of ours, a generation ahead or two, have been saying about what's going on with us, and now the uh, uh, lovely ones we have skedoodling around in our home. Keep in mind also your if you have like a TV account set up with YouTube or Netflix or whatever device or something like that. I've seen some hilarious search histories from like 9-year-old boys though. They search like boobs, naked, and like other funny stuff like that. Like, and then their parents get to see it. I don't think my parents ever figured out my AOL search. I don't think I ever typed in boobs naked. Never really quite happened, but probably something similar. I mean, I'm a guy. So there it is.
I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know. I got a 10-year-old boy. I try to keep him off the damn screens as much as possible. But like I said, he's just inundated, and it's Fortnite.
Okay,
coming at him from all angles.
Do you play any games with him?
I like some of the older school games. I love to play some Smash Brothers or something like that. But
Okay, yeah. Jacob had that one too. Okay.
You said
I
your
was never
kid's
a
10?
huge game. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Oh, good, man.
I was gonna suggest, actually, it's perfect age. I would suggest you try and get him into coding, because, like when I first got into it, I started making games and stuff, and the way, like, I don't play a lot of Xbox anymore, and kind of the way I justify, or the reason why I don't play is because I'm gonna justify my time like spent doing something productive, like making a game, rather than playing one. And so I think it's just a good skill to develop, and it might be something that he'll get into. So it's kind of like
definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Like directing that time that you saying, like he's spending a lot of time on it and stuff. It's like something like productive. And
Right. I've noticed it. It in some ways it demystifies like a game that your young one might love, but it on the brilliant back of it creates something new, which is what we're all after here, right? Creation.
Yeah.
Well, like
And
for me, like I checked out of technology. I used to be a tech, nerd years ago, but like I said, the past few years, I've just kind of it's all fallen to the wayside. So I don't know shit anymore. So as far as coding, what would be a good, where would be a good,
yeah,
I'm a total layman when it comes
no,
to
yeah,
that. So where would he start?
and especially he's 10 years old too. So if he were older, and you still might apply for him, but there's apps. There's like one called Solo Learn, and it's really kind of easy to get into, and like the examples and stuff are easy, and the challenges are easy. Plus, they got compilers on the app. But I think for a 10-year-old though, you might need something more graphical, like something easier to use.
He's pretty advanced. He's smarter than the average bear. I know every parent says that.
Yeah, I would try that then. Try Solo Learn.
Solar learn?
Solo, like Han Solo.
Solo learn. Cool. Thanks,
Yeah,
Kosha.
because it's got, and I would do the language Python.
Language Python on Solo.
Yeah, because they got tons of languages, but that's a really easy one to learn.
And then the issue comes about, but it really is no issue. I had like the Catholic Church provided to me, and when I was 10. So you're doing real good if you say like, here's a thing that you can do. If you don't do it, all right, try. That'd be way better than ending up thinking that you love history and want to get into the media, and then learning that it's fake as fuck.
It's all bullshit.
So coding can be like a shoo-maroo, but it's not fake. Like the people who make these programs are acceleratingly excitable to young people and old people. All three generations of my family play Minecraft. We used to. It's been a few years, but we did that together. Like Jacob and me and my stepdad all were playing in the same room on the connection in the house there, and it was fun as hell. We'd do that for hours and hours, making bridges and buildings and everything. And then I got shit on what just one generation prior to me had, because I was just sitting around playing Zelda and stuff, and so
yeah, and it's gonna even get more and more advanced. And that was the reason I got into this field, is because I was gonna study physics, and if you really want job security, like most things are basically there's gonna be more computers, more robots, like automation and all sorts of shit. And so it's like you could fight against it, but in reality, it's like Bugs Bunny used to say, like, you can't beat him, join him. And so you just gotta find your place in that world. So I just figured it's a good job security.
I'm not sure I'm capitulating at that degree, but I do comprehend loosely where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Won't that ultimately equal nobody then? Like I don't get it.
No, what do you mean, like for job security or for people?
Yeah. Like if you can't beat them, join them. But if the things that you're joining are opto, Mr. Roboto, like what does that mean?
Well, see, that would be speculation or science fiction, or that's not saying it's impossible, but that'd be pure speculation.
What are the percentages that you think of actually in time frames or whatever? Just thoughts.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that those percentages you can actually quantify and think about, like when that's going to happen. And you could think like a lot of jobs, like what is that called? Waiters, waitresses, drivers, like a lot of really
service industry, which is the backbone of America, by the way.
Yeah.
Currently.
Yeah, especially wait staff. But so something like that becomes automated. You would imagine a lot of people are out of work.
So you see that going away completely in what, one generation?
No, I don't see it going away completely either. I see it slowly fading away. But as it becomes, like, basically, there's gonna be a threshold where something comes out and just makes it easier, or it makes it more convenient or comfortable for the users at a restaurant, because they're obviously gonna want to see people. But once they get to that point, then that's going to be like
Those
probably
McDonald's
10%.
kiosks have been rolling out for a few years now.
Yeah, actually,
how can you ultimately service an individual though? Like, I want my tires changed. Hey, Jimmy, you're not a robot. I'm not even a person who participates in these things, but I've been a service individual and worked in industrial things too. Like, the entire industry can be made to be automated. However,
sure, yeah,
it made no sense monetarily for the company I was working in a decade ago to do it because it was cheaper just to have us all break our damn arms and go into the, depths of the
hospital.
chemicals, DuPont film and filth. So anyways, pardon that little pond of I'm struggling to find the word, something like ick. But yeah, now all I can think of to the only reason I ask this is to what I can encourage those who are younger than me, family, most included, obviously, we're looking out for that. Like, you'll have like a manager of a place, but then like maybe they just work on the robots all the time. Is this really going to be what's going on?
No, but see that's a little bit more difficult to predict. But
Okay,
one thing
yeah.
that you can imagine is, like I said, is the percentages of those jobs that will be gone, and then the percentage that'll be robots. But then if there are more robots or computers, machines, then you're going to need basically kind of like a vet or a doctor. Like if you're a programmer, you're going to have a function still on that side of it. You know what I mean? Whereas like at a restaurant, there'll be less staff. It's not going to be all robots, but there'll be less staff. That might be
I comprehend the logistics of surviving in this, projected economy, but
the
what the
mainstream
fuck,
solution
man?
is.
Like, I don't want is humanity going to have something hella blue about this? Be like, hey, we're over here. Can you see us? There's going to be more people, man.
They're
What's
going to be
going to be about all that?
they're going to be sideswiped. I have my own predictions, but it's kind of dire. Like I have a best case scenario, worst case scenario, and
Just want the truth, man.
Well, you guys, I think we were talking about last night about like 9/11 or kind of the government agenda and shit like that. Some people fear that there's going to become a point where they need to get rid of a lot of people for somehow. And
yeah, we've had those, Georgia Guidestones talking stuff for a while. Some of us have seen that.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, actually, that's a perfect number because I think don't they say like 500,000 or something like that?
500,000 is the ideal population on CC Christian or whatever. It seems like it's Ted Turner, but I don't know. Yeah.
Wait, are you suggesting that the government that you think the government would consider like mass murder in order to reduce population?
Yes and no. And so in order to come to this conclusion, you'd have to think that it would be not only necessary, not only advantageous, but also almost morally right. And I think that and all three of those boxes are checked in the sixth scenario I have painted. And the reason I'm saying is because if you look at how many people there are, let's say there's technologies where you can enjoy longer life. Like they can expand life to like 300 years now because of technologies and shit. And there's all sorts of stuff that people can enjoy. But there's so many fat, lazy government people get government checks and shit like that. And it's just easier whenever like history is built on the slaves, the backs of the slaves, like all throughout history, any place in history. And so if you don't need them anymore, you don't need that class. You have like a whole robot class of people, or a somewhat high percentage of it. Then it doesn't become necessary to have those people around, like most of them,
Hold up, though. That's painted easier than done. Thankfully to Lord. there ain't no way we going out like that. You're talking about everybody that I know from Oklahoma and Nebraska and all the buddies in Oregon and all that stuff, man. Who's this Mike Boy guy? Fuck that guy. He can he can go. I'll volunteer him. It ain't. How can it go on like that with the armistice ishness of what's going on here? I'm not talking about AR-15s, by the way. There's there's caches all over this place, man. And what does that mean? Does that mean that robot drones will just kill us all? Is this like Terminator? Is this real?
No, let me tell you like the
Jesus.
way this is my honest understanding, and based off of things that I'm not 100% sure on, but also I was in the military as well, so like I've seen things firsthand that I know are factual. Right. But the way I see it is there was an agenda since World War II, but since the post Cold War to consolidate a lot of countries and ultimately isolate Russia, and then take maybe like official dominance, like the West would have some big umbrella one government.
What are your thoughts on the threat of thermonuclear devastation? Is it all an end game at all? Does that even exist as a possibility?
I don't think it's anyone's plan or goal, but I think that sure, it's a possibility. Yeah, it's possible that they use nuclear weapons even for other reasons like communications and shit. But the point though, that was the original plan, is to do that, consolidate everything. But it's all gone to shit because like 9/11 would have been a catalyst to go to war. It probably should have been done in a few years, but it's been 20 years and they fucked so much shit up that there's countries like Russia and China is like so much bigger. Like I think if we were to do it now, we could possibly lose. So yeah, it's all up in the air, but that's how I see it.
I told a young man who happened to be in a party of mine that I was traveling with my wife with. He was a guy we were doing daycare for, and I told him it was 3 years ago or something. World War II came up, and I told him I don't think war will ever be fought the same way that it was, in the forest of Eastern Germany and all that.
Of course.
I said, young man, it probably won't go like that at all unless it comes to it, but I really don't know. But I didn't tell him the full deal. I just said I don't think war will be fought like that ever again. You don't have to worry. That's what I said.
Oh, well, that's not entirely true. It actually
Well,
happens like that
how
even
will
today.
it go down? Like,
Well, we've been at war since 9/11.
Well,
really,
yeah, definition of
for
war
most
is a
of it.
key point here, isn't it? I didn't want to get into that with a 5-year.
No. Yeah, I know, of course.
You know?
But the thing is, people don't realize that the war is going on, and we're involved in it, but it's not happening. We haven't had war in the United States since the Civil War. We always go someplace else, and
Do you
nobody's
think
really
World
even.
War III might be an ongoing informational?
I think it's possible that when the history books are written, it might even say World War III began at 9/11. But that's depending on what happens in the future.
I hear you on that. I'm not certain either, and I'm not the stroker of the notes on that one. But yeah, we all have our thoughts upon what's in the books. I just hope our children know something that's not too messed up. Not too messed up in the way that I came to know it. I was going to be a history teacher, man, and then I thought, well, maybe I'll be like a news media director guy, like you're on camera 2, maybe do sports, and then I figured out it was all a lie.
Yeah.
And that's some bullshit.
Well, you don't want to get involved in something professionally if you're like disagree.
Hell no. That's why I walked away from the entire college system. I was like, what are you guys doing? Nope.
But that's the part I didn't get, because like I get the media thing and that being a part of it, but being a teacher with that same sentiment, you have the
because I saw that people your job is at risk every time you tell a little slander over the truth of what can be said. Anybody can report you for anything. Now, I didn't quite know this at the time. What I came to learn is that the Civil War was not as described. The events, not to say that the outcome was unrighteous or anything. We can talk about this all day. I'd love to. I'm talking about all following things leading up to 9/11, especially, which was prior to my like consideration and right during all this thing. It culminated on September 11th that morning. Oh man, dude, lots of things came together. Yep.
Yeah, that's actually what because I got into that like maybe 12 years ago, so a little bit later than the event, but that's kind of what got me into looking into a lot of different conspiracies. Because like at this point, like that one is like obvious that it's not the way they said. And
yeah, how many times have we all seen Lower Manhattan? That probably
from New York
55
City.
different multiple views of that thing going on. Jeez.
Yeah, that's where I'm from, is New York City.
Oh yeah, is that where you grew up?
Yeah, for a little while. I wasn't there when that happened though. I'm from the Bronx, and so it's not even in Manhattan. But I was in Texas. I live in Texas now.
Yeehaw. Lived in Texas for a little bit. I started saying y'all once I lived in Texas a couple of years. Yeah. That's where I actually found out about 9/11, by the way.
People keep reminding me that it's not a word, but I'm so used to everyone using it. So.
Yeah, I met all sorts of good people there. Everybody said, y'all gonna pick that up or whatever. Like nobody would know twang. It's not really like that. It's just y'all. It's the same, just colloquial thing we do. Any community, you pick up, common words. The way it is. Not everybody like goes on with it, but there it is.
Well, I mean, I didn't even, like I said, like until you said that, like I notice it when people bring it up. But other than that, I always think it's because I use it all the time when talking to people online and shit. And I forget that maybe I guess most people aren't using.
I say it to. I think I started saying it to Ace a couple of years ago because he was living in Houston for a bit, and so it was just like a connection dealio deal.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a word though, isn't it? Let me see.
Y'all? No, y'all is just like a contraction. It's like you all.
Yeah, conjunction, right? Is it contraction or conjunction?
Contraction. Conjunction junction is the other thing that you'll have to watch that video. Oh my god, I can't watch the 70s video unless somebody gives me a spliff.
Yeah, connecting the words, the phrases, and clauses.
Precisely.
Yeah, I just remember that from the song.
Did you? Man, I haven't watched that in so long.
Yeah, you're right. Contraction. No, but it is a word. Well, it says Wikipedia and Urban Dictionary, so I guess not the regular dictionary.
Hey, we're working with. I can't. The legitimacy of sources is the big thing to talk about in regards to our children. Will they source Urban Dictionary or will it be, the wildly edited Wikipedia that has no like votes upon who sourced what? Urban Dictionary does. Now, I don't know the street lingo. I'm one of these cracker ass homies here. I just said that's so gay. I was trying to make it that way. Never could I say anything that would like equal the upvotes. I tried to say Fepe on Urban Dictionary once, and it ended up being female penis. So that's the way it is. If people don't know what Fepe is, it was like our penguin guy. Yeah, it had nothing to do with transgender people or like she-males, schlong in the dong. None of sort of that business for me. I just did a halfway Obama voice that we don't have time. But I do think that reference sources are important because what's going to happen 10 years from now, dude, when another individual who is, I don't know, 20, They type in Obama wasn't an American. What'll it say? I already know what it says now. And I already know what it says on multiple venues, but will anything exist? And that particular aside, I don't mean to harken that one. I'm just saying any particular issue you care for, be it health, body, all sorts of totalness, will the things be there for people to look at? And that doesn't even have to be your children. Just there's so many people who are not they don't have a connection to their parents, so they don't know. That's going to continue. It's just the way it is, I think. Maybe. Yeah, so that's the end of my ramble. I'm just wondering about searches and yeah, everybody's thoughts on that.
I'm sorry, hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good, man. Time is on my side. That's my shitty singing moment in the breather. I think I'll do one more of these until somebody interrupts me. Sitting on the dock of the bay. This is like the worst singing I could ever do. Impromptu singing is kind of cool, though. We ain't seen no curvature. This is like a fast mix-up, you know? Welcome to the show. You don't know you're part of the show. All right, that's about it until I go something else awful.
Can we speak about something?
Sure. What are you thinking I should speak about?
I don't know, man. How basically Minecraft is a ripoff of another game.
Yes, I actually know the details of that because I'm nerdy enough. My son and I played Minecraft, and we built worlds together. It was pretty cool. That was fun. It was multi-generational, as I was speaking of earlier. Like it had 90 years of human beings doing this thing on their little, touchy doos, and so Minecraft was a ripoff of a thing called something builder, craft builder, or
Yeah,
something or
something like
not. Is that the right thing? Okay, yeah, it was basically a block simulator
that.
to where
Yes.
you would hit things and then they'd go poof, and then you get the thing in your inventory, and that's kind of a fun system. Yeah, you go, you do that, you get the thing. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And people people made majesty out of just that simple system, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, please anybody cut me off when the Minecraft thing gets lame. I was asked. So singing is really bad. When my son and I and my stepfather built something, we did it. We're like dun 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 dun, all the blocks up. We had compiled all these things legitimately, right? Like in the world.
Mm.
And this was like a limited world where I think other things go on now to where it's like infinite worlds, and that's cool too. But at the time, so we got it all, and we're like, all right, here's all our stuff. Let's all put it in the thing, and then everybody grab it together. And it was a cooperative adventure in a video game that I've never had with any other, and that's the benefit of it. Yep.
Yeah, but it still kind of pisses me off because, Notch took another game's idea and made billions from it.
Okay, yeah, I don't know about the personal sniping towards an individual who made the game. I just know the game, so.
Okay.
Yep. And look, Minecraft is fun for people. I'll shut up. The game is fun, and if you have a issue with like who created it and why the notion of it exists, you you kind of missed out, man. Because there's nothing you can do. I mean, I have sympathy with you, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I guess. But still, though, no one mentions it.
Yeah, but don't be sour. Sour is such a, salty is also a flavor. Of all these flavors that you have to choose, my friend, and salty is the one that you choose. Come on.
I don't know.
Your time is not unlimited, man. Think of the billions and billions of young women and young men's hearts who have been enlightened by Minecraft all throughout the world. And you're going to trouble me on this magnificent Monday with like Notch made some money off some people. Look, if you want to make a video about that, please post it. I will watch it. But don't bring it up in here. Nah.
All
I'm
right.
going to flap my hand down like Grandpa Lou. Don't bring it in here, man. Because that's kind of like, why? What are you going to do? You just going to whine about it?
I don't know. Just yeah, talk smack about him.
Then you can go ahead and get right on. I'll point you to. Are you looking at my hand right now? Center stage right. You can head that way, and if you keep whining about it,
Okay, I'll stop.
thank you. It's not a good thing to do.
I just wanted to say what I think.
That's cool. Do you have anything constructive you're thinking about in terms of how it can work to benefit more people?
No, I don't.
Then that's bullshit. That's what I figured. So please don't mention it again. Sorry, that sounded angry. I'm not even mad. It just sounded crappy. With no conclusion, no resolution, where are we to build? That's the benefit of Minecraft to me, is that we had something that we didn't have anything before, and then all of a sudden my son and my stepfather, like people I'm trying to, work with in life here, we had like stone, dirt, and all the brilliant things that ended up, and we like built towers, and everybody does this stuff, man. It's hilarious. But dude says, I hate Notch because he made money. I don't mean to paint you that way, Jason, but yeah, just that's how it sounded, man.
What I miss?
Look, somebody bring up a moon thing. Or whatever. Maybe not. All right. I will bring up something. German dude was talking to me, Lich. I brought this up before, but now there are some more people here. There was some woman called Sauron's Eye. Should we really? I don't know. Maybe it's a cool thing or whatever. I don't have distrust on that level of linguistics, but words do have meaning. We went into this quite heavily last night. Now, what Lich has told me is that the higher, point your fingers towards the air, Mount Everest high. There's a pressure gradient. And that was this morning's conversation. We got all around and all abound about it. Never. I'm repeating myself again and again, but I'm just trying to keep it fresh for people who weren't here previously. German dude told me, Lich, that if you dug up even well, he said if you dug up a bunch of stuff and you put it to like, was he talking about Mount Babel, the Tower of Babel? He might have been in like a very coded, like non-English speaking German way. I might be just like mysterifying this way too much, but